welcome back, everybody. Glad to be here. How are you doing today over there, Crackety?
Dude, I'm doing really well because we're finally starting with our top 16 players now going over to the road to Red Bull Wololo, weekend number 1. This weekend, we're going to be saying goodbye, or rather congratulations, to one of our players in the top 16, because one player this weekend is going to be able to qualify for the main event in London.
Yeah, it's always nice to kind of get that first one out of the way, especially, knowing you get to sit back, relax on the couch, watch over the next couple weekends, as we will still continue to see the next qualifiers and who is going to have to book their own trip to London as well.
Exactly. And now we're going to be starting off strong right away, as we're going to be watching Lucifron going up against Baltuna here on Dry Arabia. Game number 1, Byzantines versus Malians. And Dabson, this is a matchup that I honestly gotta say, like, both of these civilizations are incredibly unique in their way of scaling, right? Like, we got, of course, the Malian cow economy. You got the Byzantine mercenary flood, I wanna say. Both of these two civilizations absolutely massive on 1TC.
Yeah, they're both those civs that you feel like you can kill a lot of vills and their economy is still better than you somehow. And obviously that's with cisterns, that's with cows. So they kind of both get to play their own game, and we'll see which of those economies actually turns out to be stronger. I wouldn't be too surprised to just see Lucifron, starting with that early cistern kind of boom up.
Yeah, I feel like the Spanish brothers in general were like some of the first ones after the cistern rework to not hesitate with putting 3, sometimes even 4 villagers onto stone relatively early on, just to get that scaling in as soon as possible. And on the other hand side, Malians, recently we've kind of seen a shift from Malians to a more smooth scaling into the cattle economy. They've started embracing the Sofa Archer composition a lot earlier into their typical game plans. Usually, or rather I want to say like a couple months ago, it used to be that Donzo Javelin Thrower was still king. Now, way more often than previously, are we seeing the Donzos, even though the last buff has actually been quite a few months before that as well.
Yeah, so far Archer just feels like it scales a little bit better into Castle Age, but enough of that. We see the timer ticking down, hitting 0. Let's get into our game number 1 of the day here. Oh, just kidding. We'll get in there in just a bit. We're getting things figured out behind the scenes.
Technical difficulties, but that's what our production cow is here for. In the background is going to be figuring that out, so we'll be jumping into game number 1 in just a moment. In the meantime, taking a quick look at the draft here. Lucifron, of course, we know him to be a cavalry-centric player, and makes sense that we see him picking Sengoku, Daimyo, Ayubids, French, and the Rus here. And also Golden Horde, a civilization that I want to say at the high-end level hasn't gotten as much attention as maybe it deserves, as it is one of those civs that just have a weird macro-type opening, or rather weird macro scaling. But behind all of that is genuinely a civilization with some really, really impressive economic capabilities.
Yeah, so got a lot of those cavalry civs to suit his playstyle, but also we see Holy Island as one of the maps in the map pool that has been picked, which we know the Spanish brothers to be those dominant water players. So that is one that Baltun is going to have to deal with some struggle there on the water to try to take down Lucifron on one of the favorite maps for him.
Yeah, civilization-wise, I think he's kind of got some good civs forward, like we see Shushi's Legacy as well as China. But enough of that. We'll be talking about that later on, as we're going to be jumping right on into our game number 1. And look at that. Sometimes you got the colors bugging out a little bit too much, but in this case, it works perfectly as Bolton here, our Swedish player, spawning in the color blue-yellow as the Malians, his opponent Lucifron in the color red, playing as the Byzantines. Can we see Bolton's base again? Because if that color shift is still there, oh my god, that's perfect. Like, can you ask for a better color combination as a Swedish player?
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely, it's suiting his country.
Oh, come on.
From.
Why did we fix that? Ooh, no fun allowed.
Lucifron did opt for a few on the stone, not quite as crazy as what we've seen sometimes, just 2 villagers sitting on stone, which will, provide that boost to his economy as he continues to drop those cisterns and expand that water level.
Yeah. And Bolton here with the Malians, he doesn't need to be too afraid of any Dark Age shenanigans or anything like that going on. Likewise, Lucifron, he knows Malians, they're not really a big fan of Dark Age. Both of these two civilizations in the early game, living their best, going for that stone to get those cisterns, going for that wood to so close to much around the time, just doing their best in order to set themselves up for a nice scaling game here. And this is very nice coordination here on the scout pathing from both players. They're both just running their individual lanes around each half of the map, and it gives us a little clue at the sheep scouting that they've done here so far. So both players are splitting the map up evenly. So it looks like Lucifron has managed to snack more sheep on his, never mind, Baltoon just finding 2 sheep there. So both players relatively close. There's just a couple of sheep left on the map. Overall, no biggie. Both players finding a pretty good sheep count there.
Yeah, can't ever complain about that, and wouldn't be too surprised seeing the even split essentially with the way that those patterns both went, just splitting the map directly in half. A few more last sheep to be claimed, but overall very even count. And now Feudal Ages about to be dropped here in the next couple seconds.
No big just the expected landmark choices here from both players.
Yep, exactly. A nice back Grand Winery location, so we'll not be complaining about that, although it doesn't expect too much early pressure there from Baltoon on the Molly. Checking the trade outposts for some potential mercenary choices, although, would be a little bit of a walking distance to go over there, but we have seen that happen a few times.
Cistern level only at level 2 so far. As you mentioned, only 2 villagers for Lucifron on stone, but will soon be able to go for that level 3 cistern. And once the Grand Winery finishes, that's going to be an additional 32 stone there for Lucifron as well.
Meanwhile, Baltoon just doing the typical Molly, going back heavy onto wood here as Feudal Age goes on up. We'll want to, go ahead and get those cattle ranches down. Wants to go ahead and get a production building down, most likely start producing those sofa like we had talked about.
Could also be that he's first going to be going for an additional pit mine. Just thinking, in this matchup, typically, there's just not a whole lot of aggression for the first 6 minutes going on. So typically, you definitely do have enough time here as the Malians to go for that second pit mine. And the second pit mine spot here for Baltoon is actually going to be very good in the back of his base. So has 1 gold mine forward, 1 gold mine to the back. And having these split up positions just makes it super easy for you to rotate around there, and just means that it's going to be pretty tough for Lucifron to rotate around both of these pit mines at the same time. We do see the first villager moving out to that pit mine. At the same time, Baltoon on the stone from Lucifron, just causing a little bit of an annoyance there.
Yeah, I always laugh, our player's going to opt for trying to, throw a little bit of torch damage on the mining camp, can mess up some timings, that force drop off at times, or like we see Baltoon, sometimes the scout will just, try to do some damage to a villager. Never know when all of a sudden the sofa raid's going to hit one of these lower health villagers rather than the full ones.
Yeah, and here, excellent example of the pathing. Just being a little bit confused with that one scout just sitting there means that a villager is going for a little bit of a loop around that stone outcropping. And eventually, that scout is going to turn into a warrior scout, and suddenly going from 1 damage with every hit up to 7. That's something that you definitely have to anticipate and always have to look for, because as soon as that upgrade comes in, you're going to have to pull that villager off.
Yep. All that wood getting put to good use. That second pit mine is getting houses put around it consistently. Lucifron, though, respecting that scout with a barracks dropped here in the middle of his mining camps.
So barrack is going to be coming in.
And should be dropping that 4th cistern here in not too long, I believe, as well.
The question is always, are you just going to delay the cistern a little bit to get it in a potentially better placement if it's a matter of map control? But in this current situation, Lucifron, he is going to get the barracks up. Maybe he just wants to wait for 1 or 2 Limitani to be able to get that next cistern in safely. Never mind, does drop the next one now over to the back in his base. Isn't going to secure or rather buff up any specific resources, but will eventually get the olive groves around the Grand Winery. So the buff is eventually going to be mattering there.
Yeah, Baltoon moving out to the forward deer, also dropping an outpost, gets a nice old vision point in the front side of his base, kind of the 2-for-1 where we'll be able to help protect his pit mine that he dropped at the beginning as well.
Matani have been revealed now by Lucifron. Lombos are in queue. Baltoon immediately mixing in his own archers. So we are going to be seeing that Sofa and Archer army composition already the first couple of cattle inside of those enclosures, those cattle ranches. So both players going for that hybrid scaling, hybrid army composition now. Though to be fair, like having 4 cisterns, that's not really hybrid, that's just massive scaling advantage now for Lucifron for the time being.
Yeah, it's one of those that, you know, the nice part is that impacts just about his whole entire economy at this point. Meanwhile, Baltoon, the 4 extra cows, it's nice, but it just doesn't feel like it has that same impact. Lucifron, though, is running out of those initial berries and is starting to secure up his next berry patch.
At the same time, I mean, the cattle isn't the only way, of course, that the Malians are scaling their economy, having those 2 pit mines and the Manza Quarry at the same time. It's a lot of passive gold income at the moment here for the Malians. Sofa, also with their enhanced mobility, going to be able to kind of dictate the game pace in here, at least in the early game. Baltoon, though, is going to have to be very, very careful about not over-committing with these Sofa, as they are still relatively expensive, and you don't want to just lose them for free. He's also just going to need an absolute ton of archers if he wants to take any favorable engagements up against the Limitani, as that shield wall means that they're barely going to be flinching when those archers fire at them.
Yeah, Lucifron doing a great job of just keeping track of his opponent's army for that time being. Scout has just constantly been following those Sofa that Scout on around, and now feels like he is in that positioning point to go ahead, start moving out and across the map. Already has 10 longbows due to that Grand Winery start and all that olive oil that came on in, so really feels like he has that military advantage.
Man's Quarry on stone here for a little bit. Has enough stone to get the outpost in placement in. Needs to go for the fortification now as well. Is going to be getting that in, but it's going to just take a little bit longer for that upgrade to finish up. But with Lucifron going for siege engineering here, it looks like he is actually going to try and go for a push. Could be thinking about torching down villagers jumping inside the outpost. There is no Cura Siphon yet. Fortification's about to be completed. And with that, Lucifron can no longer warrant actually going for the burn here. Looks like he hasn't noticed yet. At the same time, villagers do go down on berries. But Lucifron, he hasn't noticed yet that it's fortified. He's still going for the torching. And he's losing longbows. Now he notices. And has to fall back, but loses at least 1 longbow for it.
Yeah, great stalling out by Baltoon. Great job distracting these berries, causing some idle time on the other side, and picked up a few villagers from it as well. Will force more of an investment down from Lucifron, as it does look like he kind of wanted to stall out after this push and go up to castle. Caro Siphon has been finished, so we'll start to put pressure on this outpost here in the center. But has Baltoon stalled enough? Will the Sofa be able to wrap back around, get a flank, and have Lucifron's army split for the time being? First couple hits.
Be better now, but yeah, Cura Siphon coming in now. Damage is being done, but the Sofas are shuffling back around.
Baltoon rebuilding that tower back to full health. Good job just deterring that push away yet again. But like I said, Lucifron, he's got other ideas. It's this castle age behind a push as well.
this, Boltune is starting to put up more and more of these cattle ranches. So scaling is coming in.
Oh, and he's going to hit the berries again. Saw where Lucifron was vulnerable earlier, but Lucifron has already been the proactive one, moving those Limitanite over to protect his berries. Looks like might have just ran out of sheep as well, but the Golden Horn Tower is on the way now for Lucifron.
Very good Castle Age timing here for Lucifron. Boltune shouldn't be too far away with the amount of cattle that he has, and a lot of cavalry means that Lucifron at the very least isn't going to be able to easily push out of his base with so many Sofa just running around his base there.
Yep, outpost dropped on that gold for Lucifron, trying to just protect up some of those initial resources. And Boltune circling the base, has a feeling, knows what's up, and is saving up for that Castle Age. So like you said, won't be too far behind it himself. This now begs the question, is the 5 cistern economy stronger than that full cattle boom economy with the Grand Filani?
This Castle Age now finished up. Upgrades are going to be coming in super quickly now for Lucifron with that bonus research speed on those cistern auras. And all the villagers at the moment out there on the berries. The entire military there as well. Veterancy already in on the longbows. That didn't take any time at all. Archers from Boltune probably need to fall back a little bit as well, as he is aging up behind this. And never forget, Malian upgrades come in super quickly. Lucifron already the first couple of cataphracts in queue means that he's going to have some extraordinarily tanky cavalry on the field soon as well.
Yep. It's crazy. Their overall population numbers basically dead even at this point, 75 to 74. So just neck and neck with these two civilizations. Like we had said, both have their own way of economic scaling. Boltune was able to pick up a few villagers, but that's really been the most of it in this game so far.
Some walls coming up behind this as well. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Lucifron to go for raids on the flanks. But to be fair, in this matchup, typically there's like one big engagement after the age-ups come in. And those kind of tend to decide the entire game, as we see the longbows starting to creep on 4. Boltune's waiting for a lot of upgrades to come in right now. We do already see imported armor, veterancy on the Sofa, veterancy on the archers coming in here behind this.
Very necessary upgrades to wait for. So key to not take that fight. I've seen it happen so many times where you're like, oh, my upgrade's almost through, and all of a sudden just, you know, 5-10 seconds of not having that upgrade is more than enough to snowball the fight out of control. However, Lucifron, his numbers have climbed. He has those cataphracts too with that strong front line. Able to pick a villager on the wood line.
First pit mine has gone down. Decisive now also starting to take down those mud huts, so Boltune at the moment struggling to stay not housed, needs to put up a whole bunch of houses, and now is going for a little bit of a push out of his base, has a lot of archers here. Is this going to be enough though? He needs to focus down those Limitani, else the Sofas are going to get sniped down very quickly. Plus 2 pierce damage just finished up for Lucifer, and now he's taking the fight.
It does look like Boltune's numbers are just falling a bit faster with the Limitane, with the good old stronger front line on Lucifron's side. It's hard for Boltune Sofa to get to a point where they can take this fight.
Yeah, and the Sofa just also struggling to take down the cataphracts here. There's also just a whole lot of pathing issues with the production buildings at the front side. Sofa's just 7 in the count, 9 more in queue. Behind this, Lucifron. Yeah, it just hasn't fallen at all.
Yeah, it just constantly stayed on that backside, sniping anything and everything. Lucifron did such a good job with those longbows, focusing out the archers over and over again. It was constantly target firing all of the archers on down, and then the Limitane don't have any sort of answer for them, except for, I guess, TC fire here.
Oh, a little overstay potentially.
Sofa,
right, reinforcements coming in as well behind this. Boltune, he just needs to push through. He needs to stick onto those longbows. He needs to take him down. Looks like he wants to take down the cataphracts first, though. They just take such a long time to get taken down. He doesn't have +2 pierce armor yet. So longbows are still doing a good amount of damage here to him. The cataphracts getting pulled back as well. He's losing the timing.
Woodline yet again is going to be at risk. Another villager falling. Villagers moving back from the berries as well to garrison inside the TC. It just does not look like Baltoon is going to be in this situation for long if more cataphracts come to that front line.
Does still have his entire gold operation working in the back there. Every now and then, villagers getting sniped. Granted, villagers not really your main priority as the Malians, but it is a difficult situation for him to be in for sure. Currently, max population of 65, as a lot of his houses have been torched down.
Yeah,
Production going down behind it.
Just climbing up to 82 population. Baltoon is having to go out of to some more vulnerable resources. He's over on just a random wood line on that northern side of the map, trying to be able to not be idled on out. And Lucifron, he's circling. He smells blood in the water.
Behind us, he's also managed to take up almost 3 of the relics. 2 are currently being carried back. Random villager just trying to get a little bit of that gold in. Baltoon is doing a great job of just still trying to look for potential value with a couple of sofa and potentially find some villagers there on the berries, as it looks like a couple of units have been clicked over there. Now the second those sofas get spotted out, Lucifron immediately starts diving deeper into the base from Baltoon. Baltoon needs to pay attention on multiple fronts at the same time. Unfortunately, does not find the opportunity to get a whole lot of villager kills here, as now his entire cattle economy is going to be at risk.
Yeah, and now more cataphracts are going to be able to defend the base of Lucifron. Meanwhile, Baltoon, he does have a ton of Sofa in queue, but will the Sofa be able to match the army that is in Lucifron's base? Even if all 8 of those Sofa pop out, I still feel like this is a fight that he wouldn't be able to take. Trading a little bit of economic damage, but Baltoon, he's losing the lifeline of Mali. It's those cows, it's that cattle economy.
Worst case, you can still eat from those cattle after they've been killed. It is a great food source for you, for sure. But as long as you haven't, dealt with this main army there, you're still at risk. Actually, Baltoon, though, taking a great fight there up against a couple of the longbows. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't lose his entire army. Cattle still mostly live. Emergency Wololo comes in inside the base from Lucifron. A lot of villagers have been idled out. Lucifron sees the back gold operation here from Baltoon. He did evacuate in time, I want to say, for the most part. A couple of straggler vills getting left behind there.
A huge mass of villagers moving over to that next gold, moving over to the next set of deer behind the walls, and Baltoon able to get a solid pickup on the boar as well. So with all of this economic rating, all of this back and forth here, Baltoon has been able to kind of equalize the villager number quite a bit, but has bigger problems as he's constantly been losing his base, losing the infrastructure.
We're seeing a couple more stables now coming up alongside this, another pit mine as well, as the housing infrastructure is still just getting non-stop interrupted here by Lucifron. A couple more sofas did go down. Baltoon still has a good mass of them up, but at the moment he's also struggling with archer count, as Lucifron is starting to reinvest into the Limitani count now. Sofas are diving deep yet again. Gonna find a good couple of kills here potentially. At the very least, just keep the Limitani mass down for a little bit longer.
No, he does find a good amount of villagers still hanging around, picks up the kill on the monk. Another cataphract gets taken out. Really good job by just causing Lucifron to react in his base and hopefully not find as much damage in the Mali economy.
Yeah, this actually is starting to look better and better here at the moment for Baltoon. Currently actually having the villager lead. Now, the cattle economy is still hemorrhaging, pretty down at the moment. But that is something that, in theory, you put like 20, 30 villagers on gold, you get the entire cattle economy back within just a couple of moments if you just put up a couple more mills again. But he still needs to deal with the enemy units inside of his base, and that's the real problem at the moment, as he cannot jumpstart his economy again as long as these units are still there. But there's just so much damage coming in inside of Lucifron's base. This is starting to become tougher and tougher for Lucifron as well. Villagers on the deer are getting found out as well. Lucifron could be getting choked out here now.
This is absolutely wild. Baltoon is turning this game completely upside down. Just sofa, and more sofa. And he's like, I'm fine with this base trade, even though you'd think without any of the cattle that he'd be struggling. But he's been able to move out onto these pocket resources and has not been found out, has not been idled out over there.
Yeah, not idled out at all. There's still just so many sofas and Q26 out on the field. And this game somehow looks like it just shifted completely on its head, as now Tuna is the one that is seemingly in control here. The entire economy from Lucifron is idled out right now. 29 idle villagers, 31 have been killed as well. And he just cannot get him out of his base.
Yeah, and Baltoon now is at the point where he has the military lead. He's had the economic lead for a little bit. Some return damage being attempted, but look at the sofa mass that is chasing now. There is no longer this huge army in his base that he has to deal with. He is cleaning this up and has an economic lead.
And now he can finally start eating from the cattle inside of his base, underneath the TC. There's just so much food for days there that Baltoon can now gather up from. Truly, right now, his economy is going to be looking a little bit insane, as we can see. Yeah, villagers just being rallied onto those cattle, and he's going to be happy feasting there for quite a while.
Yep, a few more villagers over on the boar are vulnerable. Lucifron, 40 villagers working as hard as they can. Baltoon up at 55, and military numbers back to even, although Lucifron's is all infantry, no cavalry at all.
Lucifron is trying his best in order to get the Limitani mass up again, but currently only 11 Limitani to 23 Sofa out on the field. That is not a position that you can really enjoy right now, as he's about to get dove on by the cataphracts and by the Sofas, and losing with Spearmen against Sofas just does not feel go. Emergency Wololo's coming in.
Yep, Baltoon having to turn back away. Yeah, ends up a lot of those Sofa were not full health. You can even see them now. So many of those Sofa, 10-20%. Still finding a little economic damage on the backside. More olive groves being dropped for Lucifron. Needs some food, needs to be able to continue to produce. But look at Baltoon's food economy, 1.5k per minute.
It's just looking really well right now, but with these choke points and with the Limitani there, Baltoon's still going to struggle, at least for a little bit here when it comes to ending this game outright. Look at this. This is the thing that I talked about. You can easily remass the cattle economy, as Baltoon just has 11 cattle back out on the field here, which sure he doesn't have inside of the ranches, but they're still going to be providing 20 food per minute here, courtesy of the Grand Falani Corral.
Yeah. So we'll just need the wood economy to be able to drop cattle ranches, but currently 0 on wood for Baltoon. It is just all food, all gold right now. You might be thinking that, honestly, playing a game like this, you just don't even know what type of economic position each other's in, because y'all both taken so much damage. It's just, it's hard to get that full knowledge and realization.
As long as you got your full cattle economy as the Malians, though, you gotta just be anticipating that you're doing something right. And this Lucifron, he got a good amount of olive groves back up and running, and he does have 3 relics inside of the Grand Winery. So the olive oil income is not looking bad at all for Lucifron. So this could still go both ways here, I want to say. This isn't determined now which way this game's going to go, but it's going to be an uphill battle for Lucifron currently.
Sofa just kind of circling, making sure Lucifron isn't able to move out of his base, and with an army that he has very immobile, it's hard for him to be able to do that anyways. Has to respect this massive Sofa army from Baltoon. Takes out an outpost, takes down a mill that didn't really have much use, but just continuing to slowly burn some infrastructure, and like I said, just put that chokehold on Lucifron.
He does have a good amount of villagers on wood, could soon be thinking about going back into archers again as well. I think he kind of needs to go up to like that 50-60 archer count if he wants to finally be able to push into the base here from Lucifron. Only Sofa against now this solid mixture of Limitani and Lombos. I don't think that's going to be the game-ending army composition here for Baltoon, though he is for sure going to be able to keep Lucifron inside of his base for quite a while. At the same time, Cataphract raid though.
Good return raid. A couple of those boar villagers did get found out. Not sure if the torches will be enough before the Limitane arrive. Quite close. And ends up just turning. He wants to take the fight.
Lucifron's outside of his choke point position. So this is probably one of the best engagements that Boltun can take here. And look at the mass of Limitani, just how quickly they're going down at the front side.
Yeah, frontline mass is just absolutely disappearing. Reinforcements, though, arriving. They're not too far away. Villagers are at risk now. Outpost finally fell. Another one getting built on up. But Boltun lost a huge amount of Sofa there. Still hasn't dealt with that cataphract. And numbers are looking scary now for him. Has to deal with yet another army mass that could be moving across the map now.
Yes, currently the game is starting to swing again, as now it's 50 to 20 military on the field. Army value also looking just a little bit better for Lucifron. Boltun is starting to re-add those cattle ranches, so will soon be getting a lot more food income in there as well. And is also starting to add the archers. The issue is just this timing right now. Boltun needs to go back with the Sofa. He needs to find raids. He needs to make sure that Lucifron has to stay inside of his base with the main army, and that is exactly what he's doing right now. Boltun is massing those Sofa up again, is going for the raids, but he's trying to build up the archer count.
Yeah, it needs that archer number to climb, and climb fast indeed. Just lost so much infrastructure early on. That's where a lot of the wood has to go to, you know, rebuilding those cattle ranches. It's just delaying that archer remass that he needs.
His front does spot out all of those cataphracts as they're moving towards his base, so we'll be pulling the army back. Behind the sacred sites are starting to get captured up for Lucifron as well. It's getting that additional bit of gold trickle in. So yeah, really need to be careful here. Cannot take a direct engagement at the moment. 75 military, like, this just all came out of nowhere. It's courtesy of having all of this olive oil income for Lucifron with all of those olive groves around the Grand Winery, the 3 relics inside of it as well. He's at 36 longbows at the moment with 10 more in queue.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely crazy thinking about the economic position of either side. Lucifron was at like 38 vills, and all of a sudden, you blink and his army count is just through the roof, and just there's no end in sight. It feels like multiple more batches of longbows, batches of land snakes in queue as well, and has that huge Limitane front line.
Archers now getting revealed for Lucifron, so he will know that Boltun is starting to add those in as well. So far, still being kind of dealt with here at the moment with the Limitani. The painted shield upgrade for the Byzantines, just such a key upgrade in this matchup now, meaning that those Limitani move at an insane 1.44 tiles per second. And the villagers in the woodline starting to get exposed. I'm not sure, maybe Lucifron can look over the woodline here. Cannot quite look in. But he must anticipate that this is where Boltun's currently gathering from. Army's getting shown.
Oh,
some villagers
a
actually getting
villager or
sniped.
two does get spotted out. Now Boltun has to shift that wood economy all the way over to the other side. So a little bit more of this idle time where he is needing to continue this production as the army's knocking on the doorstep, blacksmith being burnt. And instead, it's back to the cattle.
Just jumping inside the TC. Cattle, ranches starting to get burnt down yet again. Archers starting to step forward. Boltun's going for the engagement. There's still the potential for choke points here. Lucifron wants to take this fight next to the archer range. Makes it a bit tougher for the Sofas to wrap around. Fight's being taken.
Sofa trying to get that full wrap, but there's just so many
good
today. They haven't gotten all the way around.
This is good.
Getting closer and closer under the TC fire, though, and Archer's on the backside.
It's a shield wall.
This is a really, really good fight for Boltun to take, actually.
It's that shield wall ability. It massively reduces the attack speed of the Limitani. So they barely did any damage to the Sofa, and the Sofa just absolutely shredding the entire front line and back line from Lucifron as he loses his entire military in that one fight.
Yeah, Boltun, he lost a few cows again, but I think he is fine with that, seeing the outcome now.
Look out, Frag Raid at the same time. Lucifron just sending one back to the gold vein from Boltun, but he's got a big problem ahead of his base now. The Sofa Archer Mass is running forward.
Another set of Limtane closing the gap, but the archers are there. They're already ready to deal with that here. So Baltoon just really, really good positioning point yet again.
Getting taken. Archers doing a good job sniping down the Limitani there. Lombo's trying to go for the archers in the backside. Looking to be maybe enough cataphract here in order to tank up the front line. Yeah, Baltoon has to fall back. This is not the fight that you can continue pushing forward into. Needs to regroup with the rest of his army. Food income should explode in the second here for Baltoon. He just put so many villagers onto the cattle there.
And this has just been an absolutely crazy back and forth game. Feel like both of these players were in positions to just easily take the game, but neither one able to close it out. Just overstepping a little bit. Great defensive points from both of these players as well. And, you know, who is going to be the one to finally break through, to finally take that necessary engagement?
The amount of food income that Baltoon's about to have, he's going to be able to spam Sofas non-stop, but Lucifron now also with a very, very solid amount of food income, just continuously producing those Limitani. Lombo is, of course, just coming in passively. 600 olive oil per minute at the moment for Lucifron. He is definitely going to be able to crank those numbers up again, already back to 20. Baltoon, he needs more wood again. He's only got 3 villagers working on wood at the moment, so needs to find some more access to the wood lines.
Ah, there it is. Sent a few more on over. Looks like that's where his TC is queued on up. These Sofa, though, they're running through some vision points, so Lucifron has the knowledge of exactly where this Sofa raid's attempting to come from. And Army able to react and just be there and ready to deter that initial Sofa push. But another set is coming along for the other side, and this is the problem with that more immobile army.
I love how Lucifron just has so many outposts next to those farm villagers as well, so if there's a raid, he can definitely keep all of those villagers relatively safe there in the back of his base as well. Capture of the Sacred Site is getting denied. Baltoon hasn't gone for any of his own monks yet, but you can just look at his army now, and actually the army of both of these players just shooting up again in the overall military department that they like out on the field. Back to 75 for Lucifron. White getting taken. Accurate defense getting utilized as well. So far not actually able to kill too many villagers here. I want to say a couple, but at the same time, move on to the gold gets found out.
On the other side, Baltoon is just being relentless here with these raids. Does run into a limited name mass. And on the other side, a lot of villagers got low health on both of these raids, but just feel like there wasn't too much damage that Lucifron actually took, although it is not stopping yet.
Manganon placement coming in on a fortified outpost, but the fortified outpost is getting actively hemorrhaged there as well. Villagers now on the farm side do have to quarantine a little bit as the Sofa mass is starting to get a couple of pickups here and there. Villagers on the gold vein once again getting found out. More will go down.
And this is just the problem when you play against Mali and they get to this point where you don't have yourself fully walled in and they're just non-stop and queuing up with the Sofa. And yeah, you have the correct unit to deal with them, but you just can't deal with them fast enough with the mobility that they have as well.
It's just a pure mass. The Sofa is also just slightly faster than the Cataphract, so you always need to be chasing continuously. And eventually the Sofas will still be able to get away from you or maybe snag a couple of additional villager kills. Lucifron is starting to push forward yet again, though, with a couple of military units there as well. Pretty decent army, though, I gotta say. Back up to 33 longbows and 11 Landsknechte, but another great raid from Baltoon. Killing so many vills like over and over and over again.
There at that wood line. That is a hugely successful one. Like we were saying, it didn't feel like the first couple were too successful, and all of a sudden you blink, you look away once, or you try to move forward, and you just overstepped a bit. But Baltoon's army, not sure if he wants to take this fight without the rest of his Sofa here. Villagers having to turn around and run, and the Cataphracts just slowly poking away at some of those archers.
Painted shield upgrades just makes them so tanky. They have the same armor as the Sofa, but the longbows have more damage. So in theory, the backline is a little bit strong, but again, the raid again! So many villager kills! But Lucifron's at 100 military. He's inching back into the base from Baltoon here. This could genuinely be a position where you might want to go for Springles, though longbows with their additional range, they're actually a very good archer unit to snipe out Springolds. There's
Looks
just so
like
much
Lucifron
infantry.
dropped a second TC or is building one now.
Definitely
Can't
needs
quite
it.
push through.
Archers taking the fight at the front line. This feels tough though. The archers need to be so careful. The choke point there on the move back slows him down a good bit. And about to get
Sofa
taken
now
again.
stepping forward.
Shield wall makes him very slow on the attack again. Choke point. Ultude, it's working again. Or is it? The cataphract reinforcements are coming in.
There's still so
There's a
many
lot of
Sofa.
them.
The front line for Lucifron, it doesn't feel like it's here. This seems like another good fight, a good defense yet again for Baltimore.
It's coming in though.
Even if more and
There's
more
still so
archers
many
coming
Lumbos.
in, he needs more Sofa. There's so many in queue right now for Baltoon, and compared to Lucifron's queue, he just needs to hold this, just needs to stall enough.
There's just so many units. There's still almost 40 longbows against 30 archers. More coming in queue. TC also fully garrisoned. Sofa at the front line now is going to be able to tank up a couple of shots, but actually active micro from Lucifron onto the archers at the same time. Still raids going on inside of Lucifron's base, and he's getting pushed back. The archers with just that little bit more movement speed, then the longbow is going to be able to catch up as well.
Yeah, and the reinforcing Sofa just tanky enough. A few more cataphracts here arriving, though.
It's the last bunch of them that he has. Poison arrows, they do take a while to chip away at the cataphracts with their insanely high health pool.
But I mean,
Food
Baltoon,
come on
he
both
gave himself
sides.
time.
He gave himself time, but I'm like, this is the crazy part, right? Sure, the wood income for Lucifron is non-existent, but he doesn't need wood in order to make the Lombos. He just needs food for the Limitane. It barely costs any wood. He can now start rallying villagers over to wood again. The army count is still in favor for Lucifron. The army value still in favor for Lucifron. This is still such a tough position for Baltoon at the moment, even with the entire Malian cattle economy, while 30 villagers ahead, while having 20,000 more resource collect. This is crazy to say, but Lucifron's still in it.
Yeah, I feel like Baltoon just needs a couple more minutes to be able to hold, to be able to actually mass up and use that eco difference that he has, but he might not have a few more minutes. Lucifron wanting to go ahead and close out this game yet again, knocking on that doorstep. Baltoon stepping up with those poison archers. Cataphracts trying to make sure that Lucifron's longbows do not get touched, but here we go. Engagement is going.
Great kiting there from Baltoon. Makes sure he gets a lot of these volleys out while the longbows are a little bit too slow to connect to the front line. Cataphracts are getting sniped out. We're getting close to that 60 archer count, so the Cataphracts actually struggling to stay alive here. Now with the poison arrows as well, look at that. Just 2 of the Cataphracts dying to the poison damage there. Without the Cataphracts, these fights are tremendously better for Baltoon, as long as those are not part of the big picture. These are fights that he can potentially take. Tani once again taking the
closer and
fight.
closer to even yet again. Baltoon's queue is just so much healthier. 12, 13 archers in queue. He just is massing up so quickly. Sofa have gotten to the backside. They're on top of some of the longbows, and Lucifron's front line is just slowly getting diminished here as his reinforcements are
stepping up.
further away.
The longbow still so slow. Baltoon actively stepping up behind this, utilizing every single attack from Lucifron to get closer and closer to the longbow mass as the archers now actively sniping out the longbows here. Still a lot of military from him out on the field. Baltoon starting to slowly but surely creep ahead. Sure, the Byzantines mass an insane amount of units, but Baltoon not giving up yet. He's pushing in. And now, with superior military count, could this be the moment where he's actually starting to, like, really push Lucifron back into space? There's still a lot of outposts on the way, though.
I mean, look at the military numbers. It finally is at the point where Baltoon is going sky high. He has 60 archers out on the field. So yes, while the longbows are great, while they have that range, you've talked about the movement speed for Baltoon's archers should be able to slowly close the gap.
The issue is the Mangonel emplacements. Absent Baltoon, he's mostly just stuck with the archers at the moment. A little unfortunate wood line there, but Yeah, it's just mainly archers currently from Bolton. That's not a unit that can really take on Mangonel Emplacement Outpost. Lucifron, with that second TC, is starting to catch up a little bit in the villager department as well. Villagers on the pit mine have been found out.
Pulling the shivs out for that one limited, and this is now at the point, though, that Bolton is knocking on the doorstep of Lucifron's base. Is he going to actually have enough here? Cataphract numbers starting to look healthier again.
Still a lot of them alive. 19 villagers in gold. Lucifron at over 1,000 gold per minute. Does have enough in order to properly mass them up. The issue is the longbows. They do a lot of damage, or a decent amount of damage to the sofa. But the archers have to really rely on the bleed damage that's ticking against the cataphract, and that takes a while to mass up.
A couple of those cataphracts are falling. Fight being taken in front of that sacred site. Lucifron has had triple sacred site now for a minute or so, so does have a win condition ticking, and more importantly, extra income that he needs.
That additional gold trickle, since most of the relics he does have inside the Grand Winery, that can still be very helpful for him. Bolton did just make a monk as well, or an imam. We'll be able to start contesting those sacred sites and possibly get them for himself as well. Cataphracts going for the charge through into the army from Bolton. Bolton continues kiting back. Great kiting here from him. Able to take down the cataphracts, but Lucifron just being so relentless. There's still so many cataphracts coming in time after time after time. And the longbow mass just doesn't really seem to be shrinking.
Yeah, it feels like the longbow mass has stayed at that 37-ish number for quite a while, back up to 40 again. And Bolton, he has a nice healthy queue. It's just not here. It's just not all ready up front and forward here. Trying to take that bottom sacred site now himself.
It's also just so risky. You can't really warrant to go for an Imperial Age play here, as both players just continuously massing up those units. Maybe at some point Siege could be a little tool here that could flip the script a little bit, since Lucifron at least has been utilizing the Mangonel placement, but now keep coming in. Bolton sees it, but not in time. Might be able to take down like 2-3 villagers, but the keep is certainly going to be going up. Cataphracts also coming in to support.
Yeah, a few more sofa arrive, but like you said, the keep will definitely go up. Not too big of a deal. And Lucifron even micros back the villagers. I think he only ends up losing one here and secures himself an 8k. So this kind of puts pressure on Bolton to secure that other 8k on the northern side of the map.
Yeah, Lucifron really needed that gold vein here. He's down now to 200 and something gold per minute, mostly just from the sacred side. So making cataphracts at this point a little bit rougher for him, not as easy to do, but he still has very great numbers from the cataphracts out on the field, 13 to 20 so far. Still a position to definitely take fights if he needs to.
Cistern being burnt on down. Bolton trying to make that water level lower just a little bit, which is one of the things that gold over there that Lucifron just grabbed will not be under that influence of cisterns.
Army economy from Lucifron just still being so great behind this. Army from the cataphracts and the longbows stepping up yet again for Lucifron. Bolton now up to 80 archers, and he's starting to stockpile resources, Dapson. He might want to go for that age up sooner rather than later after all. We'll definitely be able to get some great upgrades from it. Lucifron, I'm not sure. I don't think he's too far away from his own age up after this. Like, as soon as Bolton ages up, I think Lucifron can follow relatively quickly now that he's got control over the 8k.
Yeah, Lucifron's only problem is that gold, like you just mentioned. He does have that 8k, needs a ton of villagers over there, but the problem is if he starts going for Imp, that means the cataphract number cannot be as healthy, and Fort of the Huntress is on the way. It is securing that 8k on the other side, like we mentioned.
Typically, you want to have the Fort of the Huntress somewhere in the middle of the map, just to be able to utilize that vision, or rather the stealth mechanic on your infantry. But being able to secure an 8k with it, definitely still a nice trade out.
Oh,
Archers though, Archers! The charge! The charge!
He's not
Bolton! Oh my god, that is just tremendous damage being done there. In an instant, 30 Archers lose their life. Bolton needs to run. Just needs to straight up run. Imperial Age upgrades coming in now, elite upgrades on their way, but he needs time. These do not come in as quickly as the veterancy upgrades for the Malians. They are not as cheap as the veterancy upgrade for the Malians. There's no discount on them. Villagers need to rethink their pathing. They need to rethink their choices in life as they gotta run from the cataphracts. Upgrades are still on their way. Altin, he cannot take a fight right now. He needs to wait. He needs to bide his time. And Lucifron, getting close to his own age up, needs less than half a minute now to have the resources.
That timing for Baltoon, just to look away from those archers was so unfortunate. The cataphracts from Lucifron just absolutely ran through that archer mass.
Oh yeah, they did, and now we're up to 70 longbows against 60 archers. Upgrades about to be coming in though, at least for the sofas. We're also getting the bonus damage on the archers, where they will finally be able to start doing some damage up against the cataphracts. Definitely something that they've been looking forward to. Now for an engineering company, 18 villagers working on that. Baltoon, he doesn't have a lot of time here to go for a meaningful fight with an upgrade advantage.
Half the archers attacking that outpost. So frustrating to deal with that A move at times. Still, archers attacking the outpost still and not getting that full damage. Sofa just got deleted on the front side. And the archers, yeah, they're there. Yeah, they got some damage, but they don't have a front line to help anymore.
Able to at least do some good damage to some cataphracts there, but did lose a lot of the Sofa. Now he needs to start looking for raids again with the Sofas. Just gotta go for mass Sofas and look around for these raids. At the moment, it's only palisade walls, no stone walls. Does, of course, still have the superior mobility. There's also the upgrade for the Sofa that speeds up the archers as well. So Bolton, in theory, could utilize that to still continue and look for some eco damage. It's insane how Lucifron has been able to keep up with the economy now and catch back up. Oh, there's gonna be another charge coming in, and there it is!
Oh!
It's on top of all the archers.
They're basically gone now. If he turns and kites, the longbows get enough time to continue to kite as well. But Sofa reinforcements deterring them for enough.
Oh, elite upgrades on the cataphracts, elite upgrades on the longbows, all coming in at the same time. The longbows already have the ability to utilize the volley ability to massively increase their attack speed for a while. Baltoon needs to fall back again. Cataphracts now elited up. Upgrade still taking a little bit.
Oh, a keep drop to stop the gold gathering, or at least make it to where those villagers have to be very delicate where they're gathering that gold from.
And this, Lucifron still having those 3 sacred sites. There is a monk out on the field from Baltoon. Could be looking to decamp one of those sacred sites. Maybe just keep an archer on one of them. So Fast starting to climb again. Also seeing a trebuchet come in. Lucifron wants to start traveling down the keep that's annoying him on the gold vein. Baltoon doing a good job with that. Just being able to snipe down a couple of villagers. An outpost coming in as well to try and further take down some of the villagers there, but the trebuchet is definitely going to be able to stop that.
Trebuchet pops out, should be able to, just like you said, take down that outpost pretty quick.
In construction, just one shot gonna be enough. Right in the middle.
Another engagement happening.
Sofas just aren't strong enough. They can't stand a fight against the cataphract. Charge coming in again. Timely movement though with the archers. A lot of the cataphracts really low health. And actually, this could be a good timing now. Some Sofa on the back line. Longbows distracted.
Yeah, the poison damage is slowly ticking away at some of those cataphracts' health. Sofa have been able to close the gap, getting closer and closer to that longbow mass that is just so desperately needed to be thinned out if you're Baltoon. Cataphracts do trample on through, try to get to that backside, but they're all so low, they're basically dead at this point. Sofa still continuing to move on forward. Poison Archers still continuing to step forward, and Baltoon now equalizing these military numbers yet again.
No incendiaries yet for Lucifron. He's spending all of his gold on the cataphract, so he just cannot afford that. Without that upgrade, the longbows, they aren't at their full potential yet. No silk type bowstrings as well, so no additional range at the moment for them either. Baltoon now is starting to get in a bit of a better position. still able to pump out those Sofa non-stop. I think he also sent in some Sofa to snipe out the Trebuchet, or at least do some... Yeah, he's sniping out the Trebuchets right now.
And probably
So
just,
Keith's
yeah, I
gonna
was going to
stay
say,
alive.
move on to the gold villagers, deny gold at least for a little bit of time. Lucifron, 86 gold in the bank. Yeah, he has some gold income, but that is being denied right now other than the sacred site income.
Now the bonus movement speed on the archers in as well. They're going to be able to move a lot quicker. And you can tell the longbows, they're kind of struggling to keep up with the army formation now. The archers just so quickly move to the backside there from Boltun.
Move to the backside, snipe out those forward cataphracts, and those cataphracts, they're the gold unit. They're that high-cost unit that is harder and harder to continually make reinforcements from. The olive oil hadn't been a problem. There's been plenty of that income at this point with the Olive Grove expansion in the backside, but gold is the struggle here for Lucifron.
Yeah, Lucifron, he's got all the armor upgrades in, or most of them actually. He doesn't have the +2 Pierce armor upgrade. And a nice little wall there from Boltun, actually completely demoralizing, I want to say, Lucifron's villagers. They want to build a mining camp there, and they see the wall and they're like, now I don't want it anymore. And they just stop. They just stand still. That goes to the wood line.
Go to the wood line instead. Yeah, they were totally demoralized, like you said. And Boltun still pushing forward on this front side, still continually trying to get Lucifron out on that back foot, wants to get some eco damage on in, and gold is where he is doing it.
And just continuously massing up those Sofa, just non-stop throughout this entirety of the game, ever since Feudal Age, non-stop Sofa production. And starting to wear on Lucifron. You cannot keep up with the cataphract production behind this. Mind you, it's also a little bit deceptive. The Malians, they don't get incendiary arrows. They get a normal upgrade on the archers that does +2 damage for them. So you don't really see when that upgrade comes in. You just gotta click on them, and then you can tell, okay, these guys actually do as much damage as archers with incendiary arrows. That's the reason why the cataphracts just
now you
fall
can see
incredibly quickly.
And Lucifron struggling to reinforce now. Only one cataphract in queue, only 2 out on the field, and those are about to be gone at this point. Boltun is taking over this game. Is this finally the push that he needs to end it? Still denying gold, still forcing Lucifron back.
Lucifron selling 100 wood for just 10 gold at the moment. The prices, there's a market crash, and he's not getting his value's worth of gold from the wood that he's getting rid of.
Outpost on the sacred site finally denied, and this will allow Boltun's army to group all together here.
And there
it is. Game number 1. That is right. Game number 1 gets taken by Boltun in 53 minutes.
1 hour in. This first game today turned out to be a little bit of a longer one. What a slugfest, back and forth. We've been calling it time and time again in this one that, oh, now Lucifron's in the lead, now Boltun's in the lead. This is looking good for Lucifron again. Oh, Boltun's got a chance. And in the end, the Malian economy looks to be good enough, though it was an incredibly close one. Looking at the total resources gathered, this is just insane how close this was towards the end.
Yeah, that close, even considering 116 eco kills from Boltun over on the side of Byzantines, but Lucifron just able to take some really good fights at times. It felt like there was a 10-minute point where they were just trading economies, both diving each other's TCs, and we were like, who's going to come out ahead?
Oh, yeah, this was an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one here at the end of the day. The Malians, man, like Sofas, it was very interesting because all of these, all the units that they've been making nonstop, they were all pretty much unique units. You got like the Malian archers, the longbows, cataphracts, and Sofas. So having these variants of these units fighting off against each other, it is so difficult sometimes to just judge the value of your trades that you are taking. So it makes it very difficult. Definitely feel the level that these players are operating at. Now next up, it's going to be a map that is also known for some longer games here, as we're going to be moving over to Hillendale. We're going to be watching the Ayubids up against the House of Lancaster.
Yeah, Hill and Dale, a classic map that's been around for a while. It's there was a time where I felt like it was dropped out of the map pool and dropped out of the tournament scene for quite a bit, but it is back in action, and like you said, does have the potential for some longer games.
Definitely does. At the same time, it's also one of those maps where there's a lot more potential to choke out an opponent of resources, as on the main hill that you're on Hill and Dale, you only have a single gold vein. After that, you've got to move out, and if you're able to take map control, if you're able to deny that move out, your opponent's going to be stuck on units that don't cost gold.
And now we're seeing some of this trading back and forth from the game prior. That was quite the wild one for the first game to start the day, just showing you what this tournament will live up to. You know, all of these players, they all want to be going to London here. They all want to be qualifying for this Red Bull event, but there's a long path ahead.
Yeah, and there's a pretty steep waiting list if you want to like make it to the main event. Players, they really have to bring their A game here if they want to get that spot in order to qualify for the main event. It's definitely a highly contested spot here, because remember, we got 16 players this weekend, and only one of them is gonna make it to the main event. And it's a fairly interesting, I want to say, like system that we've got here, because of course if a player makes it to the main event, they don't really they don't need to qualify anymore. So if a player makes it to the main event, there is another spot opening up for another player that was almost qualified for the Road to Wololo. So they're going to step up behind that. And then we're going to still have 16 players, but like potential for another player that didn't even qualify initially to still have a chance to make it to the Red Bull Londinium.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of big excitement, a lot of pressure on the line here, and that's where game number one, I don't think many people many of these Twitch viewers would have expected it, but Baltoon is the one leading 1-0.
Yeah, Bolton looking good here after that initial game number one. The team gamer showing up with his skills in the 1v1 bracket now. Next up, Ayubits versus House of Lancaster. Our timer is ticking 0, and we're gonna be jumping on into our game number 2 any second now. And here we go. Game number 2. We're moving over to Hill and Dale as we're watching Lucifron in the color red playing as the Ayubits, facing off against Boltoon in the color blue, playing as the House of Lancaster. House of Wisdom coming up for Lucifron, and we'll be sure to see, most likely I want to say logistics, but on a map like this, there's opportunity to also go for an economic win growth, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, logistics has, I felt like, been like the wing in favor here for quite some time, especially if you're playing against a Civ that might have a little bit of early aggression to you. It just feels like it gives you that breathing room to be able to get up to castle without taking too much damage. But this map, sometimes you could just drop some walls, and that will give you your time to get up to castle at a nice point. Like you had said earlier, though, you don't want to choke yourself out of all the resources on the map, though.
Yeah, something to keep in mind as well is that House of Lancaster, this is a very unique and niche thing, I want to say. If they don't have access to gold, they can't make horsemen. Their horsemen cost gold. It's so weird. It is so weird. Like, you're lacking one of your pillars, I want to say, in a goldless army with horsemen, spearmen, and archers. And if you don't have gold, you can only make spearmen and archers.
Yeah, definitely a huge feels bad. Isn't something that other civs are used to having to deal with there, but House of Lancaster's a little bit different. We're seeing Abbey of the Kings on the way, though.
Abbey of Kings, so those feared Lords of Lancaster are going to be hitting the field relatively soon, and just one of those units, right, where the unit itself isn't too threatening, right? Like 2 armor, relatively high base damage, but low attack speed. The main thing that makes them so threatening is their high health pool and the fact that they have got an aura which also increases the health pool of other units nearby by 5%, stacking up to 20% with 4 of the Lords. So getting 20% more health on your units, on your entire army, dramatically increases the time to kill for every single one of your units. So House of Lancaster are like the best civilization when it comes to spamming a ton of units and just overrunning your opponent.
Yeah, and it gets so hard in fights too, where it's like, do I focus down that tanky lord like you said, or do I just try to kill some of the units that I'm supposed to be attacking? It's, you want to get those lords dead to deter that 5% health bonus that they each provide, but sometimes it's much easier said than done there.
And it is indeed going to be that logistics wing coming in for Lucifron, so of course you gotta respect that healing is king at the moment in Feudal Age, in the Age of Empires 4 meta. Just having access to healing means that you do potentially have that infinite army value if you're able to keep your units alive. And who best to keep their units alive than a micro beast like Lucifron?
Yeah, you know, in lower elos, the healing doesn't prove to be too crazy. In higher elos, it sometimes can just feel unstoppable. These players so good at pulling back units. They get to 10% health. You blink, they're back up to 100 and back in the action. But ages up now, or first age up finishing now for Baltoon. Lucifron a few seconds behind. And the first manor already being dropped next to that deer and on the wood line.
Yeah, very good positioning. Gets the wood, gets the sheep, gets the deer in as well. That's going to be a ton of income here for Baltoon. He doesn't have to add in another manor for quite a while. Stable now also coming in for Lucifron, so we'll be able to put in some Desert Raiders as well. Desert Raiders work quite well with the healing up against the Lords of Lancaster. 5 melee armor.
Yeah, those Desert Raiders are just so annoying and frustrating to deal with. Just their mobility, just having multiple different ways to attack and run on around, but now we're seeing those Cambulances go ahead and move out on the map, going ahead and trying to act like a pseudo scout over here.
There's the first Lord of Lancaster. Just, you know, he's got 2 legs. Camel's got 4 legs. Theoretically, should they be moving at twice the speed? Gotta buff Ferocious, man.
You don't give the devs too many ideas over here. Second Lord out and on its way. Scouts behind this from Lucifron. He sees the second Lord now. Cambulances say, all right, we can run on away. We can heal ourselves on our way back home.
Now, Baltoon, he also has the ability to heal up his units, though it is only outside of combat. Desert Raider now just, you know, being annoying. Baltoon knows, okay, I can't really fight this right now. I need to run. If I fight, he's just gonna run and heal up again. But he is messing up the Hobbler, so he's kind of like baiting Lucifron over. He's like, come on, you wanna dive further into my base, surely, right? And then the second he dives into deep, the Hobblers are getting revealed. And now, with the bonus damage that the Hobblers have up against the Desert Raider, that's something that Lucifron cannot fight.
Yep, few Hobblars do their job at deterring that initial Desert Raider away, and it was just one single Desert Raider made from Lucifron proved to cause enough of a reaction from Baltoon, enough of a delay, and Lucifron about to be able to click up here after the next drop off of villagers from gold.
Yeah, the early income that you get from those berries, and without the need to invest into a manor or anything like that, means that it's going to be an incredibly quick follow-up now to the age up, as Industry Wing is getting clicked 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. This age-up timing, kind of similar to something that an Order of the Dragon or an HRE would be going for. Nice body block. Villager almost potentially going down, meeting its maker there, but does manage to finally squeeze past that scout. Makes it out alive. Still going to be 1.5 minutes left, though, until that Industry Wing does finalize.
And villagers on the front side. Barry's about to need to be pulled back and get under that TC to start gathering some sheep potentially. No gold being gathered from Lucifron. Wondering if he plans to just drop a market and sell off some of that stone once the Industry Wing does finish.
Typically one of the main reactions that we do see, but against this many Hobblers, like Baltoon, he's waiting for his +1 Pierce armor to finish up as well. Not sure if he yeah, he did definitely see the age up. Definitely saw that Lucifron is going for the age up behind us. He had a scout over there a while ago. Now he's just waiting for the +1 armor to finish, and there it is. +1 armor finishes now. Hobblers now with 4 armor, just gonna be diving in.
One villager gets taken out. Woodline villagers now going to be the next focus. Not enough room in that TC. The Lords just providing that health bonus, being tanky, swinging at some of those villagers on the woodline. How much damage is Lucifron going to end up taking from this? Villagers pull out their shivs on the woodline, might do a little bit of jump in and out to allow some of the lower health villagers to get inside, and that's exactly what he does. But Baltoon, he is being relentless. He wants to do as much damage as possible with this all-in timing.
For ranged armor, it's just so much to have here in the Feudal Age. The unit's just not really falling at all. There's just so many Hobblers now chasing after the Desert Raider as well. They're going to be able to catch up to that one and take him down. Age Up is now in for Lucifron, but what can he make? He has no gold. He has no food. He's making a Feudal Age Horseman, and that has to be the fastest game that we're going to see today as GG comes in 8.5 minutes in. Lucifron getting caught completely off guard by the House of Lancaster from Baltoon.
Absolutely perfect timing from Baltoon. He didn't overstep. He was patient. He saw the age up coming in, and sometimes, you know, you feel like you need to all in then, but instead he waited for the ranged armor and then knew, okay, now is the time. Fully idled out all of Lucifron's economy. What a great timing there from Baltoon.
There was just no real way to defend up against that, right? Like, having that 4 ranged armor, having the additional 10% bonus health. I also like that Baltoon didn't overinvest into a lot of Lancaster. He understood that the main bread and butter there is going to be the Hobblers. 2 Lords of Lancaster, he felt like was enough in order to just keep them alive, or tanky enough here. Did reproduce another one here at the end of it, but to be fair, like, it was just the 2. The main bread and butter was just this pure Hobbler mass with the 4 ranged armor.
Yeah, I mean, Lucifron at this point, too, so greedy, only has 1 single production building, doesn't have a market to try to trade off any resources, and then, you know, couldn't drop anything else because there's so much military in his base during this timing that is so crucial for him. And, I mean, just what a solid game plan by Baltoon in this game number 2.
House of Lancaster does what House of Lancaster does do best, and next up we're going to be moving over to Front Range, where we'll be witnessing 2 of the new civilizations that have come in the latest DLC. We'll be seeing the Golden Horde as well as the Macedonian Dynasty battling it out on Front Range.
Yeah, Sengoku sniped yet again, but in the meantime we're gonna give you some updates on the bracket, and the big update we see is how quick Vortex's first series was as he 3-0s Mayomeka and is waiting for Anatan versus Valdemar.
Yeah, that said, at the moment, I do believe Anatan is currently leading 2-0 up against Valdemar. So at the moment, Anatan leading in that set. Still, of course, end up anniversary. Potentially all of these options are still on the table. Marine vs. Gully Tackle, we don't have a lot of updates on the other sets yet, but it does kind of give us a glimpse as what is to come. I do believe that we're holding back Demu vs. Kiljadi, as that is going to be the next set that we'll be casting after this one.
Yeah, Puppy versus Scatterbrained, I hear, is tied 1-1 after the first couple games over there, so might be shocking some people over there.
Are you noticing something that I'm seeing as well? Just taking a look at Corvinus, Whams, and Valdemar's headshots, mugshots there. They all look kind of familiar.
There might be more than one Marine Lord, all right?
We've got so many twins in Age of Empires 4. It's crazy. It's not just the Canadians.
Yeah. Oh, well, the top side of the bracket is waiting to start after the bottom first matches finish as well. But that is one where, you know, we're seeing some exciting updates, not just those quick 3-0s, although there was that one from Vortex who is, you know, known as that very, very much of a timing all-in player. So not too surprised to see his series be done the first one.
All right, Macedonians up against the Golden Horde on Front Range. Front Range is an interesting map, I gotta say. Like, it's very dynamic of a map because You start with relatively little gold inside of your base. There are no additional... I think there's like 3 additional sheep per player on the map, so you're not going to be standing or like sitting inside of your base forever. You got to move out at some point. And both of these two civilizations have some interesting legs to stand on when it comes to securing resources out on the map. The Macedonians, for example, of course, do have that special golden horn tower. Compared to the normal Byzantines, it's not just producing units, it's producing units and it's a mini red palace. It shoots 32 damage projectiles. It's, yeah, pretty good, pretty good. And it produces, units for free every now and then. You know, House of Lancaster, they called and they said, man, look at our white tower. Why can't we have a golden horn tower like that? Making units and doing like red palace level damage, that's pretty insane. Golden Horde on the other hand side, they get the fortified outpost, which also is pretty strong in its own right, I want to say, at least when it comes to protecting multiple pocket economies.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where I feel like there's so many different unique upgrades too that we might be able to see this game. There's, some of these different game plans here as well. My question is I've seen it happen on this map a few times with the boars being all central. Do you think there's going to be any early boar shenanigans and some of the crazy hecticness that we've seen on this map here before?
I think so. I think the boar play just makes absolute sense. The boar's been buffed a couple patches ago, 2,400 food rather than 2,200, which previously used to be just 2,000 food in it. They touch the boar time and time again to make sure that it's going to be a point on the map that is worth contesting. And especially on a map with relatively few food resources, you just gotta go for it. It's so worthwhile. So that's probably something that we might even see in the early game. Granted, Golden Horde doesn't have that many villagers to send out immediately. We'll find out exactly what the game plan here is from these players as we're just about to jump into our game number 3. Potential match point now for Baltoon. And here we go. Game number 3. We got Lucifron in the color red, playing as the Golden Horde, his opponent, none other than Baltoon, playing as the Macedonian dynasty in the color yellow. Only one villager inside of a space, that tells us just one thing. The villagers, they gotta be going somewhere else, and that they are. There's a lot of villagers moving out in order to take that boar off the map.
Yep, so we were wondering if there was going to be any early boar play, and sure enough, there is one here coming from Baltoon. Lucifron, though, he's got 5 villagers on food still. He has not made that move out of his base yet at all.
It's just going to be going for that early golden 10, the House of Wisdom, so to say, of the Golden Horde, their age-up building. Doesn't mean that he's going to be also be able to produce the Batu Khan from it eventually. I like what he's doing here with the initial Gur. He's sending a sheep out next to it as well. That way, even if he finishes up with the gold gathering a little bit too early without having the food to age up immediately, he can just send the villagers over to the sheep and doesn't need to send them all the way back to the TC to switch over to food.
Yeah, it's just all these little things you can do all add up so much over the course of a game and can really just give yourself a leg up over your opponent. But Baltoon, he has that nice food income from the boar coming in now that he has finished it on up, killed it, and starting to drop off. So we're about to see that food income for Baltoon start to skyrocket a bit.
There it is, first drop-off coming in hot behind this. Baltoon also now with 4 villagers on gold. You gotta put a couple of extra villagers on gold when you go for that survival techniques upgrade. That's just so worthwhile to have. And Macedonian Dynasty, they're kind of incentivized to gather up a lot of gold anyways, as that is their major way of turning gold into silver, which they will need for their blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, and fortunately enough, we do have that silver ticker over on the overlay. So, big shout out there as things have come a long way as far as these overlays go, especially with the unique civilizations.
There it is, age-ups coming in from both players. So Khan and Togut upgrade coming in for Lucifron and the Imperial Hippodrome now for Baltoon. It'll take a while for the Golden Horde to age up, but overall, age up time-wise, this is pretty good from Lucifron now. Pretty good timing there.
Yeah, not too far behind the Macedonian Baltoon, although, you know, we have seen Golden Horde quite sometimes with their delayed age up timing be, you know, much further behind than this. So solid from Lucifron here. Big question is, you know, what is going to be those first big production buildings drop from either player?
From just such a good landmark at the moment to have. I kind of feel like we're barely seeing the other landmark, like the Grand Winery from Macedonian Dynasty. 60% was, no, 30% additional food gathering, gather speed around it is pretty nice. But it's only like in a very small radius, and especially on a map like this, even on normal maps, it just runs out so quickly, and then it takes a while for it to pay off again. Meanwhile, those free units that you get from the Imperial Hippodrome just have so much strength attached to it that it just feels wrong in many situations to go for the Grand Winery.
Yep. And look at Lucifron with his scouts. Slowly, you know, deer pushing a little bit harder, but still a thing that you can do. So slowly trying to get those deer pushed into that gur next to the gold.
One by
nice,
one, and ooh. Getting the Varangian stronghold.
Yeah, and a forward barracks from Lucifron too as well. So both of these players ready to just jump right into action here once Feudal Age is finished now.
Yeah. Immediately upon age up, we're getting a mixture of horsemen and the spearmen in from the Macedonians. Lucifron, just with the spearmen, of course, is going to batch produce. With the batch production, you get them out. I mean, as pairs of two, of course, you also pay double the price. Means you're a little bit less flexible when it comes to going for mixed army composition, at least early on.
Yeah, it's just like you said, costs a little bit more, so you're putting more of this investment into each one. Harder to split units and constant produce out of multiple buildings, but Baltoon is doing exactly that. Outpost dropped on the board as well, so really focusing on reinforcing this food location. Knows how important it is for himself right now.
Yeah. Sean, paying Bolton Space a visit, just checking out what's going on there. Doesn't find any villagers on gold yet, though. Where's Bolton? He's not really actively gathering gold at all at the moment, which is fairly interesting. Means that he's also, you know, not going to be getting that much silver at the moment. He just gathered up enough in order to be able to upgrade the Varangian stronghold with the arrow slits emplacement. But for that, he also needs 100 gold, so he's going to have to go for that. Or is getting aggroed and pulled away. Looks like Lucifron wants to get that boar in as well, as he's just put up the fortified outpost there. Theory Baltoon could just kill the boar in the stealth forest if he tanks up with the Hippodrome Scout.
That's what I was thinking as well. Just be able to fully deny this boar, but instead he's just saying, hey, delay is good enough for himself now. Doesn't want to take too much damage. And yet
Boar's
again,
getting dragged back. Yeah, Lucifron is going to be able to secure the boar now next to his outpost. Outpost not placed too well, though. In theory, this is something that Tuna could counter outpost drop. This initial fight is going pretty well here for Lucifron, able to take down one of the horsemen. Baltoon just going for the mass Edgar Mother at the moment. He didn't even have them hardened up yet. That upgrade is only just now coming in.
Yeah, so definitely a fight he couldn't take.
Oh, he's switching up. I think Baltoon wants to long-term go for the Varangians now.
Yeah, he is making... Oh! Yep, making the Varangian swap. Villagers on gold need to be pulled back.
That's at least
one
one
will end up falling here.
Maybe two.
Second one potentially as well. Attempted body block from Baltoon, but just barely not able to do so. Great pickup there from Lucifron without much damage taken.
Pretty big loss there for Baltoon, losing out on 2 of his villagers. Lucifron now 3 villagers ahead. Seeing a mixture of archers coming in now as well, so not just Varangians. This is one of the biggest issues, though, that Macedonians have. It is when you go for mixed army composition, you are struggling hard when it comes to getting all the blacksmith upgrades in for your units. He's switching over to mass gold now, though. Okay, it looks like maybe these couple of archers could be just a distraction. And long-term, his plan is still to be going for the mass ranging guards. Upgrades coming in now on the Varangian strongholds for the arrow slits.
Right. Now, both of these players just kind of been posturing into mid-map for quite some time now. Baltoon, I'm wondering how much is left inside of that boar that he went on early on, since he's been gathering from it for so long.
Shouldn't be too much left in there at this point, so we'll eventually have to pull back from that point on the map. Just keeping his spearman next to his gold at the moment. Both players just continuously massing units at the moment. Lucifron on that double Uvu. Both players also have the point of interest outpost next to each other's base, so if any of these players decides to move out to the stealth forest part of the map, they're gonna know.
Yep. They'll have that important information. Lucifron, though, he might be able to get a few more picks on this gold, but no, Baltoon had perfect reaction time, and they're doing a decent job of keeping track of each other's army. You know, one of the most important things to do in the game is constantly just know where your opponent's army's at and make sure you're positioned in the correct way to be able to react to that, and exactly what he needs to do yet again.
Yeah, Baltoon looks like he might be looking for a potential age-up on his side. This could be dangerous, though. Lucifron is not looking for the age-up at all. Outpost, I mean, he's got... I feel like maybe Baltoon actually needs to reinvest now into Varangian guards. This is starting to get a little bit dicey. The Varangians actually trade super well up against the Torguds because they go up to 6 melee armor. And Torguds go up to like 11 damage, so you barely take any damage from the Torgud, but you do a good amount of damage to yourself.
And
there
sure
it is.
enough,
Yeah, he's
he does,
reinvesting.
yeah.
He realizes that he can't just read up to the next age. He actually needs to make units.
Yep. So 4 Varangian guards in Q, 6 now in queue.
He's getting the blacksmith upgrade as well. He just got the Hippodrome Champion, which is just a unit that does not exist on this plane of existence. It's transcended, Davson. It's an Imperial Age unit in Feudal Age.
Well, that will do some good in helping try to defend this push that is seeming sure to be imminent here, but Lucifron actually deciding to pull back a little bit. Maybe at least knows that, hey, he forced a reaction over from Baltoon's side, and will he try to go up to castle himself?
So Baltoon's aging up now. Secures his gold and the berries with the Golden Horn Tower, and potentially also, like, indirectly, the deer and the berries in the back of his base as well. Lucifron isn't too far from his own age up. He just pulled an additional 7 villagers over to gold, so yeah, it looks like Lucifron wants to follow this up with his own age up behind it all. Now, Baltoon pulled all of his gold villagers for it, so the second he gets the age up in, he actually doesn't have gold or resources to make units.
And Castle Age has finished for him. Like you said, though, nothing too scary in queue immediately. Will deter that initial attempt to, you know, you can't dive that Golden Horn Tower for Macedonians, but the big thing here now, Baltoon might have a timing push. Golden Horde, it takes a little bit to age up here, so might be able to time something over here with some upgrades or with a couple units that he has.
Yeah, still some difficulty when it comes to, you know, just leaving your base, or rather you're leaving your base with your units. Does have vision over where the military is at the moment, so it's just going to pull over towards this deer. Wants to make sure that these are going to be protected. Scout actively looking for where that military mass from Lucifron is. So is actively paying attention to that. Very, very important. It's a lot of Torguds, but yeah, this fight is not something that Lucifron should take right now. That means that the army from Baltoon is going to be forced to stay inside of his base.
Ooh, Scout getting taken down. Baltoon will no longer have that knowledge and information. It's going to be so much harder to track where Lucifron is moving out and around too.
Yasak still gonna take a little bit longer to come in with that blow, though. I think, in theory, this shouldn't be that good of an age-up up against the Macedonians, because Baltin at the moment, he doesn't even have a single ranged armor upgrade, so probably just gonna be sticking to melee units here for the foreseeable future. Range damage upgrade, I mean.
And Baltin does have a crossbow in queue, a single, couple crossbows, there we go.
Just a batch, yeah, just a batch production from the Golden Horn Tower. Oh, a single Torgut idling out the food economy there. Cheeky.
Some body blocking shouldn't allow this villager to go down.
It's eventually just gonna reach the Golden Horn Tower.
Baltin securing up the point of interest on his side, so if he does decide to move out to that stealth forest now, Lucifron won't immediately have that information. Speaking of Lucifron, Age Up has just now finished.
And Torgut is getting taken down now as well. A couple of Radari taking care of that.
Yeah, pretty solid surround there from Baltoon, and numbers are starting now to mass up for his side, but Lucifron has still had this Cav mass just circling around for a while. Hasn't been able to find too much other than that initial gold raid that we saw early on.
Yeah. The issue with this mass that Lucifron has at the moment, the Torguts, they did get auto-upgraded, so Baltoon, in theory, currently, he's got the weaker and lower army value, though looks like the Torguts actually don't count towards the army value. Okay, so the overlay is telling us that Baltoon's leading in the army value department. He most certainly is not at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be very hard for these pure numbers to favor Baltoon here, but this is still quite the army you have to respect.
8 crossbows in queue for Lucifron, 4 in queue with double production. Lucifron's going hard on the crossbows now.
Yeah, is getting very ready to have that very high damage backline to be able to deal with some of the units that Baltoon has been making.
It's getting played into now as well. Ooh, gold needs to be evacuated. Let's pay attention to that. And
we are getting to the point.
Go ahead. The
we're
slight villager lead. Slight villager lead at the moment from Lucifron. Just this little bit of a quicker production speed on the TC. It's starting to really make a difference now.
And getting to the points too where initial golds are running out, so having to move up to those stealth forests, having to go to some of those more vulnerable locations, and we can actually see the outline. Lucifron is going to attempt a big wall over there on that west side of the map for him.
Yeah, being early there when it comes to that wall off, but it just means that later on down the line he's going to have a lot more of a leisure when it comes to gathering from the gold there. Baltoon's starting to wall in the middle for the time being, but there's no gold in the middle of the map. It's all towards that stealth forest part where Lucifron already sent a couple of targets out just to make sure that Baltoon hasn't moved out there yet.
Yeah, and another little bit of a raid on the backside. Villager is able to get picked up there just barely.
Yeah, now Baltoon needs a stone. I think he needs to, or rather wants to, get a keep up on some of the gold there in the back of the base. Tough situation at the moment for him. Oh, actually, he does manage to pull off a villager kill over here. Gets potentially another villager kill on the gold. Finds a way in there with just a single Radari. Attack move though, didn't get the line of sight there. Didn't get the vision on the villagers, so does decide to just fall back towards his attack point.
Yeah, and there's quite a few villagers on that wood line that was right next to it, so it could have caused even more idle time than what we saw. But it does just seem like Lucifron is slowly continuing to eke out this lead for himself over the course of this game now.
Yeah, it looks like Baltoon has made a switch now into a lot of archers as well. The archers for Macedonians, they are quite unique in the way that they have an activatable ability which ignores 2 of the armor. But Lucifron's knights, Lucifron's Torguts, with the Muscovy Yasak, they do have an additional 2 ranged armor on them, so it kind of completely makes up for that. I think the archers most likely will mostly just be used in order to try and take down the crossbow line and the spearmen from Lucifron, but you have to very actively micro them. Oh, military is chasing after a couple of targets. It's a base from Baltoon, it's not protected.
And Lucifron is looking to punish that heavily. Wood line getting very thin. It's on the front side. 1 villager down, 2 villagers down. Nope, 2.5 villagers down. But Baltoon forced to react with his army. Is this army going to be enough to defend this? One of the archer masses split off, gets closed on, and Baltoon cannot take this fight right now.
Does have the wall cam, so is every now and then getting a couple of free-ish units out. Wouldn't say free, actually. He does have to, like, lose units, which he has paid for in order to get them. He's off of gold completely at the moment. Has no gold access at all. Just 1 relic. Name his own. Yeah, now he needs to potentially take a fight here, but he doesn't have quite the military numbers for it. But is getting forced into it nonetheless.
Yeah, has units split on either side, but Lucifron already ready for that split, was able to deter the cav away from the backside that he had, and just continuing to kite up into this stealth forest here.
Horus, Baltoon at the moment still has one of his scouts alive. Fight is being taken, Runestone's getting dropped. Archers with the bonus pierce damage, but it doesn't look to be enough. Now they're also going to be moving slowly. Might's already run out. I have to run back, but these are heavy, heavy losses now for Baltoon.
Heavy losses, but does still at least have his archer mass alive. Does have a little bit of reinforcements coming on in, but this is a point where Lucifron's mass could just try to close the gap, surround that archer mass, since there's not much of a front line, if anything at all. And Baltoon's in trouble.
Always run back to the Golden Horn Tower, which is like a mini Red Palace. So it does have a lot of survivability around it. This is tough at the moment. Needs to just continue sniping out those spears, but every time he steps up, those charges can take down a lot of the archers. Still completely cut off from any gold access. He's got a lot of stone in the bank, just can't really drop a keep anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, can't move out to that stealth forest side where all the gold veins are to drop a keep. That's where Lucifron's army is posturing, has that point of interest as well, and Lucifron is just in full control right now.
31 military to 73. Lucifron's income over 1,000 food per minute. Baltoon just sitting at 400. Nowhere near the capability of remassing his army. He's at a total of like 1,000 resource per minute. Lucifron almost tripling that.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you'd think looking at that Baltoon's whole entire eco would be idle, but it seems to be working. Maybe he just decided to move a big mass of vills, but even still, Lucifron is just continuing to expand this lead, turn that snowball into an avalanche over here.
Sacred Sites now also being locked in already on 9 stockyards. 9 stockyards, that's already like 36 villagers worth of active food gathering at the moment for Lucifron. So the food transition, yeah, look at that. Food transition already completed for him at this point. Not the most, I want to say, efficient stockyard gathering there, as he is not going to be in a position to utilize the edict for additional gold income the way he placed them, but might not even get to that point where that's needed.
Yeah, it does have 3 relics secured for himself as well. Baltoon hasn't been able to get the second one on his side just because, again, that army mass from Lucifron. Baltoon said, all right, I know what won me the Molly game. It was some of these raids, trying to find some damage, trying to find some places to raid, but Lucifron has been proactive with his walls and proactive with the vision that he has.
Now, Baltoon able to potentially find his way onto some gold. Drops a keep next to a gold vein. Small gold vein, albeit. But no, the villagers then! GG, instant GG!
I was like, I saw the yellow mass moving out on the map, and I was like, hopefully that's his military coming to help the villagers and not the villagers. And Lucifron wrapped at the perfect time. Just felt like Lucifron had control of that game the majority of the time.
Yeah, he just postured around the gold and Boltune just not getting any gold access. You lose out not just on the gold, but also without any silver income. You just don't have the like the part of the economy that makes Macedonian be able to keep up with other civilizations, considering just them not having any eco bonuses at all. You can tell, like looking at the total resources gathered there, Lucifron having like 50% more resource gathered than Boltune. That was a loss in the making for Boltune there. That game just kept spiraling out of control more and more the longer he was off of the gold there.
Yeah, it definitely turned very bad, and that's like with some of these new maps. It's very interesting with the limited resources, especially certain ones like this one. It forces you to secure that stealth foresty part pretty early on, and if you don't, you can get punished hard for it, and that's exactly what Lucifron did.
Indeed. Next up, King of the Hill. We're getting a classic civilization pick here for Lucifron with the Ruse. Shushi's Legacy on King of the Hill. I don't know about you, Debson. I feel like they don't really have anything special going on for them on King of the Hill. They're just standard, pretty good on a lot of maps speaking. But the Ruse, they got like some crazy synergies on King of the Hill with the surrounding woodline.
Yeah, Ruse can definitely get very, very scary, but the one thing that to mention with Lucifron especially is this is the third time he's tried to get Sengoku picked, and Baltoon is not letting him have it. Just sniped out yet again, and allowing Ruse on King of the Hill, which is one that I feel like we've been seeing since the beginning of time.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. I feel like. I mean, the Ruse for the Spanish players, I feel like it kind of holds a special place for them. They've been playing it since like through all of its different phases. Even now, at the point in time where Ruse has been, I want to say, like nerfed repeatedly, especially when it comes to their cavalry archer playstyle. Used to be that you can just spam cav archers all day and be fine with that being like your one unit army composition as the Ruse. Nowadays, you can't just rely on them. Sure, they attack a little bit faster, but the damage has been nerfed tremendously. They went from like 12 damage to 10 damage now. So armored units actually do serve a purpose as a meat shield up against them. It takes a lot longer for them to reach the point of critical mass to one-shot armored units. On a map like this, like you just get such an insane amount of resources from the hunting cabins, from the high trade house. It is so much passive gold income, and you can continuously like they buffed the hunting cabins. They now only cost 75 wood. So you can go all the way along the wood line and just keep building hunting cabin one after another, and just rake in all of that passive gold income.
Yeah, and it's not an easy thing for your opponent to deny, even if they like know you're gonna do it. It's like, oh yeah, let me go like send some horsemen to go try to burn it down, and they just get. It takes a while, takes a lot of investment to burn one down, and they can already have another one built up on the other side. So just very, very nice ability for Roos. And you did mention the high trade house. We all know how many times we've seen it just dropped in the corner and provide an absurd amount of resources.
Yeah. It's not just the gold that you get in as well. It's also just the deer with the food. It means that you don't have to make that farm transition, or you can really take your time with the farm transition. It's going to be a much smoother process. You're never going to be running into that one point where you're just out of food entirely and you can't make units. You'll always have those deer to rely on that are getting spawned in periodically from the high trade house. Shushi's Legacy, something that they get going for them here is, of course, if they get a good spawn, there tends to be one side that's like berries and potentially gold and stone right next to the woodline, so you can get like great meditation gardens in. That is a potential there for them. And their fast castle age up, you have the Shaolin Monastery, which you get in Monastery immediately. You can immediately start taking control over the middle sacred side, so you can kind of start playing into that mechanic and try and take relics behind that. Becomes a little bit messy when Roos also goes for a little bit of a feudal age army production, maybe a knight or two, some spearmen here and there. Then you will also have to counter invest. But overall, you should be able to get a faster age up, and you should be able to get a good bunch of the relics in early. The question is just how much do you need to produce in Feudal Age in order to match production from the Rus should they go for it.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, we all know King of the Hill is, if Castle Age comes out, it's going to be a battle for that sacred site. So will Baltoon be able to get a clean castle, start that tick coming on soon? Only time will tell. Game number 4 beginning now. Baltoon leading 2-1, playing as Zushi's Legacy in the color yellow, with Lucifron down 1-2, playing as the Rus in the color red.
There is immediate double hunting cabin opener there. One of
Where's
the
that sheep
looks to
going?
be. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he wants it to go to the hunting cabin, but wait, look at what Lucifron's doing. He's going for triple hunting cabin opener. This is planned.
Oh. We were confused by the sheep taking a little walk over there, but yeah, Lucifron, triple hunting cabin opener, just because of how much gold, how much payoff these things can have.
What an interesting opening here. This definitely has to be something that he practiced, and we're going to be able to pay witness to how that's going to pay out in a pro game, in a competitive pro game here now. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, just these slight little differences. It's always interesting when a new build pops up on, especially when it's in a very, very crucial game, to say the least, when he is down 1-2.
Something to keep in mind, now that the hunting cabins, sure, they've been nerfed on the gold trickle, but they've also been buffed on the cost. If you get to like 20, 25 gold per minute, that's a really good return on investment time. We're talking about like sub 3 minutes almost on some of these cases with the hunting cabins, especially when you reach the upper Rus bounties with the food gathering as well. With less than 3 minutes return on investment, they're getting close to like manor level return on investment, except that they're not reliant on the presence of villagers to pay off.
Yeah, so it is definitely one of those that you put it down, you forget about it, and you're happy with the gold trickle. There's been so many matches I've cast of Rus where you look back at their base at 20 minutes and they've might not even have a mining camp on their gold yet, or if they do, they just have like 3 villagers on it, because that's all they need with how much gold this Civ can passively produce.
And this Lucifron does have triple scouts out on the field, so it's just going to be using those now in order to start harassing a little bit onto the gold mine. Looks like the meditation garden is going to get put up by Baltoon next to Doubleberry, Gold, and the wood line. Can we take a quick look at that? See. Oh yeah, it's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. Don't think he's getting all of the. Yeah, he's not getting all of the berries, but that should be hitting 3 there. And all of the other berries. So we're taking. That's going to be like 6 berry patches there. Plus a 3. Gold and some of the wood. Should be a good one. Should be roughly 100. Like maybe a little bit more than 100 resource per minute. But this is just annoying right now. These scouts porching down that mining camp there. We're at a point as well with Baltoon. He's right at like the 50 wood mark. Every now and then the villagers are pathing weirdly. And if he wants to go for a force drop-off, look at how Lucifron just continuously moves the scouts to be annoying there. Oh my god. That's so
just constantly trying to body block, constantly trying to cause that annoying pathing where the villagers take the long circle around, which we already saw happen a few times. And the torch damage definitely adding up, as basically one of those villagers is idled out, and not just idled, having to use wood resources to rebuild it.
Yeah, so a good amount of idle time, a good amount of wood lost there for Baltoon, and now A-Job's going to be coming in for Lucifron as well. 5 villagers working on that golden gate, and yeah, he's got a pretty good passive gold income behind this, courtesy of the bounty and, of course, those hunting cabins. So we'll be getting off the ground running there as soon as he gets the A-Job in. We'll even need to, like, sell any resources through the Golden Gate in order to be able to afford Pro Scout. I don't even need to.
Yeah, it looks like it might just kind of time up perfectly here in a second. And saving those tickets would be very, very nice. Spearman has come out to finally push those scouts away from the mining camp. He will now have 3 villagers working on gold again. Scout needs to be careful, though.
Could get taken down. Oh, he is very... No, no, oh my god. Oh my god. That is... The nerves, man, the nerves.
I thought it was dead. I thought it was dead.
Almost, but looks like Bolton doesn't want to get distracted at the moment by the scouts inside of his base. He's sending the spears forward. There's no archery range yet on the way for Lucifron. He did just click up with the professional scout upgrade, so he's going to be getting that one in. Bolton moving across the map, could be looking for some of those hunting cabins.
Could be looking for the hunting cabins. Could also position the spears to try to deter the, or delay, I guess would be the better word, those first couple deer from coming in. As pro scouts will be finished up in the near future here now.
Getting his pro scouts in ahead of time, ahead of Lucifron here, courtesy of that Imperial official supervision. Let's not discriminate between upgrades, you're just getting everything in at the speed of light. Means that behind all of this great timing now from Lucifron, he might still end up with just his own deer. None of the deer packs from Bolton, potentially. As this one hunting cabin is also getting torched down now.
Hunting cabin slowly torched down, and this is what we're talking about. It takes these spears so much time to end up actually burning down the hunting cabin. It has paid its price. But spears of Lucifron's own should push those few spears away, so hunting cabin will stay alive and won't have a worry yet. There it is, Archer even to follow up as well.
Spearman still trying to get fortune, potentially. Nah, Bolton realized, okay, I'm not going to be getting this one down. Has to leave it alone now. Behind this, Bolton just sending out a lot of villagers back out to gold. Maybe a little too many, I want to say. It's definitely going to be floating gold before the age up even comes in. Might want to secure an extra bit of gold, maybe. Or knights upon hitting the castle age. This feels like a little bit of an overinvestment.
Yeah, maybe, you know, I feel like that's where sometimes you'll see an eco upgrade come down. And sure enough, there we go. We got the mining upgrade in queue as we speak. So, you know, can at least give yourself a little bit of some eco advantage going into Castle Age if you do make that play. 7 more deer coming back on in for Baltoon.
Having 7 scouts on it means that you just need a single crew, or rather a single trip to a deer pack in order to just vacuum up the entire deer pack, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely very nice. It is quite a bit of an investment, though. Usually you'll see people tend to kind of lean more into the way that Lucifron's doing it, 4 or 5 scouts, and then just, you know, slowly have that trickle come back on in. He is dropping some deer next to his TC. He's going to want those next to the mill here.
Scout's still trying to collect some of the deer. Spearman from Lucifron gonna be there to deny, though. Bolton is gonna be able to get that age up in first. Mount Blue Academy has just been clicked up with 9 villagers, so that's gonna be coming in very, very quickly now. He has a good amount of gold in the bank. What units are we gonna see? We see a Palace Guard in queue. Scout getting picked up, but I mean, Bolton's got 7 left, so not the biggest issue there for him. There's plenty of scouts to bring back some of the deer.
Might have to drop that back one with 2 more spears running this one down. And sure enough, drops one. Might need to drop the other one as well. Just slowly ferrying these back as fast as he can. The Palace Guard does arrive, but the scout turns around just a bit too early.
Now High Trader's coming in. Look at that, alongside some funny little walls there as well. Wants to make sure that these villagers are going to be nice and cozy, nice and safe next to that High Trade house. So won't be having to deal with any interruptions there on the Gathering. Palace Guard, not going to be able to do too well here up against the archers. They do, of course, lack that additional pierce armor compared to normal men-at-arms. But now also some archers inside of the wood line. But the knights coming out at the correct point in time in order to take care of those. Lucifron is going to be losing his archers now.
Archers got cleared up. A couple more of those deer should get brought back in, but now we're at the point where it's going to be a castle age play. Who's going to be able to secure these first few relics? Who's going to be the one to start the timer on the sacred site?
Don't have any monks yet, as far as I can tell. At least no warrior monks out yet from Lucifron. Not sure if he even dropped the monastery yet. We immediately see knights coming out from him, so he did at least drop a stable. Yeah, a lot of production buildings actually have been dropped by Lucifron, just no monastery yet. Boltun also no monk or religious building in yet. But he is going to be going for a mixture of the cavalry archers alongside some knights. The question is just, is it going to be enough, as Boltun already has 4 knights on the field? There aren't too many spearmen out there from Lucifron.
Yeah, those few spears left on over from the feudal age deer fairing, and I feel like those few spears, yeah, I was about to say, they're like 10% health each, so those spears are basically worthless at this point. Village just gets finished. Such a heavy focus onto gold, onto food right now for Boltun. Meanwhile, you can see Lucifron has that ruse effect that does not have to go out to that gold vein at all right now.
Yeah, we're now getting almost up to 10 lances. Lucifron the first one now to queue up a religious unit. Warrior Monk will be coming out soon, and Boltun, once again, he's just waiting with the knights in front of Lucifron's base to go for that all-in timing. We're seeing the second Pierce armor upgrade coming in now for him, before Lucifron even queued his first Pierce damage upgrade. So he is basically not going to be doing a lot of damage to those knights at all. They're going to be having 6 ranged armor against just 10 damage. Oh, we're turning on the scout lines there.
Yeah, there have been a few scouts this game, just a few.
There's been some scouting lines. We'll put it like that. This looks like you know, those high exposure videos of like space or something like that, where all the stars just form lines in the sky.
I was thinking just when a little kid gets crayons and just starts drawing lines everywhere.
Alright, Boltun isn't going for any religious units at all. He has one plan and one plan only. He wants to end this game with a single mass knight dive inside of the base from Lucifron. Lucifron just started queuing up Spearman again. He just lost his remaining last 2 that he had up. Couple of Cav Archers in, but once again, there's still no Blacksmith upgrade. It is coming in right now, though. Behind this, we're also getting the Dali horses, so 20% additional attack speed on these knights from the Shushi's Legacy. This is the point in time now. Boltun, he needs to go for the attack soon. He cannot keep hanging back. Eventually, Lucifron will be getting those relics back into his base, and that is the point where Lucifron's going to start scaling better. Behind this, of course, he also has the high trade house, so a ton of passive gold income. He's already at 400 gold per minute without a single villager on gold right now.
Yeah, I feel like Boltun is losing this timing that he could take advantage of. He has a huge mass. He has the upgrades on through. Guess I don't know what he is waiting on. Spots out the mass here from Lucifron.
This is exactly what Lucifron has right now. Pierce damage level 2 on its way. Looks like Boltun might potentially be missing his timing here. He's had the upgrades, but he had the upgrade advantage. That's about to get even out now by Boltun. By Lucifron.
Yep, Boltun's going for it now. He split off a few of the Lancers, maybe to go into some of the economy. Great
Body
job
block.
by Lucifron, body blocking, fighting into this choke point here. A few of those Lancers that split off are on the Foodville. A few more split off go to the wood line. So Lucifron, he needs to be able to hold this without taking too much damage. Wood villagers having to evacuate. He is losing some villagers on the wood line, losing some on the front line, but is the garrison going to be enough?
Wololo, defensive Wololo. Boltun, he's losing a knight. 2 knights!
Two.
Loses 2 knights! That is big. That could change this entire fight around now. Another Wololo coming in. Boltun losing 2 knights to a Wololo. He kills a lot of the villagers. Lucifron has lost a lot of the villagers. Another knight? Did I see that correct? Another knight just got converted there?
I think you might be right, which that's such a big difference here. Boltun would have been able to still have the numbers. The economy difference, though, he's killed 14 eco kills after that push. If he didn't lose those couple knights, it might have just been over from that point.
He's going Song Dynasty now. Behind this, Jiangnan Tower coming in for Boltun. This is an interesting situation. 230 gold per minute. Some archers just harassing on the gold out there. Bolton just made the switch over to the gold vein here. Knight is coming in to save the day, though. Wheelbarrow has been researched, but it looks like the villager did have a death wish and will have that one fulfilled as well. Yeah, it's 3 knights that have been converted here.
Oh, that's such a sad thing to see, but Bolton still in a fine positioning point after the big push. Like you said, he's going Song Dynasty. He's got a decent eco lead. Do the 3 relics, almost about to be 4 relics, make up for the 12 villager deficit that Lucifron has?
Bolton going for a triple archery range play now with the Zhengnan Tower. Is getting some Zhuge in pretty much immediately, but Lucifron 4 relics in with an insane amount of passive gold income now. I know he lost a ton of villagers, but is he fine? He might be fine with that. It's just so much passive income for him that he might not even need to have the villager lead.
And Bolton, he's struggling on gold quite a bit. Or not gold, sorry, food quite a bit. Hasn't moved out to the berries. He is looking like he's making a boar play over on that eastern side after the walls that are being dropped. So desperately needs to rebuild this this food economy that he can have. Lucifron's numbers looking so scary, though. He is getting to that point where the horse archer mass is getting very critical and very scary for the lancers to deal with.
Yeah, Zhuge are getting upgraded, but there's just not a big mass of them out there at the moment. A couple more now in queue. Most of them have actually just been produced for free from the Zhangnan Tower with the archer range that have been dropped. Still not a good mass for sure, and Lucifron just continuing massing up those knights. He's got 700 gold in the bank. Getting a lot more out, and still a lot of food just courtesy of those free deer spawning in. He still keeps that relic at the front line just to be able to Wololo defend in order to buy himself a little bit more kiting potential there.
Another Lancer gets taken down. Bolton, he can't take this fight. That horse archer mass, like we said, it is getting to that point where he is starting to just easily kite this out, take down Lancer after Lancer. If the full-on fight doesn't get taken, gold needs to be evacuated as well. Bolton is in trouble. Here's Zhuge though.
Get revealed.
This fight, it's about to be taken.
And a Wololo comes in. Bolton needs to fall back yet again. It's just so many knights down now as well. There is no Boyar's Fortitude in yet, but yeah, look at that. These knights are getting taken down rather quickly now. Zhuge just lack the range and the speed to catch up. Never mind, Boyar's Fortitude already in as well. Yeah, Lucifron's chilling.
So close to having this game, to being in that position he needed to, but just a few Wololos, just a few things here and there can prove to be the difference. Lucifron massing up and has been microing that military to perfection here now. Chooks able to try to take the fight against those horse archers. That's the exact fight that Bolton wants to be taken, but another couple villagers do fall trying to get these walls up that he needs.
The knight getting taken down, getting sniped out there by the Cav archers, and Lucifron's starting to break into the base there from Bolton. Fierce Armor level 2 also about to be coming in. At that point, the Zhuge will not be doing too much damage to the front line here from Lucifron, at which point Lucifron, he already has more knights now than Bolton, with more damage potential against the knights as well. Bolton has against the knights from Lucifron. Fight is getting forced now. Still a back and forth, big back and forth here from Lucifron, and he has the movement speed advantage. He can decide how and when to take these engagements.
Yeah, and Bolton, it looks like he's being forced to take this engagement. As he falls back, he loses 1, 2, 3 more units. It just feels so bad when you're playing against the high mobility that Lucifron has. Fight still being taken though, and Chooks, that damage is slowly starting to add up over here.
Bolton able to hold for the time being, but Lucifron's up to almost 800 passive gold per minute. It's crazy. for being 20 minutes into the game. Yeah, Sacred Side also taking behind it all. But yeah, good kill there. Good kills on the Cav Archers, and now Spearman also coming in.
And it's not a keep on the middle sacred site, but we are seeing a triple wooden fortress being dropped on that sacred site with some sprinkled emplacements being invested into. So Lucifron is wanting to make sure this timer continues to tick down 7 minutes and 7 seconds until he has this game number 4 secures and tied up the series.
So now he's got a pretty decent amount of spearmen out in the field. This kind of just suddenly exploded into a big mass of these spearmen. Does have the definite military advantage at the moment, I want to say. So if a fight's getting taken, Boltun definitely not in a bad spot. Just needs to make sure that the Jugunu can stay on top of the cavalry archers there.
Does he have an answer for these outposts? Is he going to just try to go for the burn with how many, frontline units he has? Or is he going to try to have to make the transition into siege, which just feels so delayed? Lucifron, he sent villagers onto gold, and now you're getting to that point where he doesn't even know what to do with the gold he's been getting because there's so much of it.
Food-wise, he's kind of struggling, though. He's investing all of his food non-stop. Doesn't even have that much coming in at the moment. Boltun actually overtaking him in the food income. Overall economy not looking too bad here. Boltun is actually leading with the total resources collected. Villager losses kind of starting to make themselves be shown.
Lucifron does break through, only since 2 knights through, though.
It's gonna be annoying for sure. Spearman reinforcements coming in though. 1 knight getting sniped down immediately. 5 wooden fortresses now. And look at the stone that he has. He's gonna upgrade all of them. There might be a keep coming in here soon as well.
Boltun is going to be forced. He's going to be forced to start to make some sort of siege to take that down. That's one of those that if you try to run a bunch of spears on into that mass, like, yeah, you might take a couple of the wooden fortresses down, but you are going to take some heavy losses if those are all sprinkled emplacements and with arrow slits. Just sprinkleds for now.
Still roaming around. 40 spearmen now. Boltun's starting to get some villagers onto stone as well. Not sure if he wants to drop a keep or just some stone walls to prevent these continuous raids, but we're now getting to sub 5 minute and a keep getting put up by Lucifron in the middle. Yeah, Lucifron is starting to hunker down. He knows that he's got a pretty good win condition here, that if he can... Look at all the castle turret upgrades coming in behind us as well.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, Lucifron, he definitely wants to fortify this position at least a little bit. That's safe to say now. Boltun, if he gets vision of this, and I think it looks like he will in just a little bit. Yeah, he sees the keep now, sees that there's a lot of wooden fortresses. He will know, okay, this is going to be a game that is going to get decided by siege. But he does, of course, have the ability, as the Shushi's Legacy, to supervise the siege workshops. No, not siege engineering. No, no.
Many knights.
That no. Unless
he does have 2 nested bees out.
Yeah, 2 is better than 0. That might not be enough. He's got legitimately like 4 or 5 trebuchets are probably needed here. Just drop some stone walls to make sure you can't be raided on the other side. That way you can. No, please don't. No, he's going for
It's rams. We're getting a ram ranch over here. 5 rams.
Mind yourself, Snooper. Rams suck. I know you want to make him. There's a Barbican there. I got PTSD from that voice redeem.
6 rams coming in for Boltun. Is it going to be enough? Looks like Lucifron trying to go take some berries. Doesn't realize that Boltun's already been over onto the berries. Walls being dropped.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is such a feels bad with how many wooden fortresses there already are. Villagers going heavy onto the stone.
No. Oh
Double.
No. Oh no. Only Jesus can help him now.
Surely he's gonna like queue up some trebuchets too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Military army value? Dude, how is Lucifron ahead in the army value while having a disgusting amount of fortifications here as well? He's got enough stone to drop another keep. Instead, he's going for boiling oil as well. Oh, Bolton going for a forward keep now. Okay.
I'm good with that. This makes sense now a little bit here.
Yeah. Now the Rams have a lot more protection going for them. Just difficulty with the pathing now. Like,
right,
look at these Rams.
have...
They're trying to make it through.
Yeah, Rams suck. Remind yourself, everybody. Yeah. So 2 of them are attacking, it looks like. I think the other 4 are stuck behind. Alright, wall gets broken, and on to the
There's
next.
the second keep.
Alright, another keep is about halfway done.
They're in. Maybe park one of the Rams on the sacred side. It's moving in. There's a lot of choke points. That means the nest of bees can get a lot of value in.
Villagers getting pulled. Nest of bees are getting a ton of AoE damage down, but will it be enough? Wooden fortresses non-stop firing, keeps are non-stop firing. Baltoon is fighting under some emplacements that are doing an absurd amount of damage to his infantry mass, and look at the numbers. Lucifron's numbers aren't moving where Baltoon's are just falling and falling fast.
Some Grenadiers in there as well. The front line starting to evaporate from Lucifron as well, though. Not too many Knights. There's still some Rams out there. Villagers actually being used to torch down the Rams. He's getting some good shots in, but there's still so many cavalry archers remaining at the end of the day.
It's not enough.
Lucifron, Lucifron just lost 25, 30-ish villagers there in that fight. There's still a minute remaining on the sacred side.
There's no siege workshop. There's no trebuchets. Only 2 wooden fortresses fell. He has emplacements. This is still just all but over.
Less than 1 minute remaining now. What's the plan? Tuna, he's making on the Ram again.
He needs a lot more than just 1 ram. But maybe the ram can slowly, if it's the first one on the sacred side, it can stall, it can delay.
Aren't any Knights, so maybe, yeah. Wait, where is this? Where are the what? How are the villagers? He was gathering gold from Lucifron's gold vein? Inside of his base? Excuse you?
Villagers are being pulled now, though. Ram is trying to delay as long as possible here. 27 seconds. Timer is not ticking down. Double nest of bees
Cav
still
coming
continuing
in.
to fire. Cav archers are coming in. Villagers pulling out the torches. Another
They're
ram
on the nest of
way.
bees. They're not preparing, they're fighting.
They're and the Cav archers prove to be enough as Baltoon not able to take this game, not able to recapture the hill, and Lucifron ties up the series. It's 2-2 going into one of his favorite maps with water.
Game number 5. We're going the distance here in this one today. First best of 5, and this one so far has been definitely delivering, as we're gonna be going the entire distance in the set.
Absolutely. And what an exciting King of the Hill game. I feel like they're always, you know, they always have those come down to the wire with that timing, and it's just one where Lucifron had too much reinforcements. These Wololos were so crucial for him, as you can just see how many Lancers Baltoon has, and Lucifron just didn't have an answer for it. But transitioning 3 over to his side, it just made it to where he held enough and gave him enough to recapture the map control.
Yeah. I feel like there was a timing with the Knights, right, where Bolton, he was inside of the base from Lucifron. It looked so good there. He killed a ton of villagers, but those Wololos that came in, losing out 3 of your Knights and giving them over to your opponent, that just completely stalled out the push. And next up, we're gonna be something akin to a mirror here. So we're gonna be witnessing French against JD on Holy Island.
Well, that one will be an exciting one to say the least. You know, my thought is with this one is, do you think if he went with, you know, 4 trebuchets here instead of the Rams, this fight would have gone a little bit different? I feel like he still wouldn't have had enough time to do the trebuchets.
I think like there were like 6 Rams there, right? So that's like 1,200 wood. I think if you get to like 3 trebuchets combined with the keep, you should have enough time to like do significant damage there to the infrastructure. That was at a point when I think there were still like 5 minutes remaining. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's tough to say. It's honestly tough to say if like what would have been the correct choice there. I just think the Rams are too slow with the pathing and just awkward to use, and you lose them so quickly in fights. They did a great job like capturing or delaying on the sacred side, but in the end just was not enough to get rid of the infrastructure in the back there, which is what you really want to do.
Yeah, what an exciting game though. And following up, we have Holy Island. You know, some people like water, some people hate water. There is still one that I feel like Holy Island's that map that grows on everybody a little bit as you watch it, as it does have a little bit of aspects on both sides.
Yeah, Holy Island, it's one of those maps where you really have to be on top of your game when it comes to awareness, because there's just so many different lanes. You got like the land map part, you got the water part as well, both incredibly important, and at any one point there are potentially going to be fights on both areas at the same time, and they tend to be micro-intensive, right? Like water is always a micro-intensive game, because you need to be aware whenever those demo ships come in. You need to kite, you need the archer ships, you need to focus the right ships at the same time, and then also on land, the Spanish brothers just excel in those situations. And Bolton, I'm not sure if he's too versed in water maps, I'll have to be honest. I think that could be a little bit of a situation where he just might not have the experience potentially on these water maps. We'll have to see.
I mean, we know the Spanish bros are famous for their water gameplay, especially Holy Island gameplay. You know, all of a sudden you see 5, 6, 7 demos and water gets claimed and controlled by the Spanish bros. But game number 5 begins now. Lucifron playing as the French in the color red. Baltoon as the French variant. JD playing in the color yellow. Game number 5.
Here we go. Immediately, we've got Baltoon moving out to the deer. So it looks like he's not even going for the water immediately. It's going to be a fast Feudal Age play from him. He's got the house here. Does he have a mill too? I'm not seeing the mill yet. No, there is a mill. I can see the shadow of the mill. Yeah.
I was hoping there was a mill.
Would have been better. This isn't Japan, after all, that we're talking about here. But yeah, looks like we're going to have a situation where Lucifron is going to be going for the water play. And look at that. Lucifron, he's paranoid. He's putting up walls to keep his stock safe.
Yeah, I mean, if you go and scout your opponent immediately not on water and you've claimed it, it's just that timing point where you say, just give me some time. If you get your fishing to pay off, usually, you know, you can just make 2, 3 fishing boats and then just have a little bit of a delayed age up yourself, and then you are in a much, much better positioning point than your opponent.
Man, Bolton's getting value without knowing that he's getting value here. First fishing ship probably has been a little bit delayed by these initial walls as well. Second villager has been pulled as well. Yeah, this is pretty good for Bolton now. This should be a much better age up timing here for him. He'll see some knights coming in very early on. And the thing is, if you look at the minimap, there aren't, unless there's gold being overshadowed by the big clump of Minecraft sheep there on the minimap, which they're not, there aren't any golds right next to the waterline. So, I mean, Lucifron, he's got the option of like shipping villagers out to the gold island, imprisoning them over there. But other than that, he's gonna struggle when it comes to getting gold access.
Yeah, and this is that timing that Baltoon could potentially take advantage of. Looks like Lucifron. Okay, I was about to say he started to pull back, but it wasn't the pull back. It was the mining camp hadn't finished on up yet. Sheep get dropped off, but needs to go ahead and gather enough gold for that age up.
Well, cavalry now coming in for Bolton. JD as well as 2 villagers working on that, so should be getting a pretty good age-up timing here.
Still no wood being gathered in sight. Now has a few going over to that straggler tree.
Probably just for a house, but yeah, this is just gonna be that full-on land aggression here from Bolton. He's really trying to like just make this a chaotic game on land, but look at Lucifron's economy. He's already getting close to his own age up as well.
Yeah, and this is that big problem. Like, you also can afford, if you're Lucifron, to age up with 5, 6 villagers instead of 3 because you have 3 fishing boats, but isn't going too crazy, just has 4 villagers on the School of Cav, so will not be too delayed himself over there.
Yeah. School of Cavalry from both sides about to be finishing, but yeah, this is going to be a rough one now for Bolton, as Lucifron, of course, with the better economy now that he has got 3 fishing ships already. Look at the food income already. He's at 450 food compared to 300 from Bolton, and Bolton's even on the deer, which is a superior food source in theory.
Yeah, Bolton really needs to get some type of damage done with this first night, this first 30 extra seconds that he's going to have with it, but Lucifron already will have that perfect knowledge, that perfect information of where the knight will be going because we see where his scouts parked.
Right in front of Bolton's base. Bolton probably also, yeah, he did scout the dock, so he knows what's going on there. Probably knows that he's behind now, or must anticipate it at the very least. First knight is coming in, still 20 seconds left on that age up from Lucifron. Has enough resource for 1 knight, no villager on gold at the moment. He's trying to rush up an outpost instead. And that's going to further make it difficult for Bolton to secure Gold Vein.
Yeah, outpost will get finished in time with 5 villagers rushing it on down. So now this kind of is one that Bolton's early feudal play goes, okay, well, what do I do now?
We'll see.
Maybe try to circle, go hit the wood line as well.
The issue is that if you hit the wood line, you might also clip the TC there, taking damage on those knights. Just not something that you can really afford in Bolton right now. Oh, he's going for the counter outpost. Knights coming in time, though. That's going to be a rough timing. Might be an outpost from JD. Yeah, JD is getting spotted out there, though, by the scout. So Lucifron sees what's going to be coming here. Has a lot of HP on JD, though, at the very least, so will be difficult to snipe her out.
Yeah, second knight in queue for Lucifron now. Third knight in queue for Bolton. So Bolton's just one inch ahead over there, but I think Lucifron opted for a return raid with his knight. Yeah, killed a villager with the knight on the other side, denying the deer. So great job there by Lucifron.
Bolton has his reinforcement knight ready for it, though. And the outpost is going to be going up on the gold, but Lucifron already moved out to the next gold behind this. So there's going to be barely any idle time already secured with an outpost as well.
Yeah, such a good job here. Villagers jump inside the outpost, reacting to the night raid. Obviously, villagers, you know, have that perfect vision with the outpost that they have, but, you know, Lucifron just not over-investing in the water.
Gets another kill. 10 eco unit lead now for Lucifron. He's still making fishing ships behind all of this as well. Up to 4 now.
Yeah, I love it that he's not just over-investing into the fishing, just some here and there every so often, just getting what he needs. And Bolton is struggling as far as keeping those villagers alive, those night raids circling, tracking, and now JD is trying to go to the other gold. Oh no. Outpost got left. And another villager.
Bolton did find the gold out there. Knight, relatively low in health. He pulled him back for a second, but he's going to dive back in.
No ranged armor.
Yeet. He's going to die. Oh, no. Villagers make it out as well. Bolton could potentially snipe one there with the holy arrow. Yeah, did he? No, he didn't even get the villager. Ooh, rough situation.
Now
is next gold
just gonna move. Yeah, moves to the next gold. Even has double dock now, so has full control of this water play.
JD coming in, sees the double outpost play. Snap the knights right next to her though. First knight could be going down. Oh, doesn't go down. But knight from top side should be getting at least one kill. Gets it. Knight makes it out there. The weak one gets pulled back.
Second outpost trying to get finished. Doesn't quite get finished though.
Such a rough spot at the moment.
Heal used by JD, making sure that other knight didn't go down to the air slit or the outpost fire. And what's Lucifron do? He says, all right, on to the next gold again. Back to the other gold. So another outpost gets dropped, more gold, trying to get secured over here.
Yeah, just a non-stop rotation going on there between these gold veins.
And the big problem as this continues to go, though, the water economy is just going to get further and further out of hand.
Behind this, like, Bolton's done a great job of just forcing Lucifron's villagers to keep on walking, idling them out effectively. We're now at 7 to 3 knights currently. That's pretty good. This could skyrocket, actually, or rather compound into a continuous issue now for Lucifron.
I love what Lucifron did right there, though. He pulled his few knights to try to like act like he was about to snipe JD, but what it did is it caused Baltoon to react with his own knights and gave him the breathing room to get the villagers out from the outpost and back home safe.
Chivalry coming in now, and once again, shift over to the other gold vein. Lucifron, 2 more knights in queue. This time, double outpost emplacement coming in, though. This could be a little bit too much for Baltoon to handle here.
Baltoon's trying to take it. There's a few more knights out and about. JD, though, by herself yet again.
Double outpost with emplacement. That's a lot of compounding damage on JD. JD is going to get sniped.
JD's down.
And the outpost repair immediately. Yeah, Baltoon, he can't stay here. He needs to leave. He needs to leave this side immediately. One more knight going to go down.
Problem is, I feel like he knows his timing, though. I feel like he knows he needs to do something here or else it's over. And sure enough, he buys back JD. He has dropped a dock. He's going to go try to snipe down some fishing on the other side.
Ooh, there's going to be some tight timing, though, as Lucifron's already anticipating this. He gets his own archer ship out now behind this as well. Demo ship alongside the archer ship. Maybe if he goes for, like, double demo ship, he could snipe a clump of the fishing ships. Just not something that's too realistic.
And just look at how fast Lucifron was able to equalize the knight numbers on his side. All of a sudden, you blink, he was down 4, 5, 6 knights, and all of a sudden it's almost dead even.
Archer ship finds his opponent's archer ship. Demo ship needs to get pulled back. Let's realize. Goes for a little bit of a distraction there with it. To 9 knights now, 9 to 8. Snipes one out. Lucifron's just so on point in this game. Now a Springle ship coming in as well. Baltoon doesn't quite have what it takes to get one out on his side as well. Now Lucifron actually feeling confident enough to split up some of the knights to go for raids again. Over on Baltoon's side.
And I mean, any extra breathing room he gives himself is so crucial with the amount of fishing that he has. The Springle ship is out and about, starting to circle.
I think this has been spotted. Yeah, it has been spotted. Springle ship is going to take down the archer ship, and the archer ship is going to take down the demo ship. Baltoon now losing on water as well. Doesn't get a single fishing ship down there. Demo ship also getting taken down now. Baltoon, is he going for an age up? That's taking down the boar in the mid-map.
I believe it will be an age-up attempt coming on through here.
These two knights just trying to get ready to raid the wood line. Bolton, great timing on having one knight back there. Now Lucifron just pumping out knights non-stop. And yeah, Royal Institute seems like a reasonable play at this point in time. You're very all in this situation. You really got to commit to it now.
Yep, trying to bank up some of that gold, trying to bank up some of the resources to be able to get these techs immediately on in and have this castle trying to potentially pay off. Knight does soak up the charge, outposts trying to fire down on the other side with some help from JD.
Lucifron did invest a lot into water. All of the stables are blessed right now by JD. So a lot of resources saved there from the production.
Yeah, Lucifron obviously will have that knight number going for himself, but Baltoon, he will have that tech timing, and these knights, once they're actually castle age, are so scary, so hard to deal with, able to immediately queue up royal bloodlines too, so in a minute and a half, those knights are gonna basically be unstoppable. Oh, Knight's so close to being found out, but just still haven't been. Oh, there we are. Spotted on out.
Jun did get up enough resources to get both the upgrades in that he really needs right now. Veterancy as well as Royal Bloodlines. Butchers, as you mentioned, also getting spotted out alongside those knights, but to be fair, those knights are soon going to be very weak compared to the knights that Bolton has, but there's just so many of them. Lucifron, he's going ham on the production. Bolton, nothing in queue right now. He needs more food.
Yeah, those deer that he moved out to, so crucial for him. He needs that food, needs to be able to continue that night production. But Royal Bloodlines is finishing up. Will 11 knights be able to fight 20 on the other side?
They don't quite have double the health, but he's actually going... Is he going for the base? There's a single couple of knights right now coming out from Lucifron towards the other side. He's gonna get spotted out by the dock, though. Yeah, that's gonna be dangerous.
Here comes that dive. Here comes the attempt. There are all the knights. Baltoon spots him out. Immediately tucks tail, turns on around for a second.
I mean, there's a scary amount of health on them, but still, you need more than double the health here if you really want to take this fight with these numbers. Bolton needing to be incredibly cautious now. He killed 3 villagers, though, on the deer. Okay. That's a start.
There is that one knight still circling around his base, though.
And he's about to find some villager kills as well. Return raid coming in from Lucifron. Villagers need to evacuate here. But has a follow-up knight on his side as well. Two follow-up
knights. Might lose a villager, but will be able to get back and do some potential return damage here. So many knights from Lucifron, though, but it just feels like now Baltoon has kind of stabilized, has a healthy queue himself.
Yeah, and he's keeping Lucifron from the deer right now. So Lucifron, he's getting a lot of wood in, but he can't scale on the fishing side, not as quickly. Oh, this fight might be forcing a little bit. JD wants to be kept alive. Well, units make their way through. Healing comes in.
This is actually a pretty good fight for Baltoon with the heal, but JD's about to fall.
One knight's coming in. Able to take down a lot of the knights from Lucifron here, actually. The knights from Lucifron, they're falling. This is a bad fight for Lucifron.
Knight number is dead even now all of a sudden. And Lucifron's still miles away from Castle Age, even with all the water that he has.
Bolton has enough to buy JD back even as well, behind all of this. Could go for the buyback. Oh, needs to be careful though with these fights. Chivalry in on both sides, so knights are gonna heal up both ways. Actually, does Lucifron have chivalry? Didn't see the healing earlier. I think he does. Yeah, he does. Both players have it. That's a lot of weak knights that could get healed up again, so Bolton definitely incentivized to keep the aggression going here. He's got a lot of knights ready for it. Better stats on them as well. There's a ton of outposts with emplacements here for Lucifron. He's gathering up a lot of stone as well behind this.
So
Oh my
many
god,
vills
is
on stone.
Bolton
He
doing
can't-
this?
I mean, Lucifron's about to be able to go Castle H. He just traded out a lot of the gold that he had, all the stone that he was gathering. He doesn't have another place to gather gold from, even if he does go Castle, though. So we'll have to continue to utilize that market for the
Oh, he spots
effectiveness.
it. I think the outpost might be seeing the age up from Bolton. Does he? He does. He knows.
Does.
And now he's
sees
gonna
it.
go
just
for
gonna
it.
Go for the full dive.
Couple of villagers splitting
Splits
off
off.
onto the... Oh, God. And the villagers here as well. He's cutting them off.
The upgrade's on its way through, but so much damage will be done. Will the water eco be enough to make up for
Bolton is
villager
doing
loss?
it. This is crazy. Without any fishing economy, Bolton just killed 20 villagers from Lucifron. A ton of
many
outpost emplacement.
are so crucial right now. The knight upgrade is on its way, but he's down 10 knights now. It doesn't even matter if you get the knight upgrade. Your knights are still going to be weaker without the royal bloodlines upgrade.
There's no pierce armor, and yet Bolton actually losing a couple of knights, a good amount of knights there to the outpost, but that's going to be coming in, remedied now, and JD has just come back as well. Lucifron, he's sending all the knights over to Bolton's base. There's enough reinforcements. Bolton, he's got royal bloodlines. Lucifron does not. It's getting close to the level up with
snipes
JD as
one
well.
down too. Such a
Once
good
JD levels
fight.
up. The horsemen, the raiders, Jean d'Arc's raiders, they're also going to be having the additional health from bloodlines in as well.
Another snipe attempt. Knights circling around. This might just be a great charge on it. Two more knights.
No, only
just
one. Maybe another one.
Oh,
there, he gets
two.
it now.
There's the second.
Where's JD behind us? Comes forward with the next wave. If she gets just one more knight worth of experience, that's going to be the level up secured.
Another knight falls. A few more villagers are going to fall again, too. Baltoon looks like he is doing the...
Finds the villagers. JD level up.
JD gets the level.
Could just send the riders after these potential villagers. The outpost should have seen them as well. More healing coming in again.
More knights taken down. Looks like there's some return damage going in onto the gold. Baltoon, I mean, this is feeling like the French Mirror again. Villagers running all over the place everywhere. Baltoon's now being idled out significantly from some return raids.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, these return rates are great now by Lucifron, but he's on 0 gold per minute. His base is completely out Bolton. He can just take down all the houses, all the outposts as well behind this. Spawns in the riders now. And there's just no way out of this for Lucifron. Sure, he can kill some villagers, but it doesn't matter. The means of reproduction, of the production here, of the unit production have been seized by Bolton, and he's not giving them back.
He has 35 knights with royal bloodlines. This is going to be so difficult for Lucifron to come back, if even possible at all. Another outpost getting burnt. JD just sitting in the wood line now as well, although Lucifron has moved out to the other side of the wall, so is still at least gathering a bit.
Villagers going down now. Woodline has been evacuated by Lucifron, actually moving all the way over to the gold now. And there's still night raids going
Wait,
on,
but
but
the berries instead of the boar? What are they doing?
living their best life. Just living their best life.
You could go try to just burn the docks down now at this point with that many knights too.
Definitely a lot of options for him at this point in the game. 40 to 10-ish knights.
JD, no! JD! Oh! Little cheeky
Little
wall
wall
at the
there. Yeah, just to make sure a villager survive. A lot of them do go down.
Another stable's dropped. Bolton, he's just going for the TC now. He's like, you can't defend this. Good luck. No TC. That at least gives him a chance to come back in the eco count.
He's sending it all! He's sending it all! All the villagers!
What? No! Why? He could have just played it slow. I mean, it's fine, I guess.
He doesn't want to wait. He says, get out of my game. I've won this fair and square. This is my time to shine.
Hey, you don't have to try to protect your eco if it's all with your army.
Fair point. I don't want to keep protecting my villagers. I'm just gonna pull them to the front line. They'll protect themselves. And GG comes in. Oh my god, Boltoon! Unbelievable.
What a wild series. What a wild final game, as it felt like Luciferon had it all early. He had water. He took a couple good fights. He was able to resecure some gold for himself, but all of a sudden, Boltoon, with the castle timing, just takes a huge fight, and Luciferon was never able to make it back.
Absolutely incredible, even with that insane food difference. Just a pure land play, complete denial on the golds over and over and over again, making sure that Luciferon just cannot match the night count there from Boltoon. Oh man, what a game, what a game. Already shaping up to be one of the best games on the road to Red Bull Wololo.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy looking back at that and just realizing that Boltoon was going to win, but just shows that, you know, sometimes some of those team game strategies can pay off in solos as well.
Yeah, indeed, and this one definitely worked out. I mean, if there's water, why even go for it? You just gotta deny the gold, and that's your win condition right there. Boltoon realizing that, and absolutely well played. GG's all around.
GG's indeed. He did not let us down. Neither of them let us down with this series, as it was an absolute crazy one. I don't think many people would have expected the 3-2 come out from Boltoon, but sure enough, that's exactly what we got.
That's right, but I do believe that we do have an interview that should be just about ready. So, Dapson, I'm going to leave it to you to interview our victor of this set.
Sounds good.
Hello.
Boltoon, big congrats, exciting series there. You know, we'll just start out with game number 1 with that long 50+ minute Mali versus Byzantines game. What were you kind of thinking? Because I felt like me and Crackety, we were so back and forth throughout the whole game.
As soon as I decided to go into space, instead of trying to fight his army in my base, I think I felt I could actually win it. Before that, when he hit castle and was attacking me, I thought I was completely dead. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of those, like, obviously as a caster, I'm seeing the full map, but I feel like as a player, it's one of those that so much craziness was going on. Y'all are both diving each other's bases. Did you really, like you just said it, you felt like you could win, but did you feel like you did more eco damage than what you took with losing all of the cows, all the infrastructure and whatnot?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I had a lot of army in his base, and I found villagers. He had a lot of army in my base, but I was not actually losing many villagers. I think he mainly killed villagers on my first wood line when he first pushed.
Yeah, and then leading that one directly into going into, what was it, the Hill and Dale game, where you all end with the timing attack just right as he hit castle. I love the patience for you to wait for the upgrades to come through and not really, you know, go forward with that. But was that always just going to be the game plan on Hill and Dale, was just all in once the castle comes out?
Yeah. I don't think Aibid has many options against it. I think they probably have to play some Feudal, but I think it's really hard. So.
Yeah. And then obviously going into game 5, the Spanish brothers, they're known for their water gameplay. They're known for just being dominant on that, and it was basically not quite a mirror matchup, but JD versus French. So tell us a little bit about, like, your mindset going into that final game.
So initially I was like, okay, he's gonna dock, I will try to dock as well. But then I saw, oh, I have deer in my TC, I'm just gonna eat that and play on land. So, yeah. But I thought I would still be in trouble. I thought he would probably try to make like a barracks or something as he was aging up and make a few spearmen. And maybe then he could deny my tower, I'm not sure. But, yeah. I think, yeah, I was pretty scared of him making spearmen at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that felt like the easy reaction point. And then, you know, there were a couple trades here and there. He constantly was just moving back and forth to different golds. So you were causing a ton of idle time, but it just felt like water was going to be too much of a problem to deal with. And then all of a sudden, you're going castle. And is that one where the team game experience came out where you're like, look, I am going to have the better knights. Even if you almost have double the count, I can take this fight.
Yeah, yeah. That fight when he had like maybe, I don't know, 25 knights or something, and I think I had like 12 or something. I thought I would lose there, but somehow the fight went really well actually.
we were all with you there too. It felt like a fight that was doomed for destruction, but somehow came up on top and then able to just keep that Night Mask going. So big congrats there. Big congrats moving on to the next round. Any final parting words to say to the chat and to the community?
No.
Well, we'll be excited to cheer you on there, and congrats to be able to watch from the sidelines in a good way going forward here for a bit.
Thank you.
Did you see how he prepared his background there? Just the trophies and the Red Bull just in view of the camera.
Oh yeah,
You just got to know that he did that right after the game ended.
He's like, quick, I got an interview. I got to get ready here. Oh man. What an exciting first series of the day. We're going to get y'all some other updates here as we can give y'all the updates here, I believe. Let's see if I can get a screenshot or get it pulled on up there. We obviously know Baltoon able to take down Lucifron. Vortex was waiting on there we go. Vortex versus Anatan and Puppy Paw versus Baltoon. So no huge shocking upsets or anything other than the game we just cast over here. Scatterbrain was able to pull a game off of Puppy Paw, and now we are starting the top bracket and we'll be casting Demu versus Kiljardi.
Yeah, Scatterbrain has been looking better and better competitive-wise. Like, he's also been just an upcoming player now. Being able to take a game of Puppy Paw, definitely looking good. Anatan versus Valdemar, clean there for Anatan. Vortex as well versus Miyamaka, looking good. And this is also going to be the point now where the top side bracket is going to kick off. So our game versus with Demu versus Kiljardi, that's going to be the set that we're going to be casting, also kickstarts all of the other sets off. So they're going to be starting now.
Exactly. We'll be getting that map and Civ updates for you here and all. Game number 1 will be Baldland, and it will be Delhi versus China.
All right. The game also looks to be just about ready to start. So it looks like we might just be jumping immediately into that one. Not going to be taking a short break here for the casters. We're going to be just going on continuously here. No break. Feels good, man.
No break at all. You know, that just means we'll have a little bit of a longer break in between the next sets, right? Surely.
20-minute break. Let's go. We're getting a full lunch break. Full hour lunch break.
Oh, exactly. But this map, this series, there is no big water map coming out. I guess Frisian Marshes, you do see some hints of water, but by no means is it a hybrid water map. It is one that, you know, sometimes we'll see some docks, sometimes we'll see that expansion, but it is not like you're fighting with a bunch of military ships at all.
I gotta give a wait. Do we have a? I'm gonna ask production here. Do we have player cards or anything like that? I wanted to show no. Kiljardi's picture again that he gave us for his mugshot, because that one was actually like people didn't realize that it was photoshopped. Kiljardi literally photoshopped himself to look older on that picture, and now everybody's calling him Gramps even more than they're already calling him Grandpa.
Yeah, you know, I definitely saw it. We didn't have any Marine Lord picks on this one, or 4 Marine Lord picks on this one, I should say. But yeah, no, I definitely, it was noticeable based off of the rest of the list that we saw.
Yeah. All right. Looks like our game is going to be just about ready to start now. We're going to be moving to Baldland with China up against Delhi. that's gonna be coming up right now. We're getting the cats and the pets on the cam. Okay, never mind. Nacho's not getting any time on the screen. We're moving on in to our game number 1. Demu versus Kiljadi. Delhi versus Chinese.
Yeah, and this has been a matchup we've been seeing for quite some time now. Delhi is obviously that civ that you kind of get to, you force your opponent not to always be able to play their own game, because if they allow you to have those sacred sites, if they allow you that control, then all of a sudden there's too much things out there to deal with, and we know how many times people have complained about Delhi.
Yeah, I like to complain about Delhi as well, but I'll try to keep it to myself for as long as possible here. We'll see. Some things might change as the game goes on, and I'll get a little bit unhinged depending on the game state. But we'll see. I mean, China is a pretty good civ as well, so Kiljadi definitely. Sometimes he likes to call out civ wins or something like that. I don't think he can do it in this matchup.
No, I don't think by any means. I feel like they both do have the nice part of being able to kind of react with the efficient production, react with supervision in a way that, you can always pump some extra military units and make a transition into different military units very, very quick. But I think that, either if you're Chinese or you're Delhi, I think you're fine on either side of this matchup.
Yeah, historically, it used to be, before the Ghazi Raider got introduced, that China had a pretty good win record up against the Delhi Sultanate. But ever since they brought in the Ghazi Raiders, things have been changed, or rather flipped on its head. Because now you can't, the Ghazi Raider is a unit that sees a man-at-arms or a palace guard and just smiles. Because they know that they've won the game at that point in time. The palace guard used to be a very, very solid unit that you can make up against the Delhi Sultanate because they were faster, you could surround elephants, you could kill elephants with just mass palace guards. Can't do that anymore. Ghazi Raiders just destroy them, even when they're in feudal age against castle age.
Yep. Dome of the Fate is being dropped. 5 villagers actually being pulled, so once this feudal age finished as soon as possible. Imperial Academy, obviously we know China and the timings that they can make. Such a quick age up timing. We'll see a couple of those Imperial officials immediately queued up and popping out here soon too.
Gonna be some good economic scaling that way. It's gonna be coming in here for sure. Imperial officials, just such a good way to increase your economy early on. Also means that your sheep are just gonna be providing you with a lot more food.
Exactly.
240 instead of just 200 food with the supervision.
Looks like one single sheep left out onto the map after these scouting patterns. Basically kind of dead center there in the map. Oh, it disappeared. Maybe it was just a logo. I think Kiljadi actually is picking it up now. Oh, he is. Yep, very last one. And so we'll be able to, just like you said, with the supervision under that mill, those sheep are going to last just a little bit longer, even though Demu not even worrying about going over to his yet, really.
Yeah, Barry's just a way better food gather source there early on. Out survival techniques, believe, even faster than the deer. So it's going to be a happy camper on those for the time being.
But wheelbarrow about to finish there for Demu, and finally we are seeing that stables. We are about to see those Ghazi Raiders starting to move out on the map like you had mentioned earlier.
Ghazi Raiders will be the main early part here. We also see the stables coming in from Kiljadi. Wonder if that's just gonna be for the horsemen. You can't. The issue is, with the early attempt to deny the sacred sites from Delhi, it's just really, really difficult. You can't realistically do it with horsemen, because the Ghazi Raiders, they're just gonna get counter-healed. They got the same movement speed. Horsemen are gonna struggle to take any decisive trades. You need to actually kill a unit, because if you don't kill a unit, it's just gonna get pulled back, healed back up again, and you'll just lose health slowly over time.
Yeah, definitely a feels bad for sure, but Kiljadi's still opting for the horseman, so maybe just, gonna try to circle, try to do some eco damage, something of the sort, but horseman play has been scouted out. Demu Scout sees those 3 first horsemen that came out so quickly due to that supervision, but it's not just horsemen, it's going to be some spears to follow as well.
Spearman definitely the right call to make here. There's only 2 sacred sites on this map, and they're relatively close to each other. So chances are, if you have control over one sacred site, you'll also have control over the other.
Yeah, a lot easier to kind of just bounce back and forth between those two. Whether you're on the offensive part or on the defensive spot, just a lot easier focus, a lot easier rally point than some of the map gens that you'll see in different maps where it'll be far, far spread throughout.
The top sacred site has the deer relatively close to Kiljardi, so maybe there is a chance that he could just drop a Barbican next to the sacred site and take control over it that way. Come into play here. Enough Spearmen now to push these Skazi back.
Yeah, and while gold gathering may be denied, it's not like actual gold income is being denied, as we know how taxing that Chinese economy can be.
Yeah, quite literally taxing there. Now we hit the point where Sanctity is about to finish up here for Demu, so he is sending those scholars out. So putting in some Spearmen on the field as well. Same time, Horsemen looking for a raid, could be finding at least 1 villager kill there early on.
Ooh.
Charlie with a good raid.
Definitely a solid pickup for those horsemen, and it does force Demu into some spears of his own. Ghazi's almost able to pick up a single spearman. And Sacred Site now starting to be captured. Both of the Sacred Sites now starting to be captured. However, spears are into the center, and there is no counter unit yet for Demu. No archers in play. Demu is just going for the sheer numbers. So 2 scholars starting to dip a little bit low. It's not a Barbican either. It looks like an outpost onto that deer.
Jody gonna try and secure himself over here on this outpost. Oh, it looks like he sent 1 villager too many out there. One could get taken down. Getting pulled over there as well. And that's another scholar down. Kiljardi looking very, very strong in this game.
Yeah, really, really good start for Kiljardi here. Has not allowed Delhi to play their game yet. Has picked up a villager, has denied these sacred sites, has been able to re-secure a mid spot, which is that outpost that he just finished up on that deer is going to just provide so much value in protecting his deer and the sacred site. Fight being taken though. Ghazi get braced on, but still staying alive. 4 scholars here to try to heal him up as well.
Khan still looking very solid for Kiljardi. Now archers being mixed in as well, so he will have the full Trico army composition. Still not a single sacred site picked up by Demu yet.
Food looks like it's starting to run lower next to that initial mill, so Kiljardi will need to move out to another resource, and it's going to be the boar all the way in the northern side of the map.
Not just the boar, deer over there as well. He's sending a lot of villagers out there, so gonna be some time for them to arrive. Does have wheelbarrow for it though, so makes the trip a little bit quicker. Now there's a ton of scholars out here in the mid game as well, in the mid map. Healing coming in, and there's no clear counter to the spearmen yet. There's not that many archers, so Kiljardi actually losing a ton of his own spears. This is gonna give Demu the control that he needed now in order to take those sacred sites.
Yeah, not the greatest fight there for Kiljardi. Just taken a little bit early. Not enough archers there to provide a difference. Spears slowly getting picked off on the run out as well. But has this delay at least given him enough of a foothold to continue this path forward as China? Scholar still healing up just so well there.
Yeah, the healing just being absolutely massive. He's still making use, but now Demu going for that outpost. Counter healing coming in as well. Only 2 archers yet. Yeah, Kiljari needs to evacuate this position. He does, of course, still have the wheelbarrow in on the villagers, so could just run away from the spearmen. He's going to decide to stick it out, though. Repairs coming in on the outpost. Fight is being taken, but it's not looking too hot for Kiljari behind this. Actually snipes down one of the scholars, though, with the outpost. More archers coming in. But the spearman numbers not looking too good. The Ghazi Raiders could now move on to the archers. Couple more spearman reinforcement coming in.
Outpost trying to focus down the scholars yet again. A little bit of a repair attempt again as well. And while Kiljari did lose the fight, he does at least keep the outpost there for the time being. A lot of these units low health, but the scholars, look at the value they're providing.
Just continuous healing. Kiljari, though, remassing the army behind this. Look to be enough, though. Villager's going to pop out again. Enough for repair, and the Ghazi Raiders picking them off one by one. Spearman not in position. Yeah, he's losing all of the villagers. Suddenly game not looking too good for Kiljari anymore. Semu just now gotten control over the second sacred site as well. About to be.
Yeah, and this is the point where Delhi is just in full control. Double sacred sites, able to keep that military mass even bigger. And if not only, you know, does he have the military numbers, he's got 11 scholars. So once that castle age decision happens, those upgrades in castle are going to just come in the blink of an eye and all so free.
Yeah, free upgrades, definitely a good thing. And Demu now also adding in some scouts, because guess what? Speaking of free upgrades, professional scouts in for the Delhi as well. Demu is going to be able to start picking those up, and looks like behind us, he's not planning on sticking to Feudal Age for much longer. Banking up those resources for an age up.
Yeah, and this is really when Kiljari's going to find himself in a bigger predicament than he's already in, is once Delhi hits castle, you just feel like that chokehold gets so much tighter. You're like, okay, well now in the next 2 minutes, he's going to have so many upgrades, so much value for free, and you just can't equalize that same amount of technology that Delhi will be able to get.
Here's Amr now also coming in. Yeah, the age up just around the corner.
Yeah, and I feel like usually when Delhi goes for this age up in castle, they have to re-give up the sacred site control. But this is one with the fights that Demu took earlier, he might not have to give up any sacred site control.
Yeah, nothing at all, and he still has the scholars in the mid-map with his army. Look at that, single spearman gonna be able to beat off those horsemen now. I think he's got textiles as well in the villages at this point. Maybe? Yeah, he does have it. So villager is actually not going to go down here at all.
Good body blocking and good job by Demu sending a few more reinforcements that way. Kiljari trying to take the fight in the center. Has a big archer mass, sniping down some of those scholars, some of those spears on the backside. Scholars not very valuable if your units are getting one shot now. The spear mass, though, for Kiljari needs to stay alive, needs to be able to push away those Ghazi Raiders.
Demu forfeiting his entire military mass here in the mid-map, also losing a couple of the scholars. Kiljari on no food in the bank at all. He's fully committed now to the age up. Not to the age up, to the fight. And Demu, it looks like he's reinvesting, so he's getting further and further away from his age up now. He's got over 1,000 gold in the bank. Might need to actually drop a market, get some additional units in, or to really commit to the age up now.
Yeah, without those Ghazi Raiders, without those spears in queue, he would be able to be aging up now, but can you age up after just losing your whole military? And he had so many reinforcements at home because of those few little bits of horsemen raiding that Kiljari was doing, so just shows you what value a few horsemen can actually provide, and we're seeing it here again. Villagers not being pulled back by Demu, a few more villagers going to be going down on that front side from the archer mass, and not only villagers, a scholar or two as well.
Now Kiljari just trying to go for the baboon mode, trying to run into the base. Couple of horseman raids coming in yet again. There's a single Ghazi raider on the back there, also being on the defense. No additional villagers going down there, thanks to textiles. But villagers on the berries are going to get pulled.
That's
Does
so
have
many
wheelbarrow?
villagers. Oh my god.
Wheelbarrow really being a lifesaver here. As it doesn't look like too many of them are gonna go down. They sleep for a second.
The Ghazi Raiders do look like they get to close the gap. Demu had to fully reinvest into Feudal Age. He has 200 food in the bank when he was 200 away. But now should be able to clear up this Archer Mass. Kiljardi, he's just knows that. He's going to throw the rest away, maybe to just take down some of these villagers.
Doesn't get too many of the villagers. Snipes out some of the spearmen there, but now no longer has enough archers to one-shot. He's going to lose the entire Archer Mass now. In the mid-game. Has still like a lot of resource in the bank. Could remass all of those archers in theory. Yeah, looking at that army value lead. Demu just reinvesting on the flip of a coin. Like, that was so quick how he reinvested into the military.
Demu also had, what was that, 30 villagers on the berries over there? Like, desperate times calls for desperate measures, I guess. 32 villagers on the berries.
At least they're gathering.
I mean, the food eco is going to look great for a second, and then he's going to have to move again with 32 villagers, and that'll give Kiljardi a little bit of time to maybe equalize the numbers again. But Demu, yet again, he wants to go for Castle Age, and Kiljardi, he's got enough wood to make a granary transition if he wants almost.
Yeah, just the only thing that he's needing for the granary transition would be the Song Dynasty at this point. Sacred Sites have been denied, but are getting taken back now. And Demu just about ready to go for the age up. Probably has a market, so could just sell a little bit of food, a little bit of wood. The age up would be coming in right then. And there are 17 scholars now for him on his side. Those upgrades are gonna fly in by the time he hits the age up.
Yeah, and it's just more of that Ghazi focus from Demu. It seems like Kiljardi just needs a few more spears on each of these fights. Instead, though, doubling, tripling down into the Archer Mass. Demu, though, those villagers on the berries need to be worried, as it does look like there might be a Horseman Mass circling again. And so many of those are low health. Good reaction, though, by Demu. Able to very, very quickly not lose many, if any, of those villagers. A couple of them are lower health. They run to the Ghazi Raider reinforcements.
Now the age up has been revealed. Kiljardi needs to go for some sort of commitment. Demu now going into the men-at-arms. Immediate go-to armored unit in the Castle Age, doesn't require any upgrades. Nazi's also being upgraded behind this.
Gets thwarted, and another scout falls, and another scout falls. Just was using those to gather up some of those deer anyways. Horseman again, though, onto those berries, does pick up a villager, and there's spears here as well.
Archers now as well.
And archers. Demu needs to react to this further.
It's gonna pull them again. Wheelbarrow just so clutch now, coming in.
Doing wonders over there for him. Does cut back in front of some of the archer pathing, though.
Getting taken down. Could have probably taken down a good couple more. There's a lot of yellow dots making their way over behind all of this. Another rally getting picked up. Enough spearmen to take down the men-at-arms. Wololo not going to be successful here, so Scholar's getting sniped up before being able to bring that relic back in. Kiljardi just having this very, very large army mass now in front of Demu's base, as the deer are also about to run out from underneath his TC.
He still has 1,200 wood in the bank as well, so needs to utilize that for something. I think he's dropping some farms on the backside again. Looks like fights being taken.
He's
so many
getting a lot of the upgrades as well.
Mix, though.
Yeah. Demu was at 17 scholars, now down to 11, so Kiljardi sniped down a lot of them. Fights being taken, but it's not a good one, I want to say, for Demu. Not one that's good enough at the very least.
There's just so many archers. The men-at-arms, while they're tanky, they don't do a ton of damage. So if the spears are able to connect onto those Ghazi, able to keep those archers alive. And as I say that, Kiljardi moves the spears back to cut off the Ghazi mass that was going for the flank. But As this fight goes longer and longer, the armored units just show their value here.
Killjadi going for his own age up now behind this, finding the timing behind all of this to get enough food in for that. It cut production though, so doesn't have any spearman reinforcements or anything like this coming in to help his units now. But with the supervision, should be able to at least get the archer upgrade in a reasonable amount of time. Can also kite and kill some of those knights, some of those Ghazi raiders on the backline as well. Good book. Oh my god, one horseman pulling back the entire army from Demu. Buying Killjadi critical seconds there. Yeah, just a couple of these arm spots. Now mass knights. Archer upgrade coming in as well. Killjadi's still in this game.
Yeah, Demu having to drop farms of his own now. All the upgrades slowly coming through though for Demu, so is going to gain that effectiveness, but did lose quite a bit of scholars earlier on.
He's yoinking the relic right next to Killjadi when he just made the monastery at the top side. Oh my god. And now he's sending some Ghazi over there as well. That is unfortunate. Unfortunate for Killjadi in that situation.
Yeah, it's a big part of the food eco. Killjadi going with crossbows and some lancers, still a few spears as well. What a crazy back and forth game here so far, as it did feel like it was all in Demu's control, but overstepped, threw away his army, and now Killjadi has been making this comeback here.
Is also being able to do a good amount of damage now. Killjadi already, or rather Demu already has +2 pierce armor in at this point. Only with 5 scholars garrison at the moment though. The upgrades aren't coming in. Eco efficiency is the one big point here at the moment for Demu that just hasn't been looking too hot. Killjadi doing a great job there, but yeah, a little bit of DC idle time on both sides. It's just been a very hectic game so far between the two.
Hectic game to say the least, but Killjadi does look like he is in a solid positioning point as the Chinese here at this point. Starting to move across with this mass.
Yeah, Killjadi with the crossbow mix in there as well. He's looking very, very good right now when it comes to the army, now also reinvesting back into spearmen. A very solid army composition. Just the mass of men-at-arms here is not going to be good enough for Demu.
No, it's just, it's not too valuable. And oh my gosh, more villagers falling. We talked about some wheelbarrow earlier on, but this time just not quite as quick there on the step there for the villagers. Crossbows though are here to help deter this frontline mass. Just, it doesn't look like the whole crossbow mass is there.
Not all of them, but enough to two-shot the knights at the very least. Spearman providing a very good front line here. Wololo in the back, but is going to get sniped down.
Immediately sniped out, so another scholar goes down. A few more of the crossbows that arrived now going to be helping with this kiting maneuver, and it looks like the reinforcing knights might as well, but Killjadi's range mass is slowly starting to get thinned out just a bit here.
Just a bit. Demu mostly just on infantry now, though, at this point in time. We haven't seen any keeps coming up from him. Now he sees that Killjadi has a pretty big army mass coming up behind this. Now switches back into archers and Ghazi raiders as well. That's a very resource-intensive army composition where you need a lot of units. And the question is, does Demu have enough time? Does Demu have enough income for this? He's adding in more farm blobs as well behind this, more farm clusters. Killjadi already has a couple of men.
Oof. Yeah, that farm transition has come through for Demu now. He's getting on to different woodlines, though, and those woodlines are getting thinner and thinner. Remember, this is Baldlands. We'll need to eventually make that move into those central tree lines, which gets so dangerous. Oh.
Ooh.
Okay,
Scholar stays safe for the time being there. Scholar also acts as a little bit of a mobile outpost. They have a lot of range. We now see the Barbican securing one of the sacred sites, going to be coming in for Kiljardi. It's getting deterred on one side, but there's still the other three going all the way around the edge of the map. Meanwhile, the main army...
Right as walls tried to go down.
Does Demu see this? Yeah, Demu does see this. Spotted out. It's getting pulled ahead of time. It's a dicey situation at the moment.
Kiljardi does secure both sacred sites now, so he has now started that timer against the Civ that loves being the one to start the timer, the Delhi Sultanate. So Kiljardi is the one taking the map control, is in that positioning, so he's able to move out to some of those other resources like the berries, like, you know, maybe getting back onto the deer next to the sacred site like he's on again.
Elephant. That's the first elephant here of the game. Probably not gonna be the last one. 12 scores at the moment, Garrison. We still don't have any keeps in yet from Demu. This does not look like a fight that Demu wants to take. He's still pushing into it though. There's a lot of crossbows out there. Elephant immediately loses a third of his health. 2/3 and now gets taken down.
Just gets sniped out so quickly, and the crossbow mass that Demu has seems great until you see the crossbow and archer mass that Kiljardi has. So just backline damage, so much healthier for Kiljardi. Demu oversteps a little bit, loses that front line, and now is having to tuck tail and turn on home.
Yeah, this is the point where the Ghazi Raiders need to be remassed into. Vultures in the gold also gonna need to evacuate here. Demu is gonna take the fight here. Notices that it's one that he can't really easily take. Granted, he does have the upgrade from the House of Wisdom, where he does have or House of Knowledge.
Houses.
Garrison houses and also more attack range on the crossbows.
Yeah, those houses that are actually helping out pretty significantly against the infantry mass that Kiljardi has, and you can see those archers, you can see those crossbows getting taken down quickly, and the Ghazis remassing, they're tanky, they're that front line that he needs.
And the defensive capabilities of Delhi sometimes, well, not just sometimes, they never cease to amaze. Additional range on the crossbows, the housing infrastructure. Kiljardi is going to have to fall back for a little bit. Going into Jugunu now.
Yeah, and it looks like a horseman transition for Kiljardi as well, just because of that ranged mass that Demu has. Kiljardi looks like he's expanding for the bottom side boar and deer as well, walling that side off, and then might be able to take the boar behind it. But with all these eco kills, he has found himself now at a 21 eco lead.
Yeah, very solid eco lead at this point. Has control over 2 sacred sites, one also supported by a Barbican. The Jugunu mass is going to build up quite quickly, behind which he has a very, very impressive resource bank as well. 16 horsemen, so Kiljardi also in a great position to just start with some of these raids, mobility raids on the sides. Still don't have a keep up yet for Demu, so his base is going to be pretty awkward to defend. He gets a lot of the upgrades in for free, yes, but doesn't feel like it's enough at the moment now that all the researchers have finished up and all the upgrades are in.
Kiljardi wasn't queuing stuff up for a good little bit, so I thought I was like, is he about to go imp? And then all of a sudden 5 horsemen, 4 crossbows in queue, so real quickly turns that around, but still so many resources in the bank for him. He could go imp at the blink of an eye. Doubling, tripling down though, 9 horsemen in queue. He might need some more stables or might need some more supervision.
Raiders pulling Kiljardi's army to the back. Village is going to evacuate here. No village hopping. Demu buying himself some time, but Kiljardi's income still just looking very, very solid. Over 2,000 food per minute currently.
Military numbers have equalized over here, and Demu, Kiljardi attempted a little quick wall these Ghazi Raiders in, try to get them cut on off, and actually get a lot of them cleaned up, and sure enough, makes them run into his ranged mass, and all of a sudden, those Ghazi Raiders get obliterated.
Obliterated, but there's still 24 of them out on the field, chasing after some horsemen inside of his own base. Demu, 40 villagers on food, a lot of gold banked up. Could he be looking for an Imperial Age follow-up now? That is another big scaling point for the Delhi Sultanate, where they once again unlock a ton of upgrades that they can unlock for free.
Yeah, Demu is at that point where all of his technologies for Castle Age have finished, so it's kind of like, well, what bonuses is the Civ given now? It's like, well, he wants those next research technologies to start ticking on in for free. Kiljardi, though, he's up to 100 military. Palace of the Sultan is on the way for Demu now, though. Has a massive army knocking on the doorstep and actually has to cancel Palace of the Sultan because it was being built right while Kiljardi was moving into.
Goes for it now on the side. No, actually, he just remasks military. He cancels it completely, instead reinvests into the military. Knows that he needs military mass now.
Rams still waiting to be finished. Now Kiljardi can turn. Now Kiljardi can take this fight with the range mass not building rams.
And both the archers and the crossbows do have the additional range upgrade on them. Wololos coming in, defensive Wololos. Some units need to fall back from the front line. Successful Wololos there. Still buying some time. Kiljardi's army, though, is able to push forward.
Yeah,
and was losing
Scholar
that ground.
Mass has been pulled, but there's so many scholars and they're just healing, not fighting. And while that is great in smaller numbers, in these large numbers when things are getting one shot, the scholars now just prove to be cannon fodder. They are now the front line. They're now trying to be the tanky unit. And Kiljardi has taken this fight at a perfect timing.
It's going to be incredibly awkward now from this one going forward. Even if Demu holds this, he just lost a lot of scholars. So if he goes for an age up now, he won't have that upgrade speed that he really needs in order to stabilize after the age up. It's 17 to 95 economy. Kiljardi's looking in a very good position.
Yep, both of these players, I mean, it has been a crazy, another just back and forth game where it feels like either of these players could have taken the game at any point in time during this, but Kiljardi now, the one in just a little bit more control. He does have that legal map hack landmark, which is probably how he figured out that there was a little bit of some wood expansion over here. Lancers closing the gap. Demu, a little bit of a late reaction and losing even more villagers.
Now see elephants coming in from Demu, 2 more queued up. I don't know how Demu does it every time, but like his economy still isn't looking too bad at all. He's got 5 relics. Still has a decent unit mass to defend with at the very least. And he is continuously holding on, continuously producing units.
Yeah, somehow even being down 32 villagers has been able to just keep himself equalized in this game. There's been so much damage go on, but Kiljardi is going for the throat yet again. Elephant moving forward, Scholars getting pulled again. Lancers have made that wraparound, have made that circle with the Ghazi here now, and a second Elephant on the front side.
Third Elephant coming in. Going all the way to the backside there. Kiljardi has his ranged units. There's still a good couple of crossbows in, but the Elephant's able to do a lot of damage before he goes down. Even gets pulled back now, can get healed up again. Demu stabilizing, now Kiljardi lacking the army to continue his push forward.
Kiljardi decided to split off a few units and take a few more villager picks during that time, and it allowed the mass from Demu to win the fight there in the center. And those 3 elephants and with some scholars now are getting pretty scary. Kiljardi needs to remass and remass quick.
I think I might have missed my opportunity to complain about Delhi, but yeah, Demu looking to be in a very, very solid position now behind this as he continues pushing on further and further into Kiljari's base. Kiljari's just not producing anything. I think he's just kind of stun-locked at how his push so far hasn't been working out, how he still hasn't won this game yet.
Yeah, and as you say that, he queues up about 15 units really, really quick. He needs to be able to do something to equalize his numbers, and he needs to do it fast. A keep drop, is that a rushed keep?
It's getting rushed up by 8 villagers.
That's not that
It's
rushed.
that's a leisure keep. Yeah, it's not going to be in time if Demu moves forward in time. Actually, it looks like Demu's respecting the keep getting put up there. He's going to fall back. And just going for his own Imperial Age as he finds the villagers on the gold vein. Hijadi, no reaction. Now reacts, villagers getting trapped though.
They don't have many places to run. Great job on, I wouldn't say equalizing the eco difference, but great job in starting to make a ways back as far as his economy goes and equalizing there.
And now Imperial Age going to be on the menu. House of the Sultan should be coming in soon now for Demu, and there it is. He's got 13 scholars and 5 more in queue. These upgrades are going to be coming in at a pretty decent pace for Demu. Kiljari is still 26 villagers ahead, but kind of doesn't feel like it.
No, it doesn't feel like it by any means. Yeah, I would say this game still feels dead even. I mean, Demu has constantly been able to keep up with this queue that Kiljari has been doing. Kiljari, I think, knows that Imperial Age is not far behind for his opponent, so needs to equalize it himself and is starting to bank up his own resources.
So Kiljari could also be going for the age up. There is a point to be made for Imperial Age Palace Guards for China with the plus 30 HP upgrade, where the Palace Guards actually do become very, very strong, and with Yuan Dynasty with the bonus movement speed, just an impressively strong raiding unit. We do see the Great Wall Gatehouse, the unnamed landmark coming in now for Kiljari. Gotta be able to protect those farms. Meanwhile, Demu, look at that upgrade queue, just skyrocketing, as every queuable upgrade's getting clicked now for him. Scholars,
now
13
you just give
now
it a
been
few
garrisoned.
minutes. Ooh, decent raid though coming in onto the food villagers there from Demu. So Kiljari just able to at least pick up a little bit, and it doesn't seem like Demu fully reacted and responded to that.
He pulled the villagers that were getting attacked. Demu likes to do this where he keeps the remaining workers working. It's just very efficient, just means that idle time being absolutely minimized, at maybe the potential cost of 1 or 2 additional villagers. At this point, just having the uptime on the village is probably more important. Speaking of uptime, look at Demu's food bank after this. He just aged up and already has enough resource to age up again.
I mean, he is just
Oh, that
ready
Imperial
to go.
official. He's still supervising the mining camp. There's nothing to mine from.
That's one of those you see and you're like, maybe I shouldn't kill him. Just let him keep working over there. Another moss getting dropped. The good old extra Imperial Age upgrades about to get queued up as well there for Demu. Looks like walls are being built, but it doesn't look like they're being built fast enough unless those Ghazi get distracted by the gold villagers. And sure enough, gold villagers trying to get pulled away, trying to build a gate very, very quick. There is some military headed this way, so shouldn't have too many losses, maybe 1-2 vills here.
Yeah, main count staying up. Horsemen have been upgraded to elite. Still have a pretty good crossbow mass for Kiljari. The first Sultan's Tower Elephant is in now. All the elite upgrades, or the most important elite upgrades, are getting researched now as well. Ghazi Raiders already elited up behind this. University upgrades coming in behind this. Looks like Demu's gotten up to 3 universities as well. So it's getting 3 university upgrades in at a time.
That is crazy considering the technologies are all free. Gazis are able to hit that wood line, are able to hit some of the granary eco, but
big
the
raid.
horsemen, they find the gold, and those villagers are not going to be escaping with their life.
Good pick up there by Kiljadi. It's a lot more important, or a lot more impactful, when you take 10 villagers from a person with 60 than if you kill 10 villagers from a person with 90 villagers. So Kiljadi still having a very, very solid eco lead at this point. Able to preserve it as well, but Demu just continuing with the Ghazi raids makes it very difficult for Kiljadi to move out of his own base with his units.
That villager that was walling just, you know, just minding his own business. Ghazi ran right on by.
They respected that. They respected the hustle.
And this Ghazi mass is getting collapsed from two different sides. Yes, might pick up another couple villagers, but just as you said, for Kiljadi at this point, I think he's kind of fine with some of these trades. Couple more Ghazi picked up and cleared on the back side. Oh, jinxed it.
Ooh. Moving back to the Great Wall Gatehouse, though, should be able to support there. Demu, I kind of feel like I know where this is going now. It's just slowly massing up that big ball of elephants that he's got. We're at 3 war elephants, 3 Sultan's Tower elephants, about to be 4. Good amount of crossbows, good amount of hand cannoneers, everything eliteed up. It's just becoming this big death ball that Kiljadi, unfortunately, probably not going to stand a chance unless he's going into like 40 to 50 hand cannoneers with mass spears or horsemen.
Well, and the hard part too is when you're facing that Delhi death ball, when you've killed that many villagers, you're like, woo, I've killed, you know, a ton of villagers. It's like, well, that death ball just gets bigger and bigger as you kill villagers. So that military mass is up at 120 for Demu.
Ancient
Horsemen
technology
are
is being
slipping.
upgraded now for Kiljadi, so he's going to be getting some additional eco there. Should be an additional, I think that nerfed to 4%, so should be plus 8% gather speed. Oh, 5%, never mind, it is still 5%. On the tool tip.
a big little star
Asterisk.
next to it. Yeah. All right, elephants moving forward. Demu's 115 military mass is ready to do something, and Kiljadi says, all right, I might just circle, kill some reinforcements, might run on away.
Return rate coming in from Kiljadi behind this now. The big issue here is now that crossbows for Kiljadi, they can take down the war elephant, but they can't take down the tower elephant, as the tower elephant are, interestingly enough, not a heavy unit. They're not armored. And they have like 14 ranged armor.
Horsemen getting more villager kills in that economy. Kiljadi's lost plenty of villagers as well, but it just feels like Demu's death ball is getting bigger and bigger and scarier, and there's no answer in sight right now.
Yeah, Kiljadi is far away from getting enough gold in or a big ball of hand cannoneers. It just doesn't really feel like there's a real way at the moment for Kiljadi to fight off that death ball. Finds a couple more villager kills, but yeah, it's as he said, like the more villager he kills, the bigger the death ball gets. At the end of the day, like, Demu still has a very impressive resource bank behind this Barbican with the cannon placement. And the crossbows and archers are actually attacking buildings behind this. Not focusing any of the units, only now that they're stepping up. Units are getting focused now.
Yeah, Bombard
Wall
doing a
elephants
great
go down.
job of adding some extra damage in against those elephants as well, and Kiljadi's still just continuing to raid with horsemen on the backside. So Deathball did get thinned out a little bit, and eco still for Demu is hurting. Not saying, you know, Kiljadi's eco is doing anything too crazy healthy, but he is still just continually making damage in this economy. Ooh, Does look like Village Fortress is about to get finished on that keep on that sacred site in just a bit. So Demu will have a way to start producing some more villagers and catch up on that eco.
Still just going for mass horsemen and spearmen at the moment for Kuljadi. He's trying to go for these raids, but it's just so difficult currently. Demu with all 5 relics and tithe bonds as well. Massive passive income there, supporting him as well. Still not seeing... We're seeing a couple of hand cannons, but like Kuljadi literally needs like 40 of them in order to stand a chance, I feel like.
Well, he's about a quarter of the way here so far. He's scared to push up any further. He needs to start taking down that keep, needs to start taking down this central map control, and that might be what he's doing here soon, but more Ghazis are going to be knocking on his doorstep.
Not working on that keep. Now this big elephant ball. 11 elephants here. Stepping forward. This is such a scary army to face off against. Bombard needs to pull back as well. Second Bombard coming in. Third Bombard in queue. He's going to need to protect him as well, though. Arbican once again with the cannon placement. Doing a good amount of AoE damage as a support here. 5,000 health on it. But when the elephants find a target... tends to not be long for the world, for this world. But still trying to snipe them out. Healing at the same time. Makes it difficult. Elephant not getting actively healed though. He's trying to find the healers. He's pathing for it. He could not find the herd.
Please.
I need healing. But Mercy was on mute. Now fights coming in. Horsemen trying to go for the back line, but there's just these couple of war elephants that are in the way. That do bonus damage to the cavalry here. Kuljadi pressing forward. But there's so many hand cannon elephants behind us as well. The front line's just melting slowly but surely. To 13 hand cannoneers for Kuljadi. It's now 100 to 60 military. Military is falling fast from Kuljadi. 35 scholars, to be fair, from Demu. Not all of them are out at the front line. Last couple of upgrades are coming in. Demu could soon be pulling all of the scholars to go for the engagement forward. Front lines now have fallen on both sides. Bombard starting to feel a little bit exposed here. Kuljadi's only got 100 food in the bank. Barely any food income. What happened there? Might have been some big raids in the back behind all of this, but he doesn't have the income anymore to produce more units, and GG gets called. 50 minutes in game number 1. Demu able to come back in this one when it almost looked all over in the mid-game.
Another game number 1 where it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We wanted to call it for one side or the other, but we kept not being able to do so. Just neither player were able to close it out until the end there, and Demu goes up 1-0.
1-0 lead indeed now for Demu. This, I mean, honestly, expected when up against the Delhi, right? It's just a very strong civilization, at least in my opinion, but losing with China, which is also just this very high value civilization, never really feels good. Next up though, we're going to be moving over to Frisian Marshes with the House of Lancaster for Demu up against the Order of the Dragon for Kuljadi. And Epson, I gotta say, Order of the Dragon recently has really grown on me in a cavalry meta. Mainly cavalry-oriented meta. Who would have thought that having the strongest spearmen in the game actually makes a civilization's entire identity in this case? Like, the Order of the Dragon spearmen currently are just so strong that in many matchups they completely carry a game, and this could be one of them. Up against the Hobbler and spearmen, as well as the Lord of Lancaster spam, in theory, against all these 3 units, you would be totally fine just making only and only Gilded Spearmen, or even Gilded Men-at-Arms. You could just make those units and you would be able to win the fights there.
Yeah, it's definitely one that I feel like fighting against Order of the Dragon can be very deceiving. You know, you think you have the numbers, you think you have the enough, and all of a sudden you look back and it's just not enough. The spears are, when it's a counter unit straight up against each other, it is absolutely crazy.
Oh man,
Alright.
I love the banter. I love the banter. This is probably Killjadi in Demu's chat. I see you have gathered some points again after losing them to me. Let's take them away. Top tier farming coming right up. And then, of course, can't believe my luck in Red Bull. Never get this lucky that Killjadi's up against him tomorrow. Oh man, I'm sorry I have to do that to you on your birthday. Right, it's Killjadi's it's not Killjadi, it's Demu's birthday today.
Oh,
Isn't it? Or was it yesterday? And I think it's today. Yeah, it's today.
Happy birthdays in the chat for Demu, and he was able to at least shut Killjadi up for one game and take a 1-0 lead here, but there's a lot more left in this series.
Oh man, this is gonna be this is great. This is great. I love the banter between these two. Like every time they're in game as well, up against each other. There's so many memes that have been created there. Luckiest man alive, or Killjadi, you're the only one that I know that could lose this matchup. Some absolute classics between these two.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's one where, you know, whenever there's a little bit of some back-end banter, it always makes a matchup that much more exciting and that much more just fun to cast, fun to watch and whatnot.
Indeed, and now Vision Marsha's House of Lancaster versus Order of the Dragon. Are we just going to be seeing that classic House of Lancaster all in? There's a little bit of depth here on this map with the potential of water play as well, as you do want to get some fishing economy in. Of course, food eco, always very, very good, very important to have. Or maybe you just commit full on land, you get a mana up, you get your economy that way, and then you just try and burn down your opponent's stocks, and then later on just run into the base. We'll see, we'll see. The thing with the Order of the Dragon is that their units, the gilded units, you have to respect them. You have to respect them. If there's a unit, you have to make the appropriate counter. You cannot just try and make your own spearmen against gilded spearmen, or your own knights against gilded knights. You gotta go for the counters, because gilded units, man, they absolutely shred.
And we will see how much shredding they will do in this game number 2. Killjadi playing with the dragon in the color yellow, and Demu playing House of Lancaster in the color red.
So early on, looks like Demu also going for wood, so we will be having that double dock opening here from both players. Both players will be getting that food in from those ponds.
Yeah, nothing too surprising here. The question is how many pawns will be taken by either player before going up to Feudal?
And also, will one of these players look to be taking the pawns away from their opponent? Because that's also something that we typically see when one player doesn't fully dock every single pawn. At one time, the other player could just go and send a villager over to just dock the remaining pawns, and all of that is just bonus economy. We did have a shoreline fish buff at some point where shoreline now have 600 food inside of them instead of 500 among them, which means that, you know, these little ponds, they last a lot longer. It's a good amount of additional food. 300 extra food, that's almost one additional shoreline fish spot there. Or shoreline fish school, I guess you could say.
Yeah, there were always these times where, you know, sometimes it wasn't worth docking, or other times that, you know, oh, we're dropping mills out to take the shoreline. And it's like, with that extra 100 food, it really has made it that impact where it is absolutely worth it. And was that a little proxy building being dropped from Demu?
Yeah. A proxy barracks in the middle of the map. There are these funny names for, like, these groups of animals, right? Like a school of fish, a gaggle of crows, or a murder of crows. I didn't know, like, up until I was, like, 20, I didn't know that a murder of crows is, like, a group of birds. Like, why is it a murder? And it's only crows, I heard. It's not just birds, it's only crows. Okay, Cow said it's only crows. That's weird.
You know, believing cow is also weird. So you know.
That's true. That's true. That's do it at your own risk.
No, I believe that one though. For some reason, I don't know why it makes sense, but it does make sense to me. But who knows? Maybe other birds aren't quite as scary and annoying as crows are. But first,
Spearman now coming in
couple
from Demu.
Spears, exactly, starting to move on across. It's just that one initial dock that has been taken so far. Here comes the first torch.
First torch getting thrown. Yep. And Kiljadi, it looks like he's just going to be going for his own age up behind. It's going to take a while for these spearmen to take down this first dock. By the time they do, the fishing ships will already have paid off for themselves. And in theory, Kiljadi just needs a single gilded archer to deal with all of these. And getting the Archon Chapel in is probably a higher priority, as soon as you get that in, you'll immediately be getting that additional 15% bonus efficiency on your build. So probably a good idea from Kiljadi. Just ignore this, get the Archon Chapel up indeed. You'll get more resources as the time goes on that way anyways.
Yep, Demu has another spear in queue, so wants to make sure to try to get this dock down as soon as possible. Scout, hello? Just causing some idle time. He did that on purpose. No real worry there. And it looks like barracks is being dropped for Kiljadi, so might just want to go ahead and react with a spear of his own or a men-at-arm gilded spear it is. One gilded spear, though, not going to be enough to take down 5-6 spears on the other side, even with a feudal age advantage. It's just the pure numbers game.
Maybe if there's like a single men-at-arms to support as well, because gilded men-at-arms, they're no joke. Absolutely no joke. They're like, I think they got like the same DPS as a knight while having more health as well. Like, I've had games where I've made only gilded men-at-arms against only knights, and the men-at-arms somehow won. That is only in like continued fights, because they actually have incredible attack speed on them. It's getting burned down fast now, though.
Yeah,
and these ponds are so tiny that it's hard for the fishing ships to escape. Oh, Demu ship now, though.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, Demu has to be very careful now.
And you can see what Kiljadi was trying to do, where it was just kind of poke at some of the spears while they're throwing their torches and not have to really take as much return damage. But Demu doing a great job microing, a great job just splitting off and continuing the damage onto spears on that side. Abbey of the Kings, though, about a minute away from finishing himself.
So we'll be getting access to those Lords of Lancaster. Could also heal up any of these weak spearmen if he wanted to. And is he actually getting the fishing ships torched down? Doesn't look like it quite yet. Is he torching down the... Okay, now Demu ship has been hit a little bit, but hasn't been torched down yet. Ideally, Kiljadi wants to keep these fishing ships alive to just rebuild the dock in a little bit. And there's Demu already on triple dock. Now the archers are going to be coming in.
Yep, and there is the archer to be able to deter the rest of those spears away, and you can just immediately, right as the archer comes out, you can see the outline of the dock getting rebuilt as well.
Now dock is getting rebuilt behind this. Demo ship didn't really get much use out there, but I mean, there's always the threat, of course, of the demo ship exploding. So Demu did not want to send all of his spears to torch down these fishing ships.
Yeah, he never really had more than 2 over there on that pond, trying to burn down the fishing ships or throw some extra torches at the demo. And now the rest of those spears should get cleaned up now at this point. Gonna try to run on home with the remaining health that they have. There is the
Little
first
Lancaster
Lord
gets scouted
of
out.
Lancaster.
Look at what Demu is doing behind this. He's saving up so much food, but he's got 16 on wood still. So I think this is probably not going to be a fast castle play. I think he's just waiting to get production buildings in, because why else would you have 20 villagers on wood? If it was for a fast castle age, he would pull more over to gold and to food. So yeah, this is going to be just to get the production buildings up now.
Yeah, and you can
Archer
see
range, though.
Q starting to build a little bit. He's about to be at 4 lords here in just a second.
Yeah, double archer range. He wants to get the yeoman in.
Kiljardi at least causing some delay on some of these fishing boats. Oh, actually takes down a fishing boat
ship,
with
yeah.
the archers. A little bit of a late reaction from
value.
Demu. He pulled the first one in at a perfect timing, but second one he just did not quite respect the archer damage. And the Burgrave is on its way.
Burgrave Palace. Oh, that's some great follow-up timing here for Kiljardi with the burger. And mass men-at-arms is just not something that Demu in theory can deal with. I mean, the Yeomen have more movement speed. They can kite for quite a while, but it's just when you only do a single point of damage to the men-at-arms, they're not going to be coming in that quickly. Of course, like an HRE Burgrave, but they have a lot more health and are cheaper to make as well.
A demo ship eventually will do its job there and just gets rid of the annoyance.
It
of
was
what two
worth it
spears
too.
are.
Yeah, it was a good trade-out as well. 164, 160 resources.
There we are. The Burgrave finishes, immediately getting, I believe that's Men-at-Arms upgrade in.
Should be, yeah, it is going to be the Men-at-Arms upgrade. Fishing ships need to hide inside of the dock there, are going to be doing just that. Demu now wants to do some damage over here, wants to distract Kiljardi. He does not want Kiljardi to come over to his base. Is that another demo ship? Yeah, another demo ship going to be in queue now. Demu, though, anticipating that, is going to move to the backside of that dock to make sure there's not going to be any direct way for that demo to approach, but demo ship! Oh my god, this is so close!
That was so close.
That was really close. But Kiljardi, though, he loses all of his spearmen. Gilded archers trying to take down the spearmen from Demu, but are going to get taken down before that. Men-at-Arms working overtime.
He is tanking up the damage from
Yeoman just going to be
all
looking
of
for the
these
fishing
units.
ship. Yeah, fishing ship a little bit late on the reaction. Just a single man-at-arms is not going to be enough here. Another demo ship comes in. Wishes it had stayed inside of the dock, though. Oh, I might get taken down now. 3 men-at-arms. Kiljardi behind this is trying to get the relics in. And looks like he somehow managed to get out to some additional pawns, so is still scaling there. Demu behind this on 4 pawns now.
Yeah, those men-at-arms, like, while they'd be great if he could split one off and get into the eco. Into the mass that Demu has right now, Kiljardi just needs a few more numbers to be able to actually take a fight. Another fishing boat taken down.
It's going to jump inside of the dock now. We're up to 5 men-at-arms, and Demu is about to be actually able to click the age up. Knowing Demu, this isn't going to be a White Tower, but rather a King's Cult. She's a big fan of that landmark. No, is going to be going for the White Tower. Okay. Caster Curse coming in.
Caster Curse, indeed, even though I wouldn't say it's that much of a curse. It's just, you know, he's wanting to protect up the front side of his base. White Tower in between the gold. Plans on going over to the stone as well right after.
Arms starting to push outward a little bit. Just 6 of them. First relic is on its way back, and Kiljardi in theory has the opportunity to put the relics inside the docks as well. I don't think there's been a manor. Yeah, there hasn't been a single manor yet for Demu, so his economy hasn't actually been that great if you compare it to Kiljardi's. He's playing as the Order of the Dragon, so does have a good amount of bonus income there. Though Kiljardi's food income isn't that hot at the moment. I believe he's solely gathering food at the moment through the shoreline fish, through the fishing operation.
Yeah, White Tower has finished, and that's one where we should see Demu getting ready to maybe make that transition into some more manners, or I say more, into some manners to be able to have a little bit of a boost into his economy. Yeoman upgrade on its way. Same thing goes for the extra range damage now that Castle Age is finished as well. So Kiljardi's men-at-arms just about to be a little bit less effective.
Yeah, man. In Castle Age against men-at-arms, it's one of the main interactions that I really dislike in Age of Empires 4, or I think at least is a little bit unfair, counterintuitive. The archers against armored units do 50% more damage than they do in Feudal Age with all upgrades researched. So now these men-at-arms are going to be a lot less effective as a meat shield unit. There is an outpost, there is emergency repairs, but this might not be enough in order to hold this line for Kiljardi. Upgrades have come in, so Yemen going to be doing 3 damage with every hit instead of just 2. Yeah, men-at-arms are struggling.
Yeah, and I feel like this is always, whenever I see men-at-arms at higher elos, it's like they either have their timing before your opponent gets castle where they're like almost unstoppable, or all of a sudden they get countered out pretty easily and get kited to death because of their movement speed.
Yeah. Now they're able to start getting some connections in, but just doesn't feel like it's enough. The Lords of Lancaster also upgraded. There's some Earl's Guards in there. And just this mass of archers is going to be enough, together with some crossbows, to completely annihilate the armored units here from Kiljardi. He is starting to remass into some gilded archers, but that we know reproducing units as Order of the Dragon is slow. When you're 35 to 5 military units, 2 of which are religious units, 1 of which is a scout, 1 of which is an archer ship, it just does not look good at the moment for Kiljardi at all.
Oof, additional gold
outpost
now
in.
denied as well. Kiljardi was trying to get an outpost on it, needs to get back onto that gold to get some of these higher value units, but Demu is not letting him do so, picking up a few more villagers as they're trying to escape on the way out. And with just the small amount of units that Kiljardi actually has, Demu might just be able to run around this base and idle out a lot of villagers with these yeomen.
So many villagers going down here. Kiljardi losing the majority of his economy now. He's just not able to catch up to the yeomen with their superior movement speed as well. Military reinforcements getting sniped behind as well. We're trying to get 2 of the 5 relics in so far. But yeah, it's just not enough. I still have production uptime on the Burgrave. But he's just stuck inside of his base. Only just now is veterancy on the archers coming in. He just didn't have the gold for it this entire time.
And that yeoman mass made a full circle around the whole base and is just still, you know, maybe not super healthy, but they're still alive. They're still doing damage. And Demu has a mass on either side, and this is one of those where if you're Kiljardi, you just feel like there's nowhere to go. You can't breathe, and sure enough, he throws in the towel. Demu takes game number 2 in a little bit quicker, a little bit more of a decisive fashion here.
Ay. And now Kiljardi is finding himself up against Demu on match point 2-0 right now in this best of 5. It didn't look bad at all, I want to say, in the early game here for Kiljardi. It's just that men-at-arms, army composition-wise, just don't feel good up against ranged units at all in this current meta. Once Demu got that Castle Age up in, meant that his archers would be doing a lot more damage to those men-at-arms, and yeah, in the end, the theoretical counter was not strong enough there for the Order of the Dragon.
Yeah, and Demu was able to just make that expansion onto a few more pawns, had a few, a few extra fishing ships working for himself. Whereas, Kiljardi did sneak out to a few extra, but it felt like that was like his lifeline. It wasn't like, oh, this is an extra boost to my economy. It was like, I need that or else I'm going to lose.
Next up, gonna be moving over to Hill and Dale, and there's some interesting picks here. We're gonna be seeing the Golden Horde on Hill and Dale for Demu up against Kiljardi's French. I think Golden Horde on Hill and Dale, it's a little bit contradictory, just from the way it wants to be played, right? Like, because Golden Horde, they want to go out on the map, or rather, they want to have the Uwus out on the map. But at the same time, on Hill and Dale, you kind of want to hold yourself up on top of that hill. And French can also be played fairly interestingly on Hill and Dale with a potential Chamber of Commerce there. There's a lot of options here for these players on how they want to play this one.
Yeah, we've seen Sengoku sniped for, what is this, the 5th, maybe 6th time of the day here. So I think 5th time of the day so far that the Sengoku's been sniped. So these higher level players are definitely not wanting to have to deal with Sengoku.
Yeah, Sengoku can be a little bit of an odd sieve when you play against them. The Mounted Samurai just being incredibly strong and having infinite gold as soon as Castle Age comes in at the safety inside of your own base. I don't know about you, Dapsna, but that feels very good for a civilization with incredibly strong knights.
Yeah, you can't disagree with that by any means. Looks like game is not too far away from starting, but I think we wanted to get you maybe some bracket updates here soon to see about maybe some of the other series, some of the other updates, and how they've been doing so far.
All right, let's get a quick look onto the brackets then, and we've got Beastie up against Wham. Looks like Wham managed to beat Numedan 3-0 there. Beastie doing the same with Corvinus. Marine Lord also winning up against Galadecal, waiting for this set between Demu and Kiljardi to finish on up. Yeah, that's going to be some of the sets that we're also going to be looking at today, as Beastie vs. Wham and Vortex versus Anatant are on our timeline for today.
Exciting series to say the least, but we are still in this one. Demu is up 2-0. Can Kiljardi do something to try to start this reverse sweep? He is playing the French versus Demu's Golden Horde.
This is now match point for Demu, so Kiljardi really has to give it his all if he wants to stay in this game now. Golden 10 coming up for Demu. Necessary age-up building here for the Golden Horde. Similar age-up mechanic to civilizations like the Abbasid or the Ayyubids.
Yep, just gotta wait. You're able to, you're able to click your age up, but not able to speed it up too much there, as you just gotta wait and be patient over there. Kiljardi, though, doing the nice thing as French and just moving out onto the deer right off the bat.
Yeah, good and efficient early economy, especially with the French, since your mill is cheap and you get the upgrades in cheaper as well. Very cheap survival techniques means that you're going to be gathering at very good pace from those deer right off the bat.
Yeah, able to really get that eco going and a stronger eco coming in, and really not delaying your age up like you would on some other maps where you don't have the deer tucked up close right next to your base. I mean, we heard it from Baltoon earlier when he was playing JD. He saw the deer in front of his base that were super close, and he said, "Hey, this might actually be enough to give me a leg up against Lucifron," and sure enough, was able to take that game. But early on,
not a lot going on early on. Age-ups should be coming in soon. And it's going to be School of Cavalry. No Chamber of Commerce play here for Kiljardi. the market's actually not in too great of a spot from the looks of it. They're not all the way in the corner, just next to the woodlines there, right outside of the base.
Yeah, coulda had an effect and change it, as when it's in the corner, it is some juicy income. When it's a little bit of a ways off the corner, it just doesn't ever feel as good, as trading is quite exponential.
Khan and Togut upgrade coming in for Demu. No surprises there. I haven't seen the other upgrade that basically just gives you 2 production buildings in for free being used in pro play yet.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think I want to say I maybe saw it one single game, but I don't think it played out well, so maybe deterred others from trying it as well.
I tried it a couple of times, just you don't immediately have the resource to double produce batches from 2 buildings at the same time.
Yeah, and I mean, that really feels bad when you're wanting to double production is what would be key. But like you said, if you can't use one of those, then it feels like you're kind of just wasting some resources there. School of Cab, though, not too far away from finishing. We will see that first night in queue most likely, and then what will be Kiljardi's game plan. And very heavy over to food, very heavy over to gold, so it might just be a few more nights at least to start.
Definitely would make sense. We've kind of seen a similar play recently in this particular matchup. I want to say between Corvinus and BC, or at least that's where I've seen it, where just Khan and the Batu Khan with Mars Togut has been actually looking relatively good against just mass French Knights.
So we will see if that is going to be Demu's game plan here in a second. His age up about 10 seconds away from finishing on up. Heavier on to the wood line. And moving back onto some deer himself, it looks like, potentially.
Already do have that fortified outpost in on the gold and the deer. Deer are also nicely stacked up next to each other, so Demu should be relatively safe there.
Yeah, deer have been pushed in very nicely, you know, not all the way into the TC like we used to see on this map, but still tucked up close to each other where there'll be some nice efficient gathering around that Gur. One knight does spot out a scout, does a little bit of damage the other knight, causing some idle time, but that is why that outpost was built.
Long term also just like provides you with a lot of opportunities there around the outpost, right? Like it's all the way in the back, so if you put stockyards around it with the edict, could get some good and safe food gathering and gold income there.
Meanwhile, Kiljardi, pretty typical French eco we see here, has started to send a few more over to the wood line, so we'll see if there's going to be another production building drop soon, or if it's going to be a blacksmith here to follow. Wheelbarrow now finished up for both of these players as Demus is about to come to fruition here. So villagers will be a little bit speedier.
Batu Khan should already be up, and gonna also be accompanied by some Turgut soon.
Alright, Uvu slowly being burnt down. Demu doesn't quite have enough spears to take that fight, and still will take some time before he can actually take that fight, as even if it were 1-for-1, doesn't ever feel good.
Kiljardi is making only knights at the moment. We do get the first double production badge in off the spearman for Demu, but yeah, this Uvu is going to be going down.
So at least a little bit of some solid initial denial there from Kiljardi as far as that first Uvu.
Scout on the other side. Kiljadi knows exactly where the villagers are. Demu's not looking. That's going to be 3 villagers down immediately. Demu!
Demu's
More
late
builds
reaction,
down.
and body blocking happens. Another 2 villagers should fall.
5 builds. Oh my god, this is brutal damage. Blink of an eye, Kiljadi now 8 builds ahead.
That was a
We get a little
such
economy
solid
count grab there.
Everything's, you know, rocking and rolling, everything's normal, and all of a sudden you look away at one point in time against the French, and it just could be it right then and there. Kiljardi also spots out some of the spears, spots out some of the military from Demu, takes the fight, as he can always micro those lower health knights on back, get them healed up later, and that's exactly what he does. Creates a little bit more space for himself, but Demu's numbers, as far as spears go, are starting to climb to a little bit of a healthier amount, but still by no means is he going to be in an okay position.
And so Kiljadi building up a really solid knight count. Just needs to make sure that they're going to stay alive. Already has chivalry in. So it's going to have that constant healing uptime on the knights outside of combat. Demu's still massing the spears. The issue is that the knights can always decide when to go for the engagement. And should Demu overstep here for a little bit, then the knights could clean up this entirely. Weak knights can get pulled back and healed up again. It's dangerous.
Dangerous indeed. We are finally seeing the range drop from Kiljardi, though. Wouldn't even be surprised to see him drop a second one in as well. I'm going to go ahead and start slowly massing up that archer number. Key point is you want to get enough to be able to start one-shotting those spears, and then the fight becomes so much clearer for yourself. Demu looks like he's trying to circle, trying to find some sort of information, some sort of place to do some damage, or you know, find some value here with his units. But for now, it is more of just the waiting game. I believe Kiljardi picked up another villager over trying to build that wall on the southwestern side. He did.
That wall looks like it got blocked out. Another villager did get taken down there, and now Kiljardi's just waiting for another villager to potentially try again. This time, though, Demu is sending the spearmen over there as well. Or at least a couple of the spears.
Yeah, given that
Still
villager
see those knights. Are they close enough?
I think Kiljardi has his knights close enough to be seen, but we are about to see one of the knights run into the massive spears. That's one knight down real quick. Good escort party there by Demu.
There's a big mass of knights, though, from Kiljardi. Demu notices immediately. Kiljardi follows up with the charge. Should not be able to connect, though. We'll be aware of that.
18 Royal Knights out on the map, though. This is no joke. This is a army that you have to respect. You have to keep reducing. You know, you can see Demu's resources. It looks like he's thinking about going up to Castle Age here soon, but that might just give Kiljardi the timing point to pull the trigger. Next bit of drop off of food, and Demu, he's going up to castle. Oh, yep.
Yes, are gonna be the choice here for Demu. I'm not sure about that actually making a ton of sense. I mean, it's gonna block a lot of damage from the archers, but with the age advantage, it's gonna block, like, they're not gonna do that much damage anyways. The spearmen aren't affected by it, so they will still take full damage. Call to
Demu,
make.
though,
I personally would prefer the relic one.
he needs 70 seconds, though, before anything happens. Age Up is on its way.
And Kiljani does
Archers-
spot it. The symbols above the golden tent do give it away.
Archers weren't yet forward with the Knight Mass, was being a little bit more conservative, but now bringing that Mass forward, wants to go ahead and try to do something here.
Will counter charge. Spearman getting in position, but the archers do now arrive, and there's enough archers to one-shot Spearman. Age still needs half a minute to finish on up. Giljadi is inside of Demu's base with a very large army. Starting to push in now. First couple stockyards are in there as well.
Villagers
Could
jump
get sniped by the
inside.
TC. First village going down.
Not enough room for all of these villagers. 2 villagers already taken down. Archer's starting to snipe down some of these spears, and Demu's still trying to wait to take this fight until Castle Age finishes. Another villager gets taken down, though. Even if he is able to take this fight, even if he is able to win this fight, he is still going to be in an awful eco position here behind this.
Ooh, this is a tough fight. The archer is a little bit out of position. Gonna have to fight off against some of the cavalry units there from Demu, but the spearmen getting completely routed. Enough knights still remaining. Archer's just gonna be going all the way back around there. Demu without any army, without any economy. Now an age ahead. But at what cost? Now more villagers going down.
They got nowhere to go. They got nowhere to hide, nowhere to run to, as Kiljardi should just be able to close this game out with the amount of knights he has out. Great job here being patient. Great initial find on the wood line that his scout provided the vision to, and this just proved to be too much as he played that slow rolling game, waited for Demu to go castle, and taking advantage of the timing.
Now after doing all of the damage, Kiljardi also finding his own way up to Castle Age behind all of this. Actually, never mind. It's time to reinvest into military yet again. Demu, oh, he still needs to build the gate in order to go through.
Oh, the gate when you have knights on your backside as well as archers, it's just one that you know a few more of these vills are going down, if not all. He actually has to turn back around and kill Jardy. He's just taking it away as much of this eco as possible. Now turns to some of the army mass. And what's Demu gonna have left?
He's not quite throwing in the towel yet. There's still that wolf harassing the villagers from Kiljardi out there on the deer. Now the guild hall is going to be coming in as a follow-up. Demu, 24 villagers and a dream.
26 total population and a dream now at this point at the 15-minute mark here. Still not enough room
Still
in
night
this
raids.
outpost. More raids
Another
coming
build
in.
kill.
More villagers falling. And there's the guild hall.
Now, Demu now half the economy, less than half the economy, same age. I mean, Golden Hall is crazy, but they're not that crazy.
Not quite that crazy at this point. This is one where I think Kiljardi can just be nice and patient here. Remass just a little bit and then just pull the trigger for the ending here. Arb number gotta climb quickly. Knight number already back, looking healthier again. Has been able to reclaim or claim the 8k gold, and I mean there are quite a few of these gold veins there on the mid-map that Kiljardi basically has secured for himself now. He should have this full map control, and it is just a ticking time bomb now.
Demu is on a couple of these stockyards now, so food income isn't looking too bad considering his villager count. Just as there's still so many units out from Kiljardi, Demu is trying to go for some counter raids, loses all of the military though, And now it is truly nothing left in the tank. GG is gonna come in, and Kiljari able to get his own little counter push now onto the scoreboard. 1-2. Demu still on match point though.
Yeah, and I mean, you can just see in that economy graph right at that 7-minute mark where Demu just took a dive.
Ooh.
The Woodline raid hit, 5 Vills fell, and it's just one that these players are so good at starting to take advantage of a small eco lead, much less a huge eco lead like Kiljardi was able to make with that.
Yeah, it's just how one of these raids immediately like completely snowballs the game. To be fair, it's not just one raid, right? Like, it's not paying attention there for a split second up against Knights, losing out on 5 villagers this early on in the game. That is like a good fifth of your economy going down, and those losses are just not something that you can really stomach with most civilizations, unless you're maybe like Malians.
Mali and Biz are the few that would come to mind as the civilizations that could take advantage of this, and this is that raid that we were talking about on that wood line. Just such a good job for Kiljardi to find this, for that scout to be circled around that backside and just be able to take advantage of that little bit of oversight there from Demu.
Yeah, and Demu also just... I feel like maybe this could have gone differently if this fight was taken between the TC and the fortified outpost. Sad, unfortunately, a couple of the spearmen do move over to the archers there, unable to really get the full surround and around these knights, and the knights just in equal count. Like, knights will easily kill spears.
Yep, and that's exactly what happened. It wasn't even an equal count. There were more knights because, like you said, some of the spears pulled over to the archers, and it just made it to where it was just too hard to deal with the mass that was knocking on the doorstep. And then it was just a little bit of a ring around the rosy. Kiljardi just picking off more and more of the eco, picking off more and more of the military units here and there, and then it's just too much for Demu to deal with.
Next up, though, we're going to be moving over, and speaking of Malians, going to be moving over to Dry Arabia, and we're going to be getting Malians up against Byzantines here. We've seen this today already between Baltune and Lucifron. We're going to get a little return to the Mali versus Byzantine matchup.
We'll see if this one's going to take 55 minutes like the last one did.
Hopefully not. Maybe this time around. I know. I see Kao. He's already like advocating for a 2TC Byzantine play. Probably not happening.
Probably not happening. I mean, it's one that in that first series, first game of the day that we casted between these civs, it was such a back and forth. It was so hard to call. We kept thinking one side was, had enough of a lead to be able to snowball it and win it, and then all of a sudden, it was a little bit of an overstep, and then right back to the other side. So we'll see if this happens again with these two civs, or if one kind of just plays a little bit more conservatively, plays it to where, they get their own game, and they just close it out then and there.
Indeed. Dude, I'm just thinking back about like the Lucifron versus Baltine game. That was so vile. Like, from both sides, both civilizations just showing off their most insane sides in that one, with like 20 villager losses and whatnot on Byzantine side, and they still just keep up military production non-stop. There's like 40 longbows out. They get taken down 2 minutes later. 40 longbows out again. It's crazy.
And then on the other side too, it was every single cow got taken out of the cattle ranches, all got killed. Villagers were circling around. TC was idled basically, or basically no units able to come out and go to a safe spot for what felt like 10 minutes there. But it was one that enough of the base trade, I guess it ended up favoring Mali enough for Baltune to take that one. And so Demu is the one though that has Mali this time. Kiljardi is the one with Byzantines at his fingertips.
Yeah, no cattle alive, still 2,000 food per minute. Still constant sofa production. Yeah. Alright, 10 seconds left before we're going to be jumping into our game number 4. Demu on match point. Is this the one where he can reclaim the title of Malian King? Not quite. We kind of need another Malian mirror, another tournament where mirrors can happen in order to fully decide on that one. Nonetheless, we're going to be jumping in now to our game number 4, Demu vs Kiljadi here on the road to Red Bull Wololo, and there it is, Demu in the color red playing as the Malians here on Dry Arabia. His opponent, none other than Kiljadi in the color yellow, playing as the Byzantines.
And here we go. Will this be the final game of their series, or will we have another game 5 today?
That's going to be the question here. Kiljadi, early Cistern, going to be coming in. Actually starts with the Cistern next to the stone. So could be just trying to get as many Cisterns in early as possible. Makes no sense since he has more villagers working on stone than on gold, so buffing those villagers up doesn't give him a net profit.
Yeah, so we will see where this villager goes to after building that initial cistern. Sometimes we have seen a little bit greedier builds with another one on the stone, but does not. He is just sticking 2 on the stone for the time being. Doesn't want to delay that age up too far.
Sheep getting caught up behind this. Yeah, I mean, this is just the early part of this matchup, right? There's not a lot going on. Neither of these two civilizations really incentivized when it comes to doing anything for the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes of the game.
I mean, you can even extend that over more towards like 5 or 6 even, I feel like, you know, even when Feudal Age hits, I feel like a lot of times, you know, it's like, oh, extra pit mine, you know, oh, let me just start dropping cattle ranches and cows. Meanwhile, Byzantines is like, all right, Feudal Age hits, let me drop another cistern now. It's like, okay now. And then the olive oil starts flowing, and then Byzantines, you blink and they got 40 units out.
Second Cistern coming in now as well for Kiljadi. So we'll be going up to 14% bonus. Gather speed on those villagers. Ansakori coming in for Demu behind. There's no surprise, this landmark is really like the main option that we see all the time. I think there's only really one reason to go for the Saharan Trade Network, and that is in the case that both golds spawn forward and you, like, if you don't control them, you die.
Yeah, I feel like the only time I ever really see Saharan Trade Network is in a scenario like that, or if they're getting, you know, spear rushed and it's too late, they're not going to drop a barracks of their own, but they want to secure that, and then they just drop a nice old conservative Saharan Trade Network to be able to deter those first few spears from doing any damage and annoyance. But Mansa Quarry, not too far away from finishing. Grand Winery, 40 or so seconds behind it as well.
All will be coming in rather soon. The question is, I mean, it's not really a question. Demu already prepping the wood in order to be going for that next pit mine behind us as well. Should be sending a villager out soon to be able to immediately start putting up that pit mine. Could also first be looking for the 3 initial cattle, but I believe that was no, actually going straight for the stable play. So doesn't want to go for the immediate second pit mine. Wants to do some damage up against Kiljadi instead.
Yeah, not as much of an eco focus, more of a little bit of some aggression focus here. But second pit mine still won't be too far delayed after that, I'm sure. Scout starting to do its thing. I'm sure we will see that Warrior Scout upgrade finish here in a second, and then Kiljadi actually needs to pull these villagers back because they start taking a little bit more damage there.
Mill coming up behind this as well, so we'll probably be getting a cattle ranch in right about now. Nope, never mind. It's going for the pit mine now instead. Warrior Scouts also out and about, just harassing a little bit. Demu, he really loves playing with these Warrior Scouts.
Yeah, not quite as crazy as they used to be with their healing and whatnot, but still very, very annoying just with mobility. They still have healing, just not as crazy as what it used to be. So you'll see them tank up a little bit of TC fire, and you know, hey, is Kiljardy going to jump inside the TC, or is he just going to keep taking a little bit of damage here and there?
So for now, also in queue for Demu. Yeah, Warrior Scouts are just very, very strong at coming in for these minor harassments every now and then. Holding back if they take a little bit of damage, healing back up. Just going for it again. As long as you don't take the unit out, just gonna keep coming back time and time again.
Yep, and now we see... Oh! Ho, quick reaction there by Demu to keep his scout alive after the Akratoid defense was utilized.
Sofa arrives.
Fourth
Mitani out now as
cistern.
well. Kiljardy's eco is looking pretty solid now. Already has enough olive oil for his first batch of mercenaries.
And we don't have any cows starting to be pumped up from Demu's side yet. He has just been all aggression so far. Getting the eco upgrades with the gold income that he's getting. All right, now we're at the 7-minute mark. This is when the game will start opening up a little bit. You know, we see some of those Limited out. We see Sofa starting to be masked on up. We should see Demu maybe start to invest in a few cows. This might be the first bit of eco damage. Sofa able to circle around, stay out of vision, but good reaction from Kiljardy. Still loses a villager and might need to pull back off of the berries as well.
Yeah, very good kill there. Oh, Demu already picking off the first villager. Now the villager that's making the wall right now needs to be careful. Kiljardy does have Limitani nearby, ready to defend just in case. And Longbows now also coming in. Sofa tried to go for a charge, but not all the spearmen did get distracted.
Yeah, Sofa and Scouts just circling, proving to be that annoyance. The Limited are trying to close the gap. They're trying to do some damage, but instead they just end up watching in the corner.
Sofa rotating around yet again. Looking for some villager kills. The Mitani from Kiljardy is trying to block just in case. Demu's still going for it. Is going to be going for another villager kill here. Is going to find it as well. Lose a Sofa for it, but worth it.
But absolutely.
As well.
Up to 5 cows now behind this as well, so is able to get some damage, and while he's doing this damage, while he's circling the base of Kiljardy, he's slowly starting to invest more and more of this eco. It was a little bit more delayed than what we'd see from Mali typically, but hey, better late than never is what they say.
Spearman is going to get sniped out there. Enough of them around in order to defend there.
Wall getting a little bit closer to finishing. Not sure what those villagers are doing with their shivs out. Ah, they're going back home now. They wanted to be a part of the army, and then they got rejected.
Cattle count behind us rising. Now also seeing the first couple of archers being added in for Demu. Kiljardy adding in some horsemen behind this. I like this variance. Just going to be a very solid front line, as well as something that can be used in order to block out the longbowmen.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where the Kiljardy, we've seen in the previous games too, he's utilized the horsemen very effectively, even in matchups that you think, oh, maybe you shouldn't go horsemen into Ghazi per se, but he's not just using them to take head-on fights. He's using them to pick off reinforcements. He's using them to try to do some harassing on some villagers, things of that sort.
And Demu is still, like, with the Sofa play, It's just forcing Kiljardi to always react to this. He's not really able to leave his base. Sofa getting a little bit too close to the sun. Takes a couple of hits in there from the Limitani.
More longbows circling.
Oh, longbows. Close enough to a TC to get support fire.
The initial berries
So
have
bolts.
been finished on up. A few olive groves dropped at least for Kiljardi, but he does have 2 different sets of berries behind his wall over here in the corner as long as he can make sure that Demu isn't able to circle behind his base. And that's one good way to do it is the wall outline we see following.
Battle so far, 8 archers now. It's just such an annoying thing about having to play against stronger cavalry, is you really need to overreact to the potential of these raids coming in. Now these walls should finally allow Kiljardi to at least have some leisure when it comes to moving out onto the map.
Yeah, it looks like he is starting to push forward a little bit. Few more houses being dropped. Looks like that next set of berries is pretty close to being eaten up as well, but for good reason. He's got another set of longbows in queue and not too far away from being able to queue up another set.
Kiljardi now putting up some aggression against the pit mine out here. Mitani also going for a torch throw. Longbows just scouting around. Need to make sure not to go too far away, though. Don't want to get caught out of position. Yeah, is he just trying to go for his own age up? No, never mind. He's starting to reinvest again.
Almost seemed like the same thing he was doing in previous games where he was... I felt like he was going for the age up, and then he sees the army, and he's like, oh, I gotta respect this a little bit. Let me go ahead and start queuing up some more units again.
Yeah, it's like a maybe not quite yet type reaction.
All right, looks like Sofa are circling back around. They're going to be bringing some of those archers with them. Looks like a few javelin have been made as well. So Demu thinking he is now going to be the one. It's time to take this fight here.
Oh, Kiljardi looks like he doesn't want to take this fight. Don't think Demu's going to give him a choice, though. Repositions a little bit. Longbows now trying to snipe out the archers. Mitani still in good mass. Need to put them in the shield wall formation. We've seen it earlier as well. It means that they don't have that much DPS up against the Sofa as they attack a lot slower now. The Mitani mass is getting cleaned up completely.
Cleaned up that front line, and now the longbows have nothing else to defend. The few Limitane that arrived there a little late are just going to arrive into their own death. And Demu, what a huge timing. What a huge fight that he was able to just take.
Longbows out of position. The next batch could get sniped out there as well. So fast, do spot them out. No reinforcements. Couple of horsemen from Kiljardi also looking for raids. And behind this, Demu going for the age up now. Grand Falani Corral is going to be coming in on top of 12 cattle. Remaining cattle can easily be added in after.
Yeah, and it feels so good when you're able to age up and still have that military lead like he does have. He just won a huge fight, knows that Kiljardi now has to respect that, has to double down, can't go castle himself, even though he's got quite a bit of gold sitting there saved up. But Demu, he will, and then he's going to have these upgrades in Castle Age so quick. Yeah, you can just see those resources accruing. Wouldn't be too surprised to immediately see imported armor, veterancy on the Sofa, veterancy on the archers as well. And actually, it's going to be poison arrows as the choice that Demu goes for.
Poison arrows immediately. It's a pretty costly upgrade. Costs like 500 gold. No real need for it immediately, but I mean, if you can afford it. He does have quite a good lead at the moment.
Here we are.
Arganda's also trying to go for a zone age up.
Yeah, Kiljardi going to try to match this timing, but this is one where he's going to be starting the age up. Meanwhile, Demu, he's going to already have his upgrades through when the age up starts to begin. Golden Horde Tower is on its way. Oh, a little bit of some vision spotted through just because of scouting and
thinning.
Oh, a little bit of a return
raid
attempt. Two
Pretty
villagers
good raid,
picked
actually.
up,
Kills a
maybe
good couple of
3
builds.
villagers picked up.
Another one. 7 villagers total killed so far by Kiljardi. It's just doesn't really matter against Mali at this point in the game. You could kill 15 vills and it wouldn't really change a lot.
Yeah, the Golden Horn Tower is getting pretty close to finishing. That does provide a ton of value. Houses starting to be burnt. Olive groves starting to be shot at as well. So those villagers that are working those olive groves won't be able to continue working for too long. Another couple villagers picked off as well. And now that the age up happens, Demu knows he has an advantage. He has a technology advantage, at least for a little bit of time. So is deciding to take this fight under the TC. Arrow fire taking down the archers quite quickly, so will lose this bit of a mass that he had accruing in Kiljardi's base.
Yeah, great trade there for Kiljardi. Suddenly things looking up again for him. Still has a good amount of food income there as well. First olive groves already in. I mean, it's not great food income, but it's the start of a farm transition.
Meanwhile, Demu has pumped that cow number up to a full 20. So food income for Demu is going to be sky high right now. Sofa and archer composition and imported armor getting close to finishing here finally.
I feel like Demu thought he was a little bit further ahead than he eventually was. So we do see the first couple of cataphracts coming in now as well. More longbows still in queue. Villagers on the woodline do need to evacuate, at least for the time being.
Yeah, so still a good bit of idle time force yet again. It looks like Relic got picked up. Wololo attempt. Demu just right there, ready and waiting, able to take down and delay that Relic from coming on in. And the Sofa just providing so much annoyance, so much military idle time here for Kiljardi as the whole military is having to react to these 5 Sofas circling the base.
Yeah, definitely a lot of worthwhile idle time, but the longbows do trail. Are going to be able to pick off some of the Sofas now. Good positioning from Kiljardi. Sofas are going to get taken down now, not hiding much longer, or not distracting much longer. At the same time, though, Demu attacking from the other side. At least feigning aggression.
Yeah, overall though, game is at a much more even point than what it seemed like a little bit earlier on. It felt like Demu was going to have the whole entire game in his hands after that feudal fight and then having that quicker castle age up.
Sofa mass not really looking too hot right now. We're already at a mass where there's even cataphracts to Sofa count. Monk with a relic is getting sniped out now. Jadi's army is nearby, so there's still a chance for Kiljardi to bring that relic on back. One has already been captured up by him. If he gets 2 relics in the situation, I think it's not too bad for him. Yeah, realistically, shouldn't be able to get more than 2. I'm struggling with this at the moment. Charge comes in as well. Imam getting sacrificed to the longbows. Painted shield upgrade is already through as well.
I feel like he needs to try to kite this out, but doesn't feel like he's able to do so. There we go. Finally feels like he has enough to turn. Snipes down a few of the Limitane before the Sofa have to take the head-on fight against those cataphracts. And now the Sofa number here looking a lot healthier than what it was a minute or so ago.
Yeah, a lot more Sofa on the field, but there's still 10 cataphracts, and cataphracts are just so strong up against these Sofa. Demu kind of needs to bide his time a little bit longer, as a couple of Limitani still out and about as well. They're getting sniped down now. Archers from Demu gotta snipe down the Lombos. They can't really do too much up against the Cataphracts. They just have so much armor. Yeah, Demu's Archers kind of getting stuck on the Cataphracts there. Lose a lot of the count. Sofa Mass falling. Archer Mass not looking that strong as well. 10 more getting queued up. Reinforcements, though, closer from Demu. Kiljadi doesn't look like his entire army's there, but the Cataphracts, they overpowered all of the Sofa at the front line.
They did, but now a few of them are such low health that the poison arrow is actually going to provide enough damage to maybe finish off a few of these. One of those, I think, is on the very last limb of its life. I don't even know if it even has a health.
It's one of those 0 health units that we see from time to time in the game. Kiljadi needs to fall back further with the Lombos. Cataphracts still looking strong at the front line, but yeah, only a few remaining now.
Yeah, he's taking the fight
Trade-out's
without
still
his whole
happening.
mass there, so those few Cataphracts are trickling in, getting taken down as they trickle in, and that's one where the Poison Archers are so much more effective when there's only 1-2 Cataphracts to focus in on. And the Sofa count, just the overall military count now for Demu is just starting to climb, it seems like, much faster than it is on the other side of Kiljadi.
Yeah, more Cataphracts now at the front line, but villagers on the wood line, overchop. They need to get pulled back. Kiljadi reacting just a little bit too slow, loses 1 to 2 villagers there. Cataphracts still not yet in sufficient numbers. One important thing to note, though, is that Kiljadi's food income is mirroring Demu's now, so the food income is not too bad here for him. Lombos sniping down the Archers. Archers also going for a snipe onto Lombos. Only every now and then are there Cataphracts coming in. It's like it's just not enough numbers at the moment.
Really good micro by Demu here. He split his Poison Archers into a few different smaller groups, so he wasn't really overkilling the longbows. Had some of them that were just moving on the Cataphracts, able to just, you know, do that extra little bit of trickle damage. But the mass he split onto the longbows was just taking out longbow after longbow after longbow. And Kiljadi's base has now been fully dove upon. Olive groves have units all inside of them. And so Demu, he might not have been able to end the game earlier, but he wants to end the game now, wants to end this series now.
Full dive on the farming economy. Entire food income idled out now by Demu. DC Fire coming in. Is he going to be able to survive for much longer? No. Wave number 2, we can see it on the min-map. It's coming in now.
Was losing a few
little bit
more
on some of the
bills
buildings.
onto the wood line, and just like you said, wave number 2 is ready and waiting outside the base. So while Kiljardi's like, yes, I cleared it, he's about to realize that no, he hasn't. But one thing, Cal has gotten his wish. There is a second TC for Byzantines down.
Definitely necessary play now after losing this many villagers and after all the idle time. So if this game goes on for an additional 6 or 8 minutes, they're still way back for Kiljadi in this game.
That is a big if, as I do not see it going for that much longer, as Demu, he wants to close this one out. He's circling around. He's trying to find somewhere to do some damage. It looks like that gold vein, he knows gold's out. He knows Kiljardi's got to be getting gold from somewhere, and he is about to find out where.
Villagers getting sniped now on the gold vein. Villagers evacuating, but a lot do go down. Actually, not that many. Only like 2-3 builds did go down. 20 villager lead at the moment for Demu, and Demu also went for his own second TC behind this as well.
And the archers are just going to come right back. Kiljardi cannot go back to that gold. It's in front of a stealth forest too. So unless he has a scout here, an outpost here, that Demu can just keep sitting there, popping in and out with his archers.
Wants to get the outpost up there now. Has enough stone for Magnum placement. Not sure if he has enough gold. Should be enough gold. Maybe it's more like 50 gold though. In which case he'll be short just a little bit. And there's Imperial Age now. Fort of the Huntress coming in for Demu on the large gold vein.
Dropping it. Oh my god.
Right in front of his base. Oh, that's such a bad spot for Kiljadi. He's gonna have stealth units right in front of his base.
I mean, Demu, he is ready to close this one out. He's already got plenty of gold in the bank, too, for some Imperial Age upgrades. Plenty of food in the bank. As I say that, he queues 9 more sofa. So this sofa count is just about to be too much to deal with, especially when upgrades come.
Definitely is going to be having a field day here. Cataphracts do spot out that Imperial Age landmark now. Gonna take a lot of damage. I think one of the Cataphracts might actually be going down just to the poison damage, as the Fall of the Huntress actually does do poison damage. Yeah, indeed, he just got taken down by the poison.
Demu does look like
chasing after that one Cataphract.
Moving his whole sofa army to catch that Cataphract.
Talk about an overreaction. But that means that Cataphract for sure isn't going to get a villager kill.
Surely it's not going to be able to get a villager kill. Oh, juked.
The ankle breaker. Sofas are still faster though than the Cataphract, so eventually they're going to catch up.
Yeah, and I mean Demu, he didn't want to. He didn't want to dive the base and take this huge head-on fight until the upgrades came through anyways. So he's just waiting for those last couple upgrades to come through, making sure he doesn't take damage during this potentially vulnerable time right after Imp. And then upgrades come through, he ends the game.
Yeah. Manganum placement's now also on the way for Kiljadi. We'll try and keep himself a little bit more reinforced inside of his base. Gate is coming up. Cataphract.
That Cataphract lives. Oh, even with the huge overreaction, that Cataphract lives.
Did not expect him to live, but yeah, the hero Cataphract able to return. At the same time, though, he led the army straight to his friends and allies.
Now, Kiljardi's got more than just a bit to worry about. Has some Sofa coming in from the bottom side. Has the main army mass on the top side. Getting close to where that second TC is. And Demu, he is ready to go all in. Upgrades have finished. There's more upgrades in queue, but this is more than enough now. He's on the wood line yet again. More villagers are going to be falling. Manganello placed outposts, getting burnt before fortifications come through as well. Cataphracts trying to get onto the backside of the Poison Arrow Archers, but there are Sofa already on the backside of Kiljardi's base.
Yeah, Sofa imported armor, it's just so tanky at this point with the elite upgrade in. Longbows at this point just don't really do any real tangible damage to them. 1 damage in per shot. Villagers jumping inside of the town center here, trying their best, but the archers are also so fast with the aura from the Sofa here, they're just going to be able to run right underneath the economy from Kiljardi, idling out the entire farming income. Kiljardi, he was thinking about going up to Imperial Age on his own. Really, the only way for him back into this game would have been that age up to Imperial Age, but now there's not going to be a chance of that happening anytime soon. Farming economy shut down. Actually, not too many Sofa reinforcements behind all of this. Maybe Kiljardi can recover here. He's also down over 30 villagers, with more villagers still falling behind this.
Yeah, I mean,
rough situation for sure.
Demu still has triple Sacred Site, has 3 relics, has the full map control. Kiljardi is on that last gold that is safe for himself too, so that's still a ticking time bomb in and of itself. And so much idle time being caused throughout this, so not only is it the villager loss, it's also how many villagers are actually working during this. Sofa getting tickled by the longbows.
Yeah, it's really nothing other than tickling at this point. The longbows just can't do any damage to them. Limitania being rallied out, but rallying is not really an attack command, so most of the time they're actually just running, and by the time they die, they got like 1 hit in.
Military numbers
spreading
are
out onto
getting
the
closer to...
Oh, what is he doing? What is Demu doing to Kiljardi now? He's making houses in front of his base. Oh man, this guy. This guy. He's writing LOL on the minimap. Or is it? No, that's just some muted. Maybe it is. Yeah, it is an LOL. It is an LOL. Oh, poor Kiljadi. Oh no, not like this.
Not like this. He goes ahead, he throws in the towel. 3-1 series goes over to Demu, and what a fun final game to finish it on there. It looked brutal by the end, but it was definitely still a back and forth during it.
Yeah, this looked definitely still open up until like a lot of the villagers from Kiljadi did go down. 30,000 income difference there. Byzantines, I mean, the mercenaries are strong, but so far, looks like the Malians have their number, at least so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely a few times where it seems like Byzantines has their way back into it. They'll be like up in military or you know, been able to stabilize after a big push, and then it feels like they're about to be able to take the game over, and then you blink and Mali's up another 20 military again. But that is one where, you know, Demu is definitely known as one of the stronger Mali players in general.
Yeah, that much is certain. I mean, Demu was hailed the Malian king before Beastie claimed that title. We definitely need like another tournament with mirrors. I mean, mirrors, are they that common now that we have this many civilizations? Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to have them potentially back in tournaments. Players are going to hate me for this, but how else are we going to decide who gets the title of Malian king?
I mean, with this many civs, it would be way less likely for some matchups like that, for some mirror matchups, but I still feel like there's so many maps that have like 2 to 3 civs that you want to prioritize on, and if you're prioritizing a few of those, then it might just be some mirrors.
Yeah, that's always the threat, always the threat. There are some players, of course, that kind of want to like play off meta, but yeah, if you play meta, there's big chances for mirrors there. I do believe that we should be having an interview just about ready, so Demu is going to be waiting for you, the Debson.
Awesome, awesome.
Hello.
Demu, big congrats on the victory there, especially against the opponent. I know you and Kiljardy have some history, so talk a little bit about that.
I mean, like, we're good pals, honestly, which is why we can meme on each other. Like, I think I'm the only player in the world that he never GGs or anything. And he talks so much shit. Like, so much. And he's always like, I'm going to 3-0 you tomorrow. Like, sorry for the birthday present and stuff, because, yeah, it's my birthday. And
yeah.
I forgot the game I lost. Oh, Golden Horde. Yeah. I was just like, if I can win with this is great. But yeah, I had to do him a bit dirty in that last one, because the last time that we played, he challenged me to a drunk match at a LAN, and then he dodged, and then I was like, fuck it, I'll get drunk. And then at 7 beers deep, still beat him. So I'm very happy to beat him this time. I'm sad I dropped a map, though.
Oh, there you go. Were you writing some words there with your houses at the end? Was it an LOL that was coming on out there in the last game?
It was an LOL. I'm sick of this guy talking so much shit. I hope this is, you know, the beginning of the end kind of thing of that. So he just kind of bows down to his rightful king of the north.
Oh, there you go. Well, the series started out on an exciting note, to say the least, with that Delhi versus China game. I felt like it was not the only game today that me and Kraken have been crazy back and forth on, you know, who's favorite. Oh, it feels like the game's about to end there. Did you feel like there was any point where you weren't in control in that game, or did you feel like you were in control the whole time?
To say I was in control would be fibbing a little bit. Like, he caught me off guard a few times that game. Like, you know, normally China go pro scout, but Kiljardy went full brain dead mode, and like I saw him trying to take the deer and going fast horseman. I was like, this guy's bonkers. Like, what's he got planned here? And there was definitely some times where it's like I wanted to age up, and then he's coming, and I'm like, okay. Like in my head, I'm like, if he attacks now, like he wouldn't do that. He's not that dumb. And then I see him coming, I'm like, oh my god. And then, like, a similar thing happens moments later, like minutes later as well. I'm like, oh, he wouldn't attack now. He's not that stupid. And then it's like, of course he is. So, yeah, my boy Kiljardy, dumb as a brick.
Yeah, there were definitely a few times in the series where we're like, oh, Demu's about to go up to Imp, and nope, he has to reinvest all of his resources to deal with the push that's about to come. But great way to react to a lot that was, as you say, maybe some dumb decisions there on the other side, not necessarily the expected decisions there. But big congrats, especially on your birthday, to be able to move along to the next round there and be able to watch some of these games ahead. Any final parting words here after the series?
Yeah, this was a battle of the oldies, and the true oldie won, and yet again. So, fuck you, Killjardy. Fuck you. And thank you to the fans, and thank you to you guys at EGC.
Appreciate you. Well, thank you. Big exciting series, big exciting games, and now we will be headed to the break before we are getting back into some more action here now. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you got your snacks, your popcorn, went to the bathroom, everything of the sort, and we have another series here at hand.
Yeah, Vortex up against Anaton, best of 5. Here we go again. We're going to be starting off on one of my favorite map snaps, and I gotta say, King of the Hill. We're jumping right on in as we've got Anaton in the color yellow playing as the Ayubits. His opponent, none other than Vortex, playing as the Malians in the color red here on King of the Hill.
A Mali pick on King of the Hill. I feel like that's not always something we see. I feel like usually Mali prioritize on a few different maps.
It is very rare. And King Smurf coming in with the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big supporter on EGC TV. Very much appreciated. Thank you guys in general for all of the support that we've been getting here. Sometimes it kind of gets lost as we do these tournaments, but I mean, gotta always remember, all of this would not be possible without the support from the community as well. All of you guys being here, watching us, putting on these tournament games. Very much appreciated.
Here we are. Anaton has finished his House of Wisdom.
Oh, what is this?
A
Dark Age barracks from the what is going on today? We've had like similar wild strategies coming out today from Lucifron with like the triple hunting cabin ruse on King of the Hill. These bros, like, we know that they practice a whole lot together, and this feels like a cooked Spanish strategy in the making here.
They like to try, you know, some new things, and sure enough, I guess it's some Dark Age Donzo.
And it's not logistics, it's economic wing growth. What is the one Donzo for? He's not even making more. No, he is making more. Dude, I think the idea was Anaton goes for Dervish, and Vortex with the Malians, with the Donzos, has the ability to like snipe them. But it's not gonna be Dervish, it's gonna be Eco Wing.
I mean, but now, if you're Anaton, you just need to be able to drop a range, get a few archers out, and you're good to go.
Should be, and theoretically, it's still gonna be tough for the for Donzos to snipe the Dervishes, right? Like the spear throw, like you need a whole lot of them to be able to quickly kill the Dervish.
First Donzo, though, arriving at the gold, so Anaton now is going to see it and be like, oh, you... Oh, okay? Takes an attack or two, just wants a little bit more gold for wheelbarrow, exactly enough. Two extra. Spear throw coming in, next spear throw coming in.
I mean, he's just gonna be standing there now. Okay, starts torching, throwing a couple of torches at the mining camp now as well. Probably every now and then be throwing a spear or two at those villagers. Wait, what? Okay, that wasn't a spear. That was not a spear. They're just throwing torches long distance there.
That was crazy work. Alright, Age Up finishes. Anaton has enough for the range. Yeah, should not build it with that villager.
Mansaquari follow-up now from Vortex. What has this achieved at the end, I'm wondering? It's denied Anaton from gathering gold for a good bit, yeah. It's like so much delay on the Malian economy as well. To be fair, behind this, Vortex has gathered up enough gold to like immediately get 3 cattle in by the time he hits the age up. I'm still in the fence about this. I like the implication of if this was up against a Dervish wing.
I thought it was at least more interesting to watch than a typical Dark Age game. Now Anaton's like, alright, I gotta see what's going on over here.
What is this man
see the-
doing?
Yeah, does see the age up. We'll be able to spot where the next gold is, so will not be the easiest to go ahead and go out and get that second pit mine. Alright. Horseman just gonna try to deny that scout over time. Donzo probably gonna go for a cutoff if I had to guess.
Try to do so. Yeah, Spearmen are on their way. Javelin throwers now also in queue. Already 4 archers out on the field for Anaton. We're getting the archers and horsemen army composition. Typically, the way Ayubids play this is they go for a lot of units early on, just try and feign some aggression, then go for an age-up follow-up. This is going to be a little bit tougher, I feel like, in this one, as Anaton didn't go for the Doge Ring, so he doesn't have a lot of healing here early on. But could, of course, still go for logistics later down the line. Wheelbarrow's already in for him, so has that additional movement speed on the villagers.
And that second pit mine actually has been expanded into javelin throwers. This is like the old Mali. We got some Donzo jav throwers coming out.
Classic army composition here. To be fair, on a map like this, it's like Sofas, they don't have that much mobility to run around and attack from different angles. So you kind of lose a lot of the benefit of having cavalry early on here in this one.
But just massing units for Anatan's side right now. Vortex slowly building up that cow number, up to 4 at this point. And now starting to see range damage come through for Anatan.
Definitely gotta be necessary when you're up against those javelin throwers. Question is just how much Anatan's going to be investing into the military here, and when he chooses to go for the age up. Has 5 villagers in gold, so the age up is just a question of when, not if. Find some villagers out there, getting some production buildings up.
Oh, it hadn't quite been finished. Needs to pull some more vills on over to try to finish it up. Does exactly that. Donzo able to deter the horsemen, and like you said, not much healing, so that damage is sticking around for now.
Yeah. Out the healing for sure. And still messing up archers, up to 17 now. Very strong numbers. He hasn't been revealing these to Vortex now. So Vortex, I think he just felt a little bit too safe on 6 cattle behind this. But 17 archers up against just 4 javelin throwers. Definitely good numbers here for Anatant. At least in this snapshot. Scout is going to see them now, though. And the javelin throwers immediately fall back. Are they?
Yeah, even though they're
forward.
the counter unit, there's just so many archers it wouldn't even matter, and the horsemen are there, so that many archers can just clear up that Donzo mess so much if the fight is actually forced. And advancement's on the way.
Now horsemen actually getting trapped there. Both of them will go down. Scout barely survives. And now advancement wing actually from Anatant. Just wants to get the timing in from the looks of it. Interesting age-up choice. But look at this. He's also pulling a lot more villagers over to wood. Oh, I think I know what this could be. It's vet archers into manganiques potentially.
Oh.
And the golds are all on the same side.
Sense.
Yeah.
And
This could be
Manganiques
very
do
dangerous.
so much into you know, these more condensed locations, shooting over that wall on all the pit mines and stuff. Manganiques will take those down fast.
Yeah. Advancement is going to save Anatant a good amount of resources there. Cheaper age up and also comes in a little bit quicker. More blacksmith upgrades coming in behind this. Has enough resources to immediately get veterancy as well as the +2 pierce damage on the archers. After then can just focus on getting more wood for additional manganiques. They would typically kind of want to have some spearmen in there as well when you go for the manganiques. Vortex, though, is still very far from his own potential age up.
Yeah, very far indeed, but it is one of those civilizations with Mali, you know, 13 cows, and there can just be that idled out military time where you can try to match it, but, you know, with the military that's already out for Anatan, this is going to get scary and scary fast. Three camel riders in queue for Anatan over there.
Yeah, so it's gonna have some armored units there as well. Lots of Donzos still out there for Vortex. And the issue when you're up against Malians typically is that even if you get an age up in, Malians will still have a whole bunch of counter units readily available in order to face off against you. That is until Manganiques come in. Manganiques kind of put a dampener on that. Currently, Anatan doesn't have any of them out on the field yet. Instead, he's going for the Camel Lancers alongside the Archer play. Horseman just getting absolutely impaled by the Donzos and the couple of jabs there.
Yeah, that was not a fight that they were wanting to take over there. Spear throw just proves to be quite annoying when there's that many Donzo.
Javelin throws getting ready to intercept the archers. Granted, with veterancy, could potentially take some fights, but they still wouldn't trade out that well. So Anton, he's got to really think about if he wants to take these fights. Longer fights are going to be quite good, though, for the archers, as their attack speed is a lot better than that from the javelin throws.
Vortex, though,
just
look at his resources.
And already up to 18 cattle. Age up timing here could be dangerous, and Anton had... No! He killed the cattle where he wants to age up! Needs to delete one of the cattle ranches now. Oh my god. And a Camel Lancer in there now as well. Horrific. For Vortex now.
Yeah, and
same
has
time,
this timing to push forward onto the gold too, hitting the wood line as well with that Camel Lancer, so Vortex has to match multiple different spots. Fight being taken now during the age up timing. Great shots onto the Donzo. Villagers being idled out.
Archers taking good trades.
Able to perfectly micro onto those archers. Camel Lancers going on in. This fight, though, looks like Anatan slowly clearing up the mass and has more reinforcements coming through.
Yeah, Donzo count just falling rapidly here. Only 5 remaining at the front line. Vortex still gathering at the front line. Age up coming in now. But the villagers all falling down to 36.
So many villagers just got cleared up, but if there is a civ to be able to come back from low villagers, it is Mali. Anatan doesn't want to let that happen,
rough.
continuing to dive with the Camel Lancer mass.
Up to +2 Pierce armor as well, so these units can tank up a couple of these arrow shots from the TC, as well as the javelin throws.
Villagers.
Big kiting, Wolfville's going down, yes! Just on woodline once again, still have to evacuate deeper and deeper into the base. Big losses so far. Vortex still having the cattle economy, but not gonna lie, this one is looking kind of rough now, and if Anton now finds the opportunity to go for Manganiques, there it is. Manganique just came up. He's gonna be able to start taking down the infrastructure, and there's just no army remaining now for Vortex.
And this is when Mali really will start getting hurt. Anatan not even focusing on relics, not even focusing on Sacred Site. He doesn't want to waste any resources that aren't ending the game now.
Yeah, Sofa's now also getting upgraded behind this. This is Mali not in a position of power, but in a position of weakness now. Vortex just lost 13 villagers alongside some TC idle time.
Still on that front side, Gold Manganique shooting on over. Hits a good amount of the houses. Look at the damage. It just comes down so quickly.
Single shot just ensuring all of this infrastructure.
2 houses
Couple of the house already
on
been
fire. Yeah,
Which
this
is some
feels so
gold.
bad. Donzo trying to step up. So many villagers already being idled. A Camel Lancer being split off. Going to go for the villagers now. Going to cause even more eco damage. So are the archers.
Cavs trying to do their best, trying to snipe onto the archers. Donzo still exposed at the front line. They're just getting taken down. Camel Lance is falling back. Not taking too much damage here. TC now getting the chance to fire as well, but there's still so many Camel Lances here. Vortex, it just feels hopeless at this point now. Still tries to snipe out more of the archers, but he's just doesn't have any army to really defend here. Hitmine has been taken down. More of the house is going to get taken down now as well. Camel Lances, there's just no way to get them out of his base. And GG comes in. Game number 1 taken by Anatund.
Yeah, what a surprising game that we ended up seeing there, though. Opening up with the Donzo and doesn't end up paying off with that Dark Age rush.
Gee, economy count. I mean, the cattle economy, you can tell that it was almost completely finished, but just this one fight with the Donzos, with the javelin throws outside of the TC range, and that Vortex just kind of lost too much of his military count by the time that he hit that castle age.
Yeah, really, really solid timing there by Anatand, and again, not a game we were shocked to, or not a civilization that we were expecting to see here with Mali, and especially with the opening with the Donzo.
Yeah, next up, we're gonna be looking at Persian Marshes. House of Lancaster up against HRE. Definitely take a look though. Something else that's going on. Because I'm getting like messages from people that we got a lot of other games going on at the moment as well. Currently Bolton leading 2-0 up against Puppy Paw, which is kind of insane. Definitely not something that I think many people have expected.
I know we obviously casted him earlier today. He had a quite an exciting series to say the least, and shocked some people there, and continuing that game plan. So I guess he is just in form right now, in form today, and might have some strategies coming from team games that people aren't always expecting.
And yeah, I think Bolton also has like a pretty good mental when it comes to playing against players that are potentially or like rumored, maybe not rumored, but like theoretically way ahead of him in terms of like the rankings. So it's one of those things that probably doesn't affect him as much. But now we're going to be moving straight ahead into our game number 2. We got Anatund once again in the color yellow, playing as the HRE. Maybe not in the color yellow, maybe in the color black.
And we're back.
We're back, just like that.
We'll get back into there in a second, but we already did see, I think that was the barracks being dropped there by Anatand, and he was in the color yellow, but we'll get a quick reload in there and be back soon.
I mean, Crash's nature of Empires 4, it's not just players, it's also casters every now and then that do get affected. So we'll quickly be loading that one back up, and we'll be right back in that game. Exclamation mark blame in the chat in case you've got the time. We're already up to 27 times on the exclamation mark blame.
I'm surprised it's not more. We'll
gotta pump those numbers
soon.
Yeah, rookie numbers.
Oh, there we go.
Oh man, I got a cooldown on that one. Damn.
I wonder who put the cooldown on it. Oh,
should be a 1 second
either way.
We're just hearing the in-game sounds.
The loading up sound. Oh.
Hey, we're getting there. We're getting there. I hope all of you got your popcorn. I made sure to bring mine.
Oh, look at that nice little snack you're having. I don't have any popcorn, unfortunately. I said it earlier. Now I kind of want some.
You win some, you lose some.
But we will be getting back into this game soon. Obviously, we saw Anatan dropping the early barracks here. Frisian Marshes is that map that usually you're going to want to either be taking water or denying water. And obviously, the game plan for Anatan is to start out denying.
Yeah, water is one of those things that just scales super, super well here. Typically, though, the House of Lancaster, they've got a ton of things that they want to scale into at the same time. Not just water, but also into the manors, of course. So they're kind of spreading themselves thin, potentially. If they go into all of those, they start losing out on the timing of their aggression. Archery hasn't been too popular recently, I want to say. They've been feeling relatively weak. But we'll see exactly how this one's going to be playing out now as we're moving into our game number 2 now. Finally, got Anatan and Cariello playing as the Holy Roman Empire, Dark Age Barracks coming up behind us, and Vortex on the other hand side, and the color red playing as the House of Lancaster, also going for Dark Age Barracks.
All right, so we got barracks opening on either side, and who do you think is favored with it? Obviously, they both have their own little bits of bonuses here, but movement speed kind of seems king.
Movement speed is pretty nice. At the same time, House of Lancaster, they've got a really, really good economy. Sure, there is the inspiration on the side of archery, but that only works for the first 8 villagers. Anything after that isn't getting inspired. So I'm a little bit on the fence here. I think with the additional sheep gatherer speed that's in there for the House of Lancaster, it just got really, really good timings, and the additional starting wood that they have, of course.
All right, so a couple extra attacks actually coming in from Anatan's side. Able to get a few extra stabs on in as Vortex was stepping out of the stealth forest.
3 against 3 spearmen. Now villagers moving out to gold here for Vortex. Yeah, no player at the moment going for any dock play here. All just sitting inside their base, looking for a potential target with their individual scouts. No move out yet to the gold from Anatan, though. He looks to be... Yeah, now he's rallying over towards Vortex base, investing more into the spears behind it. You can't really do that much against the base from Vortex, as the House of Lancaster, the villagers, they do still have the short bows.
And Scout from Vortex is going to spot out those spears moving across. Anatan is up to the number of 5 spears compared to 3. But as you mentioned, if it is a fight on Vortex's side, those short bows are just going to help on out and prove to be the difference, and definitely does not want to step into any TC fire.
We're now arriving. Short bows getting drawn. Weak Spearman is going to have to get pulled back. That way at least Anatan has the ability to potentially heal him back up with the Pearl inside of his base. Looks like that's going to be the case. Anatan pulling them back now. Villagers now getting sent out towards the gold. Wondering where he's going to be placing the Archon. Or if it's even going to be an Archon.
I feel like back wood line. Oh, I guess he's dropping the mining camp back there. I'd always think back wood line just because you can get so much of the inspiration over the course of the game.
Yeah, it's just awkward since you could also be inspiring the gold as well. But yeah, it would typically make sense since you can then also like move the sheep over. Build a lot of the sheep. And the wood line just helps you scaling into the additional docks. But yeah, you can see like this is one of the reasons why I think that House of Lancaster is just really, really good with the Dark Age Spear play. Vortex getting a really quick follow-up age-up timing here. Anton still hasn't clicked up yet, but will do so in a second as well. And it is actually going to be the Minework Palace.
The Minework Palace. So we'll opt for a little bit of those cheaper, easier, and specialized technologies. No dock play at all still. No movement. It's just like a normal old land map so far.
Yeah. Just a normal land map.
Vortex trying to get some information, see what is up. Probably, you know, same thing we were just saying is it going to be, it's going to be chapel, is it going to be mine work? And it is indeed the mine work palace. You can see that kind of timing. Good sheep drop off there from Anatan here though.
A good couple of additional sheep. With the mine work, Anatan, I mean the horsemen and the spearmen are going to be doing a lot more damage. Will be very beneficial against any potential feudal age all-ins from House of Lancaster.
And Anatan does spot Vortex moving out for a dock on his side of the map. Those initial spear he's just kind of used as scouts as well. Been able to use the movement speed to be able to get away in time at least.
Spear Tragari.
Now more spears moving across. Anatan does have the numbers, but one of those spears is super low.
And still back and forth with the spearmen. No archership or anything like that, just going to be a fishing ship. But the first lot of Lancaster is now going to arrive. And the spearmen can also just walk back to the abbey for healing.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Anatan moving back away, but does have a dock on his side of the map at this point.
Archers now also coming in, so has to follow up. A lot of Lancaster is actually getting surrounded here. Anatan trying to go for the surround. Wants to be able to get that kill in early. And there it is. Gets the full surround. Oh, not quite. Has to fall back. And now that lot of Lancaster is just going to be able to heal up again. Weak Spearman is getting pulled back all the way.
Yeah, still some great micro there by Anatan's side. Vortex does scout out the archers, though. Will be able to react accordingly. He has another Lord in queue as well. Second archer coming out. That scout slowly taking damage here.
Sheep did get picked off, and now an archership is actually on the way. So Anatan is going to have to retreat here. Not going to be able to take this dock town. It's going to take a lot of arrow fire there. Can still heal all of those up, though. Might be worth pulling them all the way back towards the space. Behind this, villager is moving out and about to try and get some docks up.
And Anatan hadn't yet made another prelate or anything of the sort here. Could be very useful, especially with the mine work, having warrior economy inspired, having an extra prelate to heal on up for a bit. Oh, there's another prelate, sure enough. Going over to the woodline now.
Yeah, additional prelate there is going to be able to supervise, or rather inspire, an additional 9 villager. Manors, or rather the first manor, has come in now for Vortex. And keeping up with the inspiration, though. I should go for third prelate at this point in time as well.
Yep, could be very useful for him. And this is about to be a big feudal age fight here. Clash in the middle of the map. Scout just quite able to stay alive. Vortex at the max lord number now, and this is when it gets really scary. Just with that stacking buff.
20% bonus HP, yeah, definitely. Something that needs to be respected. Archers not quite able to frontline, but are going to be picking off the spearmen. Rest of the army from Anatan is still committing to the fight. Yeah, man, very expensive unit, not something that you want to lose. Pushes them outside of the influence of the aura. from the Lords of Lancaster, so they don't have that bonus health anymore. Loses a ton of spearmen though to the Lords. That was not a good trade for Anatant.
Those lords are just so tanky. He's gotta just be able to slowly pick them off. Like you said, did take out quite a few yeomen, but numbers now heavily favoring Vortex. Vortex making a few more spearmen just to be able to deter some of those horsemen away. Looks like a men-at-arms even for Manitan as well.
At least one of them. Maybe if the archers, the yeomen, start hitting that one, gonna be able to survive a couple of additional volleys. The horsemen with the owl pikes are gonna be able to do a good amount of damage there to the reinforcements. But Vortex now starts to reinforce with spearmen as well, so horsemen will have to be very careful.
Yeah, Anatan, I think, just trying to hold this off enough to be able to dive and clear it all up in one foul swoop, but moving over to the fishing as well. Archery range close to going down, though.
Yeah, very close indeed. Income-wise at the moment, I mean,
Emergency
hey,
repair.
emergency repairs being pretty good there to defend that. Income-wise, Anaton, it's not looking that bad for him. It's just a standing army. It's very tough to deal with, especially with the 4 Lords of Lancaster. Just so much health, and the yeomen are baseline a little bit faster. Still not as fast as the HRE archers, but have one more tile of range.
Oh. And now we're starting to see docks being focused. So Vortex taking one out of the Anatan's book and saying, "Hey, now it's my turn to deny some fishing and start to do some damage to your docks." Anatan going for reinforcements though, doesn't want this army to be able to stick on together, and that forces Vortex back.
Yeah, Vortex has to respect the army movement there from Anaton. Wants to reconvene with the rest of his reinforcements. Doesn't want to get caught off guard. Is continuing to push forward.
Yeah, military numbers pretty close to dead even over here. Tons of units still in queue. Neither of these players getting close to thinking about castle. Not at least not right now. It is all feudal age. Only 2 docks for either player though, neither one able to expand to the third yet. I think Vortex trying to build one now.
Vortex just pulled up to 11 villagers over to gold, so this kind of looks like he might be thinking about a Castle Age follow-up. Either that or Mass Hoppelers, but I don't see the stables yet, so I'm assuming Castle Age.
Might give
Has some
Anapan
idle
open
food.
and actually push here, as that looks like that's what he's wanting to do. Archer stepping forward. Lord's not being focused yet. Men-at-Arms still kind of just being on the outside here. Spears needing to be focused down before the horsemen can actually go in and do anything, but they're so much tankier because of these Lords. One falls.
Second one about to go down as well. Second Lord. They don't die easily, do they?
Oh my
Now?
god!
Oh my god!
Okay,
One,
there's one.
2,
There's another.
and the last
There's
one.
another.
But now the horsemen are gone.
Horsemen are gone, but every time those yeomen turn, the men-at-arms get a little bit closer. Archers sniping down as well. So still pretty good fight here by Anatan.
Vortex doing a good job on the retreat though, kiting backwards. In the end, I mean, the yeomen, there's still a good mass of them out there.
Lords
New lords
being
coming
queued
in.
back up. Well, if Vortex was thinking about castle, he had to double down there now, had to use all the food, and is starting to stack up that gold now since he moved so many vills over to gold.
Some villagers also moving over to stone. Needs to get another manor in from the looks of it. Another resource. Now villagers, or are the archers, going to be able to pick off some of the fishing ships there?
At least cause them to jump on in and idle. Not enough melee here to do some burning yet, but Vortex looks away after he pulls the fishing boats back out. Loses one, loses another, loses the third. All 3 fishing boats down in that pond. Anatan getting wheelbarrow.
Ooh, Obala starting to get massed into. We're almost at 30 archers currently for Anton.
Anatan moving over to the gold now, so it looks like he wants to go to Castle Age himself. He saw Vortex's gold, knows he needs to at least try to match something. Finds the villager trying to build the docks as well, and look at what Anatan's doing. He's taken all of the docks. All of the little ponds on Vortex's side even.
Just further expanding out. Getting that eco flowing. Men are coming up now in front of Vortex's base. Potentially want to go for a third one even, as he's got villagers moving out to the deer now as well. Mannering that up too. Has a lot of gold in the bank currently. And Anton behind us, looking for a potential age up. Could this be a Burgrave Palace now that he's already gotten all of these additional docks in? Obla starting to go for an attack. 4 ranged armor means that they actually, yeah, they really don't go down easily.
Anatan trying to kite, it just wasn't doing enough. He does have enough for the age up now. Arrow slits in the outpost. Villagers jump inside, but there's too many. A few go down.
Coming in.
Is on the way, being built on the backside here. Anatan stepping forward though with his archers. Every time he does, a few more fall.
Outpost does have the emergency repair.
One of the lords that dies. That's huge.
1 down, 3 to go.
Prelate.
Get sniped. Looks like Vortex might not want to stay right there. At the same time, Ajab also coming in from Vortex. Anton with the scout there sees this though.
Knows exactly when it's coming in, knows exactly when to take the fight.
Man-at-Arm flood gonna be coming in. Prelate buddy blocking the archers from Anaton. Villagers inside the outpost, starting to get a little bit hotter in there. Outpost being set on fire. How long can the villagers survive? They're gonna have to move out. Will not go down at the very least. And Arms now forcing Vortex out of Anaton's base, but the White Tower is going up.
And Lord's still alive, still just being that tanky unit to just soak up that archer damage, archer fire. Makes it so hard to try to focus something on when you're playing against this civilization here. Just checking in on some of these fishing boats. Anatan does have control of a few more ponds than Vortex, it looks like, but those first few initial ponds probably getting pretty close to running out now.
Shouldn't be too much food left in those. Vortex has done a great job with getting these manors up behind us. On 2 manors, and most of the villagers currently on gold, so definitely still in the range of the manors. Relic's now getting picked up by Anaton. Has enough spells to do so with a couple of them at the same time.
There's still 3 central relics that will be contested, I am sure, here from Vortex. More and more upgrades coming in for either of these players. So many villagers on gold there for Vortex. He knows he needs to get some more upgrades. Wants to be able to mass up these knights that he is transitioning into.
Hobbler, taking down some of the fishing ships, getting some good eco raids in there. Fishing ships jumping inside the dock. And this Vortex is starting to mass up some crossbowmen as well. Men-at-Arms is something where you have to be really careful, because with the Burgrave, Men-at-Arms do 50% bonus damage on their charge. So even though you get the counter out with the crossbows, you really need a good amount of them, especially since the HRE Men-at-Arms are also faster. Right, getting taken at the front line. Hobbler's trying to go for a raid behind all of this.
Yeah, heavy mace is in as well, so those Men-at-Arms going to be a little bit more effective against those armored units from Vortex's side. Archers, though, still trying to kite back. Men-at-Arms trying to do damage, but just they're more that tanky unit than the damage-based unit. Reinforcements, though, coming in for Anatan, but will it be enough to hold this push from Vortex?
Suddenly there's a little bit of a dip in Anatan's food income. Doesn't have enough income now to continuously spam out these Men-at-Arms. Loses all of his army there. At the front side, Hobbler causing massive idle time behind it all as well. It's like there's just not that much food income currently coming in through all of these docks. And look at that massive, massive wood line movement there from Anatan. Got so much wood in the bank. Not that much food income currently. Needs a little bit more time in order to get the farm transition really going. Outposts under fire. Villagers on the wood line also need to run.
Anatan forced to take the fight yet again, but just doesn't have the mass to be able to hold this push as of now. The House of Lancaster units, they get so tanky. 3 lords stacked up. Vortex not choosing to make that 4th one yet, but just has so many knights out on the field now as well. There's no answer for the Knights of Vortex.
Answer indeed. Vortex pushing in deeper into the base of Anatan now. Outpost emergency repair is going to keep it alive for at least a little bit longer. Man-at-Arms just not strong enough to hold, and GG is going to be coming in. Vortex able to even up the set in the second game.
Yeah, series tied 1-1. Just nice and patient fight there from Vortex. Usually, known as that quick all-in player, all-in timing attack player. But instead, it was just mass units, defend a little bit of a push and went to Castle and then just dominated from Castle Age.
Yeah, the Manners still looking quite strong here, keeping up with the economy from the HRE. And looking back at it, maybe the Archon could have still been the way to go. Would have at least given Anatan a possible way of getting a more reasonable farm transition going. I think some farms could have helped there. Then again, there were some changes with monasteries and stuff like that, where you can kind of have Archon chapels that way as well, so probably wouldn't have been too necessary. Yeah, I think probably needed some farms there, or more fishing ships. Just that one dip in the food income was enough for Vortex to thread the needle and overwhelm Anatan there inside of a space.
Yeah, really solid game number 2 there from Vortex to tie up the series. And now going into, a water map that the Spanish bros are known for dominating. We saw Lucifron taken down, but now into game number 3. Vortex playing the English, Anatan playing the French, and it's Holy Island.
Yeah, I feel like French has been more and more, ever since they changed it so that the dock also provides population space, French has been becoming increasingly popular on Holy Island, or in general on water maps as well. This feels a lot smoother. We are getting a Dark Age rush in now from Vortex. Men-at-Arms, I mean, in their current form, you can't, I mean, it's not like it's bad because Men-at-Arms, the issue is, like, as the English, you can only make Men-at-Arms in the Dark Age. They're rather slow. In their current form, it just doesn't feel that good.
Yeah, and the dock gets built. The question is when will Anatan scout this Men-at-Arms play? Vortex looks like he's circling around, looks like he's trying to get towards that water line and then move across it to maybe stay out of the scouting vision.
More Men-at-Arms getting invested into.
And the first fishing boat's now coming on out. It's 3 men-at-arms for Vortex, which not easy unit to clear on up in the Dark Age. And Anatan needs to go ahead and maybe start grabbing some gold, or else it might be hard for him to get gold.
Yeah, it's something that we've kind of had going on with Lucifer versus Bolton as well, where control over the gold, just choking out the French player there, definitely did end up hurting Lucifer on that one. Anatan, though, it's just sending 6 villagers out to gold. 8 villagers out to gold. He knows, okay, I do not want to lose out on my gold income here.
Yeah, he knows that the way he loses this right now is if gold gets fully denied. He sees where all of his golds are at this point. I'm not sure Vortex has the full scouting vision of it, but instead, Vortex just focusing docks as far as initially here.
Eventual age up is going to be coming in here for Anatan. Up to 4 men-at-arms now. The issue with the men-at-arms is, once that age up is going to be coming in, it's going to be knights against men-at-arms, and not having the ability to make spearmen up until Feudal Age is going to kind of hurt English here. At least in this specific matchup. Villagers getting forced back now, though.
He got exactly enough for his age up and 1 single knight after the age up.
About as good as you can ask for.
Dropped another 3 gold off, so it wasn't quite exactly, but even still, now Vortex knows he's denied gold. Anatan hadn't tried to like move out to the other gold and drop an outpost, potentially too risky at this point for him. He just knows, hey, the knight can escort him once that happens. He can always go rebuild a dock, and these fishing boats, they've still gathered quite a bit of food already, so something that Anatan can't complain about so far.
Looks like Anatan is sending something out there. Could be a villager across the map. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to put a dock up somewhere where Vortex doesn't have vision on at the moment. But Vortex also moving around there with his scout could potentially find that villager in the mid-map. There's just a bunch of dots moving out and about on the map at the moment. But yeah, it is indeed a villager. It's just getting sent out here currently. Guessing Anatan, he wants to go.
Game plan?
He wants to reach the shoreline without falling into the line of sight of Vortex's scout, to then be able to dock on Vortex's side. Get a hidden dock in.
And he is making a journey. Oh,
yes.
Looks like Vortex made another unit that's getting closer
What
to
is
villager.
that? What unit is that? Is that a villager? It is a villager. Oh my god.
Oh,
They're not seeing each other.
They're not gonna see each other.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, age up finishes. Knight now in queue. Anatan, though, he lost the dock, so suddenly he needs a house.
He's just gonna. Well, he's fast building the house, but he also has the dock that's being built too.
Doesn't want to be housed for too long. Had a villager stuck inside of the TC.
Oh, and he's gonna scout out the dock being built now. How lucky can you get over here? Sometimes that timing just works out perfect. Able to move back out to the gold as well now for Anatan, because that initial knight should be able to clear up that men-at-arms. But now, both of them will have a dock up. Anatan's fishing is going to be very inefficient here. Oh, he's just going shoreline. Makes sense. Better than nothing there.
I'm still out and
seems
about.
like a easy picking here for this night, but first prioritizing clearing up the rest of these men-at-arms.
Hull coming in from Anatan now as well. Scout finding the dock now from Vortex. The archership is going to be coming in.
Anatan has a sprinkled ship on the way. There's that villager does end up getting picked off now. Ooh. And so does Anatan's villager. King comes out. Now Vortex will have that healing, so we'll be able to pull this lower health men-at-arms back and just heal it right on up.
Yeah, the healing functionality here just being really, really good for those men-at-arms. But in a fight, we're just seeing just how many of these men-at-arms have already fallen to a single knight. They just don't do too well up against the knights. Couple spearmen now, though, also protecting the gold. Anton distracting them with the scout, or at least tries to. Vortex on top of it, though. Not gonna get distracted there.
Oh, another knight in queue. Anatan has a galley and a springled ship at this point, so could try to go push forward on water. Knight though, oof, takes quite a bit of damage. Other knight comes on in. There's no spears there. They were chasing the other knight, so Anatan will get quite a bit of some gold idle time. Scout. King trying to get some eco damage in on the other side, causes some gold denial. Vortex housed, or not necessarily housed, but since the population of ships is 2 here, springled ship couldn't come out. Here we go. Now it's 2 springled ships versus 1. Demo ship on the way here for Anatan.
Vortex has got 2 demo ships in queue. Is actually demo ship from the back line. Quick reaction though. One of the springled ships though getting taken down. Good play from Vortex, saves him on water.
Really, really good plays by Vortex there.
Oh, another second demo.
Ship.
Barely gets the archer ship down though.
Yeah, at least trades it for the galley before his springled ship dies, but Anatan does not have the second dock on out. Meanwhile, Vortex has moved out for a second dock. Oh, Anatan's building a second now.
Archery range now also coming in for Anatan, so he's got to focus a little bit more on the land side. Vortex, 5 villages in gold. Feels like he might soon be thinking about a potential Admiralty upgrade. Good raids though from Anatan. Could potentially be getting another villager. Doesn't commit to it.
Doesn't want to lose the knight and more gold denial. Vortex has his dock split up, so it's kind of hard to get your reinforcements together. So let's see what his plan will be. Well, Anatan got his 3rd dock up. He's got full control of this like center of the pond, which is odd because he doesn't actually have any of the deep sea fish here. Oh, knight! Anatan!
Oh! Survive somehow! Oh, villager! Oh my god!
Villager!
The health bar completely disappeared!
That was wild.
Yeah, imagine if that knight died to a villager. To an English villager, no less.
That dock's at quite low health, about to get put on fire, and that's all it really needs to get taken down. Not really a chance for a villager to go heal that up in the near future.
That would be quite the foreign lands there. King behind us, trying to go for a snipe onto some villagers, but enemy territory.
that knight comes back.
Yeah. King could have sniped that one potentially.
Alright, Doc finally taken on out. Oh, demo ship!
Oh, demo! Big connection.
Anatan can just go back to his dock to heal this on up. Alright, a little bit of a stall out on either side. Anatan you know, hasn't quite secured his side of the map's dock, so he can't be, you know, deep sea fishing yet. He's just in the full mid map, and I'm wondering if he's going to go try to push forward towards the docks that he saw Vortex building on his side.
Single Man-at-Arms actually getting a bill kill.
Yeah. He could
Value,
potentially get that
value.
knight that's low. Oh no, Anatim pulled it back. Anatim's just gonna go try to clear up his side of the island. First, the fishing boat dies.
Good trade. Only a couple of Springle ships remaining. Diving after the archer ship, but yeah, more than enough Springle ships here from Anatant. Push back.
And right as he does this, you can see what his plan is. Moves out with the villager, going ahead, starting to build a dock on his side of the map. And we'll be able to start doing some deep sea fishing, and should probably push forward and try to deny this from Vortex as well. Another villager though picked off. Vortex doing such a good job at just finding these villagers that have been damaged from prior and finishing them off.
King going for a charge, but needs at least 3 hits. Is he actually going to be able to get that? Oh, that was close.
Oh, he was like about to start his swing animation.
Just about. Vortex now adding double archery ranges on land. Combos will be coming in at the same time, also pushing on water, but Anaton's looking quite strong on both land and water at the moment. Army value definitely speaks for it. Do we have Admiralty in at this point for Vortex?
It looks like it.
It feels like it. Yeah, it's in. Oh, this is disgusting on water then. Especially Vortex with Admiralty, able to kite out there with the Springle chips.
Anatim with the flank of some demos, but snipes out another demo from the front side, able to take down one springled ship. Anatim continuing to move forward. He's got some fishing boats with him to help heal it up, and another demo pushing forward. Galley gets a good first shot. Springled's turn. Galley taken out though. Another demo ship though from Vortex. No galley from Anatim to be able to
And another demo!
snipe that out.
Gets a connection, but Anaton's army now on water doesn't look too strong. Last demo ship is going to get sniped out before it makes a connection. Another one is getting sniped out as well. Oh! Still fishing for connections. This one connects, at least one more Springle ship going down.
So many demos. Meanwhile on land, it's just same kind of similar army composition we saw earlier. Vortex trying to pump that longbow number up though now. Villagers coming to help heal those ships up faster. Anatim has been massing up those deep sea fish behind this though, so he has a little bit of extra eco, a little bit extra fishing than Vortex does, so should be able to support more of a military, whether it be on sea or land. But needs to stop this push that Vortex is starting on the water so hard though with Admiralty.
Yeah, it's just not something that really feels too possible, especially when you're massing these demo ships, as Anaton's doing right now, and archer ships, they also get affected by Admiralty, so the archer ships also having that bonus range means that they can snipe the demo ships out much easier from further distance. So Anaton, he's starting to mass up on land instead.
Yeah, it does have 8 Royal Knights compared to 6 Spears on the other side. Just doesn't seem like enough numbers. A demo does pop out. Might catch Vortex not paying attention. And does take out 2 Springled ships. Probably another demo ship popping out. Let's see if he can catch Vortex off guard again.
Oh, gets a gets a Springle ship. It's another one as well. And this Anatun moving further in on land now, but there's already 15 longbowmen, but only six spears for Vortex. Oh, this could be very dangerous.
Spears against 10 knights.
True dead here in particular, and another demo ship snipe. Yeah, Anatun, he's got the army on water, he's got the army on land. Fight is starting to get taken here. Archers moving back inwards. Not enough spearmen. Spearmen getting put to the front anyways.
Yeah, Spearman slowly getting sniped out. Vortex now queuing up a ton more spears. He didn't realize how many knights Anatan had started to queue up here. There's such... I mean, just so many knights here for Anatan. It's at least idling out Vortex, but he can't fully dive that English TC.
Yeah, still pretty dangerous to dive, but knight count is there. There weren't that many spearmen. Potentially there was a chance for Anatan to keep diving with the knights, but high-value units that you don't really want to lose unless you're able to win the game for sure. Oh, farm transition coming in alongside that. Vortex is just trying to go for an age up now. 15 villagers on gold.
Yeah, Anatan 15 villagers on gold, but obviously is making those knights, so has a sink to utilize that gold for. Is trying to just fully deny this water. This might just be the timing. Demo ships here. Springle ship dead. No ships in queue for Vortex. Does look like it might be that castle transition, but look what Anatan can do as well. If he just cancels his queue, he'll be castle in no time. And has a knight on the wood line. One dock down. Vortex trying to get all of the food drop-offs before the rest of them go. Demo ship.
Demo ships.
The fishing boats.
I mean, water is lost at this point for Vortex, yes. There's no real way back on water, at least for Vortex, but land is a different story, as he's about to get the age up in. White Tower going to be protecting 2 gold veins as well as 2 farm clusters. Very nice and safe.
Age up on the way. Anatan just still having a ton of units in queue. 3 Royal Knights in queue. Fully denies the water on the side of Vortex now. Last fishing boat taken down. And Anatan going to be a little too late for this White Tower to finish with 22 villagers on it.
Bishop has been rushed up. Anton behind this is getting very close to aging up as well. King going for a raid again. This time, though, automatically upgrade to Castle Age. All coming in behind this as well. The Knights to defend. Villager is just mostly ignoring the King there.
One of
Means
them
at least
will
more.
fall. Oh,
Never
no.
mind. Oh, maybe not.
Vortex pulled it back. Caster curse over here. Vortex going just with that spear longbow composition, and Anatan just again heavily outnumbering the spears by the knights that he has. Villagers, I believe, are on a transport ship to go overtake the gold on the island. That's exactly what he's doing. So Anatan just securing up an 8k gold for himself without any risk for raids ever again with the 8k on the island. And now diving the base of Vortex.
Before veteran sees in, though, not something that he wants to dive with all of his units. And look at this, Anatan just sneaks out to the 8k on the island. Anatan's on the island.
Yeah, Yep, not a worry in the world for those gold villagers now. Knights still just constantly idling out that set of farms next to the TC, making sure to avoid that white tower.
Still massing up units behind this. Yeah, income-wise, Anaton's leading by a good margin currently. 300 more wood, 300 more food per minute.
And more
Farming
gold per
income.
minute.
Yeah, farm income though. English food economy isn't that bad. Not that bad at all, especially with these very, very cheap farms. We just have to be careful though. Find some safety there. A couple of knights going down.
Yep, stepping a little too far with those knights. Anatan, though, massing up more and more knights now. Getting more archers as well. Just waiting for that big one fight that he can take, knowing that he should have more eco with the full water control that he has. Anatan up at 160 pop. Meanwhile, Vortex at 115. So a good bit of eco lead for Anatan. More and more upgrades coming through for either of these players. Men-at-Arms, Armor Chad coming in for Vortex as well, so he might start sprinkling in more Men-at-Arms into the Spearman mass.
This shooter who do they make?
40
Let's see,
longbows. Armorclad coming in on the man-at-arms as well. I mean, English in the late game, late game, they can still make things happen even if they don't have water control. And water, food income-wise, we can already look at Anaton's food income. It doesn't scale that well.
No,
farms
he's trying to
Virginia
drop
the
a
carry.
dock on Vortex's side even to have some more deep sea fish that he can invest on into.
Yeah.
It's just causing more and more idle time, picking up a few units here and there, but loses some knights while doing this at times. Villager still sneaking on by somehow. Vortex, though, has a huge mass of longbows now. Very respectable army. And Anatan, yeah, he does have a lot of archers. Hasn't really shown this mass in quite a while. So might be able to do something, but Men-at-Arms frontline could do some damage.
It looks like Anaton already pulled the guild hall at one point, only having 600 food in it. Maybe it just took a while to build up. Yeah, getting up to 700. Maybe he hasn't pulled it yet. It's like
Guild
Cast
hall
Aston in
starting
longer.
to
Oh,
hurt.
that would be a bad way to lose the guild hall. Mass archers. Vortex actually with a really, really good army size here. This is going to be a tough one for Anaton. Now archers trying to snipe down the spearmen, but there's also men-at-arms with armor-clad mixed in, so tough to make sure that you're hitting the correct unit there. Knights now starting to fight as well.
This is just such a tough micro fight for Anatan with the Armor Chad units in there, but cleans up that front line with the Arbs that slowly started to mass up in there as well. And now the Knights, they don't have an answer. More spears are in queue. More spears are moving across the map, but it's just not enough.
And the longbow count now also getting reduced quite quickly. Knights pushing past. Couple of spearmen coming in. Need to get sniped down quickly. More knights in queue as well behind this. Longbow still trying to snipe down the archer mass.
A villager has his shiv outs helping as well.
He's doing his best. He's doing his best. Oh no, he's... Get down, Mr. President! Good army trader at the end of the day, though, for Anaton. Looking at the army value that's left behind it all. Destroyed value, though. Vortex not looking too bad either.
Yeah, I
Extra
mean,
resources.
if Anatan's taking even trades, he's happy with it with the amount of
Yeah.
eco lead that he has. Should be able to remass up faster and stronger and have more techs coming in and whatnot. So that should be what we see here in a bit. And Vortex, he's trying to expand that network of castles for the next fight and maybe get some mid-map control here with a massive villagers coming to build an outpost.
Yeah.
So many more farms in on the side of the White Tower now too. So 4 sets of farms fully finished around the White Tower, and then the extra one next to the TCs. So Vortex's food income is lovely, but you can see Anatan's is even higher.
Knight going for another little raid there. No villager going down. Red Palace now coming up next to a large gold vein. Also next to one of the relics there. He's sending the villagers from the gold out in order to build the Red Palace. Are there still villagers on the island?
No, he finished. They're leaving
Yeah.
now. He
They're getting
just
sent
finished
over.
up that gold.
Is this also... It's not in range to take the sacred site, though. If he was able to protect the second sacred site with that as well, he could go for a sacred site victory.
Oh yeah, if he had just dropped it like in front of the gold instead of behind the gold.
Behind this, Vortex also going for Berkshire. Not a big fan of the Berkshire here in theory, just because with the opportunity of going for like Wingard Rangers or something like that, kind of feels a lot stronger. Berkshire, I mean, Arrowfire is nice and all, but it's still just a keep in the late game.
I feel like Berkshire's always underwhelming. You should always be going with those strong Wingard units. It's almost like a way for you to like come back into the game with lack of eco. It's like makes it easier. You're getting super strong units, especially when you get some extra upgrades through. Instead, though, Anatan burns down this outpost on the center sacred site. Wouldn't be surprised to see him take the center sacred site here soon. And he's still circling though with knights, trying to find somewhere to damage some eco, but Vortex's army is just super defensively postured. Might actually have to be some siege.
It's coming in now for Anton, and French in the late game is definitely something to behold. Once a couple of keeps come in, and you do of course have one baseline with the Red Palace now, the discount on your army, it is so substantial in the late game that few civilizations can really match that.
Yeah, there is the White Tower, there is Berkshire, there is an English TC, so Anatan will just have to dive past a lot of that if he wants to find some eco damage without just losing a ton of knights on the front end. Oh my god. Well, looks like the farms are a little too close to the shoreline over there.
Yeah, Carrack actually finding a couple of nice snipes there. Anton still just building up the army behind it all. Yeah, definitely needs some siege. Question is, do you just go for... try and maybe get like 2-3 bombards in and try and just take down the Berkshire, or do you actually like slow push with trebuchets? Those now coming up on the side there as well. Royal Bloodlines.
I think you just hit the White Tower now at this point, and you just go in with bombards, not the slow push with the treb.
You go up to 100 knights and then you A move and pray. To be fair,
That also
100
sounds
knights you
pretty
probably
good.
don't have to pray. At that point, your opponent has to pray.
Yeah, I'm good with the 100 knights and A move, except that'd be 70 away. But wouldn't be too fun waiting.
It's gonna take a while.
Scout's
Just
dead.
waiting for the bloodlines to come in. Oh, a couple of Arbaletria just running in.
Hey, causing some damage, causing some annoyance. Vortex still sitting at 156 pop. Anatan has basically been sitting at 200 for a good little bit now. But still just being patient, getting more upgrades, waiting. Hasn't opted to take the Sacred Site yet either to start a timer.
Kind of tough to take those sacred sites. Is the Berkshire actually like getting close? Nah, it's not in range. Okay. Like, Berkshire sometimes has like insane range, so I wouldn't have been too sure if the Berkshire was in range of the sacred site, but there's so much distance actually between it. That would have been truly insane.
Well, as we said, Sacred Site not the easiest to take on over there.
Looks like Anaton is just going to be going for the bombards.
Yep, two
make
more
sure-
in queue.
Just need to make sure that you're able to actually kill the Berkshire before the Berkshire kills the bombards. If it's fully garrisoned, bombards don't last too long.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see players pull villagers and just be healing the siege while the Berkshire's focusing it and hoping out heal it. But Vortex just playing this defensive game for as long as he can. Outpost gonna be the first thing taken down.
Citadel's upgrade also on its way. Now first Trebuchet alongside it.
And Vortex is actually out of gold now at this point, other than, you know, his passive gold from farms. I don't think he can
Outpost
get
there.
that gold.
Yeah, it doesn't look too easy to take. Incendiary arrows has just been clicked up by Vortex, so definitely he's gonna need that at 40 archers. That upgrade is worth its weight in gold.
The villagers, they're just going out to the gold anyways. They're ready for this. They know that they need this. Trebuchet actually starting to knock down the outpost that's over there. And Knights just can't take this fight yet, it seems like, with how many spears, how many hand cannoneers are on the side of Vortex.
Just getting sniped out by the longbows, but spearman count just falling so quickly. Vortex still behind this. 50 spearmen according to the overlay. Sharp up to date, that is. There's still 50 spearmen, and Vortex should be able to hold this. 100 military on the field. Okay, it's apparently not quite up to date.
Yeah, it's falling and falling fast. You can tell with the front line that's almost disappeared. There's so many Royal Knights here. It's almost going to be that make a bunch of Knights an A move, even though there are quite a bit dead.
Trebuchet now trying to regain control over that gold vein. Numbers now up to date, on to 14 spearmen, 32 archers, 10 hand cannoneers. Already 1600 gold again inside of the guild hall. Triple bombards. Just going for some snipes. Site now locked in.
Bombards hitting a couple longbows, you know. Taking out whatever they can right now. Countdown has at least started, like you mentioned. And Vortex
Remassing.
will not be able to gather gold. This is really going to be a struggle for him to... You know, I guess he can sit on longbows and spears if that's his game plan here.
Yeah, I mean, he is still trying to mass up hand cannoneers behind this. That is tough. Gold. It's running low. And granted, there's great passive English income there, gold-wise. Up to 500 gold with 3 relics per minute.
Yeah,
It doesn't feel great enough. And actually having more food income behind this, more gold income, and just everything, more income. And the cheaper price to pay for the army.
yeah, that's just full map control, full gold control. Anatan has this game in his hands, but isn't wanting to overstep, is playing it so delicately.
So it's 8 minutes in at the moment. Neither player really wanting to risk it right now with an immediate fight. Vortex, though, trying to trade out every now and then. Pushing forward. Archers doing decent damage against the Knights. But these bombards just killing archers every single time they fire. So need to be respected greatly at this point. The 50 Spearmen again. And the Trebuchet is getting sniped as well. Volley's getting activated, so the Lombos do fire with great speed. But it's not really dying with great speed.
Spitting out projectiles this whole time as well.
And Cannoneers getting misrallied. They didn't fire for a long time. Spearman Mass just getting absolutely obliterated. And Cannoneers just ran in there to the front line.
There's just so many units here for Anatan still alive. It looks like this might just be the close of the game. He's been diving under Berkshire without a moment's notice, and Vortex, he throws in the towel. Anatan has gone up 2-0, or sorry, 2-1.
GG coming in there. Wow, Anatan on match point.
Those resources gathered. He decided to delete some vills there at the end, it looks like, and transition that into the military. Mass allowed him to just overrun Vortex in that last fight.
Yes, Knights at this point just so very, very cheap.
So very cheap indeed, and also just had so much untouched eco for so long that it didn't even matter at all. But that was game number 3. We got game 4 in front of us. It's front range, and Vortex is getting the Byzantines. Meanwhile, Anatan playing the Rus.
Rus on front range, that's an interesting one. I feel like the woodlines aren't that, like, it's not just I feel, they aren't that big on front range. There's a lot of stealth force, so maybe there's a case to be made for high trade house inside of the stealth forest next to a woodline.
Yeah, I mean, the front range is known for boar, and Rus loves starting over on the boar with their wooden fortresses too. So that kind of could be part of the idea as well for Anatan, be able to just take that mid map early on and just continue on some of those resources, move on to deer after that, and so on and so forth. So maybe that might be some of the idea, but who knows? We'll be getting into the game any second here now.
Yeah, it's true. Also, of course, having the Golden Gate being able to trade out resources in the mid game, as front range is very volatile with its resources. So we're going to be jumping right on into our game number 4 now. Potential match point for Anatan as we're watching Vortex in the color red playing as the Byzantines here on front range. His opponent none other than Anatan. Look at this. What we're getting here. Rus with a Dark Age barracks opening.
Yeah, that is something you don't see every day. And, yeah, well, I mean, the spears can potentially stop some of that early stone gathering, can stop some, because isn't stone very far out on this map?
That stone is pretty far. But, yeah, I mean, Vortex, he did go out for it. There's definitely some damage to be found.
Yeah, so, I mean, that might just be the idea, even stone or gold either way, and then still be able to move out and control the mid-map, take the boar if he wants. And spears moving on over to the gold. Looks like Vortex pulling some extra villagers as well. Cistern is there, so Akratoy can be activated. Is activated.
But on a pretty long cooldown, so Vortex is going to have to be very, very careful if this is going to run out. Spearman Mass is continuing to build. Doesn't quite have enough gold yet.
Yeah, and second spear is here now too. This is getting very, very hard. Big micro war here.
Getting close to having enough gold. Just a little bit more. There's
Is
still
he
the other
gonna
gold
have
on the top
enough?
side. There's still the other gold that he can go to. No villagers going down at the very least here.
Χωρική έτοιμη.
Vortex,
Pulling
he's still
more
committing to
villagers.
this first gold.
Κίνδυνος.
Anatan trying to do some body blocking with the spears.
He's really
Vortex
going
bringing
for it.
over. This is crazy. This has still been so much idle time. That one villager, or sorry, one spear so close to taking enough TC fire to fall, and still villagers.
How much gold's
Have
left in
not-
there? He's got enough.
Oh, he's got enough.
Oh my god, that is by one. Okay, just barely having enough.
I mean, that had to be a lot of idle time, and even still a lot of damage over the course of time that's still going to be on a lot of the villagers throughout the course of this game. Oh, so many of those vills are low health.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy just how many low HP villagers there are now at this point. Cistern level 3 is coming up behind us, and now Vortex is going to be able to age up with the Grand Winery next to the berries.
Oh my, what? Is this about to be a Kremlin rush?
Ain't no way. Nah, he's got no... It's gonna be a wooden fortress rush. He doesn't have the resources for Kremlin. He's taking his berries. Oh, that's criminal. That is absolutely criminal right there. Villagers going for an outpost.
Counter outpost.
But Anton, he can
lot
just
of
rush up
villagers
his
being
own.
pulled. The spears are
Oh
getting
my
pulled
god.
now,
Oh, the Vill's already low health. Oh, he can't commit to it. Outpost is going up. Oh no. Oh no.
And that was, he pulled Vills off the Grand Winery, so the Grand Winery is still delayed here now.
That is an interesting situation for sure. Now wouldn't hunting cabin. Forward hunting cabin.
He's got to
When
drop off the food he just gathered. Come on now.
When would you have ever expected this type of gameplay to come in from the Ruse?
This is wild. Why? You know, you got to give the people what that low health spear even jumps inside the wooden fortress. Well, Anatan now is like, hey, I'll just gather these berries. I'm gonna go for my own age up. Nothing to see here, you know.
It looks like the Vills aren't in range of the TC. Now
Not
Golden
yet.
Gate coming up behind this. Yeah, just being able to take your opponent's berries here as well means that Vortex is never going to get the full value from this Grand Winery at all.
And where's the olive oil gonna come from on this map? Like, there's good luck.
Yeah, no oil coming in anytime soon now.
Gold is being gathered from the other side now, though. Anatan moving over to actually gather gold himself as the ruse here. Maybe wants to sell it out for something
Henschlad, did he
as a
make
ticket.
Did he make a hunting cabin inside of his base? He didn't. He doesn't have any hunt, so there's no passive gold income from any hunting cabins. He's gonna need to actively gather. That's how we got to this point in the game.
Scout needs to turn. Anatan is now feudal age. And it eavesdropping proxy archery range. This what a fun game.
Now Blacksmith coming in behind this for Vortex. Vortex knows that he's gonna need siege engineering. He needs secure siphon in order to get rid of this. Double archery range forward for Anton. Ooh, this is kind of dangerous though. He's
all
gonna
in this.
yeah, he's genuinely gonna need like castle turret and arrow slits on the on the fortified outpost now. And even then, the Decisives are kind of crazy good at dealing with these kind of outpost positions.
Wait, those villagers I think are just mass moving to the berries on the bot side.
Oh my god, yes he is. With an outpost as well.
And the archers are now already starting to pump out. The archers are here. Villagers are coming too. Oh.
Falling back. Now triple archers. Outpost getting rushed up. Scott actually getting taken down there.
Outpost will finish here.
Vortex able to actually get the berry access there. There's no pure siphon yet, and yeah, he's getting access to the berries, but quite the cost. Anaton at the moment, like, he's got so much control over this. In theory, could now maybe go for his own ramps or just mass archers. Vortex, he cannot
range.
sustain.
And
Once
the
the food
trying
runs
to
out inside
circle
of his
around.
base. Yeah, once the food runs out inside of Vortex's base, like, he's gonna be on a maximum of 5 villagers down there, gathering resources. I don't think he can realistically send out any more there, and Anaton even going around the base from Vortex here.
Yeah, you can try to hit those few vills on the deer. They have to move back on away, so yeah, the food is getting hurt hard right now for Vortex. Not saying Anaton's food's in a great position.
Tons of villager idle time as well, having to avoid the archers at great cost here. Boys, he just can't mess up nearly as much as Anaton can here. And the 7 villagers right now that are gathering the gold at front side, it's coming in for upgrades, and every now and then he can also just exchange tickets to make sure that he can continue pumping out those archers non-stop. Anaton doesn't have a lot of great food income at the moment, but could also just exchange a ticket, which he just did, for some food.
And, I mean, Vortex's whole economy has been moving around non-stop. He moved like 15, 20 vills over to that wood line on the front, immediately got forced back to the other wood line, so he has just had a lot of walking time on those vills.
Anaton almost had a minute worth of TC idle time. This is also now starting to affect Vortex. TC idle time climbing on both sides. This is a very low food income game here at the moment.
Everything's trying to go to production. Oh, he barely saw... Anaton barely stepped into range there with the archers. Vortex moving away. Great reaction timing from him.
System
Looks like
level.
arrow slits coming in onto that wooden fortress too.
There's one scout here in the back line just providing Anaton with so much knowledge there. Is running away in time. Don't think he's been spotted out by Vortex. At the same time, Anaton now moving over towards the outpost potentially. Has some spearmen in there as well with the army. Villagers? Where are the villagers going? Going over to the boar now.
So boar gonna get taken. That's gonna fix one of Anaton's problem points that he's had here in the little bit of recency in this game, which has been food. Horsemen circling though. They're gonna find some of those vills on the boar. Maybe do a little bit of damage before the archers and spears get out of the way. Oh. Yep.
Oh my god, villagers getting found out there. At least one goes down. Probably second one will go down as well. Spearman now there to defend. Down 2 vills. Here Siphon has been created behind this.
And on the other side, Vil gets picked up. Not quite 2, but still 1.
Airslits is in on the wooden fortress. Archers aren't quite going to be enough in order to take down the Siphon though. So there is going to be an attempt now at taking down that wooden fortress soon. And oh my god, the horseman again. Finding another one, make it 2. Just 1 villager kill. Villagers getting dove onto a wood line.
These guys are just trading with each other back and forth. Hey, you dive my vills, I'll dive your vills. Archers
now
coming
going
back,
for it.
though.
Canton has got so many more archers. Easily able to take the trade out. Might lose the wooden fortress, but if Vortex doesn't have any army, it means that he still cannot get control over the berries next to the Grand Winery. Still no mercenaries in. Vortex, in theory, has the olive oil for at least one batch of mercenary production, but just doesn't find the window. GG comes in, Annotant able to close out the set 3-1.
Ends up taking the victory there in a very exciting last game, an unexpected last game with the way that the Rus played there, but you know, it made sure the Byzantines were out of their element, couldn't do what they wanted. There was no mercenaries that whole entire game.
Yeah, completely taking the mercenaries away there from Byzantines, and that was just a game where you kind of have to feel bad for Vortex, right? Like, this was just some absolute bullying against the Byzantine civilization there with the Rus. Creative usage there of Annotant with the wooden fortress. Not something that we see often at all. Very out of the box. Catches Vortex off guard with it, meaning that now Annotant able to take the series, and means that we are going to be getting Annotant moving on in the bracket there. We already know who he's up against. We'll find out soon. But first, I believe we're going to be getting... Oh, looks like he's going to be facing off against Papipon. But now, we're going to be able to hear from Annotant, the man himself. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe yes, maybe not.
Hello, Annotant. Congrats on the victory there. What? How'd you think of yourself playing in that series?
I think I was a bit lucky, hello. Like, I cheesed where I should cheese and it worked out right. It's, I think best of 5 pretty random, yeah, everyone can win versus everyone. So, I was lucky today, yeah.
Yeah, there was a little bit more some Dark Age action in this series than we normally see, starting with the very first game with some Dark Age Donzo coming out from Vortex. Were you surprised if you see that? Have you scouted that? Is that something that you've seen in any of your practice games happen so far?
No, but I was surprised a bit later when they were at my gold. But apart of that, I think I adapted pretty well and yeah, showed that I bit can pick other wings beside monks, right?
Yeah, well, and then going into some of those other games, you know, headed into Holy Island, it feels like the Spanish bros have dominated that map for so long, but you playing that French game, it kind of seemed like you were in control basically the whole game. What did you kind of... You snuck that one Ville around the full circle. Is that one that just like you had planned the scout and baited away the whole time, or kind of what'd you think about that?
I mean, yeah, there is a few options and like transport ship or just fast dock after I jump. But I was keeping his scout in my scout range and I thought, yeah, I can do it. So like it's the best outcome, but it's like high risk, high reward, right? If it's spotted out, I'm basically dead. Yeah, I think he played this game better than me, but my Civ was just so much better. So at the end, I won. It was a bit scary when he got farms, but yeah, I was able to win still.
Yeah, and then finishing out the series, you played the little bit of a cheesy Rus strat at the start with the Dark Age barracks into some wooden fortress rush. Is that something you've practiced a lot, or is that something that on that map specifically it just works?
I think I saw it from B at KPMM. I think he did it versus Vortex as well. And I just, okay, matchup is kinda hard, yeah. Impossible to win, so I tried to cheese a bit. And I think I was lucky with his spam, right? Gold and berry at one spot.
Yeah. Well, big congrats there. Moving on to the next round, a next chance at making your ticket to good old Wololo in London. So, any parting words to say before headed on into your next? Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. Anatan, Anatan, they still hear you. So, any parting words saying before your next series?
Big thank you for my team, GG's to Vortex, to Valdemar. We'll see how I play tomorrow.
Well, big congrats there in the series. We did just get the update. Puppy Paul did take down Balltoon 3-2. I know Balltoon had made quite the waves today in some of the series that he plays. So exciting games, exciting series, and we'll be watching here in the coming days and coming weeks.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to hear you, my friend.
All right, that means that now we've got one set left. One set left in the tank as well. I know players, they've been anxious. They've been in the chat. They're like, "Oh man, we gotta go soon. We gotta go soon." It's getting late in the day for them, 11 p.m. But we still have one more set ahead of us. It is going to be Beastie up against Wham.
A classic series, a classic set ahead of us here for sure. We've casted Beastie versus Wham time and time again. I'm not sure of the exact matchup as far as the win-loss ratio at this point, but I do know that in the recent history, it's probably pretty even here in the recent couple matchups.
Yeah, but French against Byzantine. I mean, this is an interesting one. We know Beastie loves his French. Like Beastie's French, pretty good, especially with the way that you can currently play French, or the meta, the way it has kind of cemented itself for French. Kind of used to be said that French was like a really, really bad civilization in the late game. Currently, people don't have that opinion anymore. French late game, pretty good, pretty damn good. One of the best in the game. Discount on military, cap meta, all the way to the top. Surely. Byzantine, also very strong economy, and late game, I wouldn't say top tier for the Byzantines. They kind of excel in like the mid game with just pure mercenary unit mass. Against French, though, you've got some certain counter units, like the potential for the javelin throwers and camel riders, and 20% debuff on cavalry. That's something where Byzantines have some pretty good tools in the shed in order to counter out the French. Painted shield upgrade on the Limitani, bonus movement speed, great. Both civilizations pretty good here. Gonna be interesting to see exactly how this one plays out. Old land, open map, kind of feels like it's leaning more towards the French though.
Yeah, Biz is that civ that can come back from taking some Vil losses and whatnot. But game on, starting now. Beastie in the color red, playing as the French. Wham as the color yellow, playing as the Byzantines, and Beastie just headed straight, taking a journey to the deer.
Yeah, mind you, the deer, they're not close to your base at all on this map. He's walking all the way out into the mid-map early on here in order to make his way onto the deer. That is quite the distance to travel. Look at this, the villagers, they only start gathering 1 minute into the game, so that's a ton of idle time to start off the game here for Beastie.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a very late age up for the French, and usually they love having an early age up, having that first early night come out, but Wham will not have to worry about anything like that for the foreseeable future. Should be able to have a very clean opening, a very clean age up himself if he gets this scouted.
Wham behind this. Just going for the classic. 2 villagers on the stone, so it looks like Beastie, knowing the matchup, he knows, okay, Byzantine's probably not going to be doing too much here early on in the game. Kind of a passive civilization for the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game. Now scouts in the mid-map, kind of giving, like having a battle there next to each other. Trying to find the sheep behind it. We're not going to be looking at that, though. Not seeing if Wham is going to potentially see those villagers on the deer. Might have spotted through the fog of war. Beastie getting the majority of the sheep there. Looking good for
Nah,
him on the
I
sheep
think
count.
it's
Actually,
still
Wham
out of
already
vision.
dropped off. Yeah, out of vision, but he might. Yeah, he hasn't actually seen the deer, so he can't see it through the fog of war. Sheep count relatively even between them.
And I think this is where Wham will get the knowledge and information that he needs here. And sure enough, he does scout the deer, picks up another sheep,
Κατάσκοπος.
and we'll have that information that Beastie started early deer, so age up should be very late.
Ναι.
Grand Winery now coming in. Only 2 villagers working on that one for Wham. So isn't going to be rushing the Grand Winery up now. Did see the villagers on the deer towards the end there though, so did move past that. Now School of Cavalry is coming in. For Beastie. 4 villagers working on that. Second Cistern just got finished up as well.
Not quite as
Beastie.
delayed as what he could have been, and Beastie even circled around with his scout to push that last deer even closer to the mill, so solid, nice economy over here from Beastie. Grand Winery, pretty far forward for a Grand Winery location. It's I feel like he could have tucked it back closer to the TC, closer to the wood line, but obviously had a reasoning for putting it forward in that point.
Ασφαλώς. Έτοιμος.
Behind it. Actually, Beastie is getting the age up in a lot quicker here than Wham. Just courtesy of Wham only aging with the 2 vills. It's kind of funny considering just how much idle time Beastie had there early on with the villagers moving all the way up to the middle. Outpost also already coming in for Wham. Gonna be securing those berries. And third cistern also coming up behind this.
Yeah, Wham just in no rush for that age up, is just full focused into getting his eco as strong as possible, getting that cistern spreaded out, getting his front berry safe, and if any night does come, those berry villagers will have a home to jump into.
Behind this, first night now coming in. Beastie going for all the economy upgrades behind this, or most of them at the very least. Double Broadex coming in, mining upgrade as well.
And Wham's
night in queue
age
as well.
up finishes.
Did BC go for double stables behind this, or no? It's probably still just coming out from the first. Yeah, so just from the first School of Cavalry. Is he getting
Wham.
barracks up behind this yet? We do already have a small wall there, just making sure that the knight can't path around the back of Wham's base. Doesn't look like
He's
the wall's
getting
finished up yet, though.
wheelbarrow, and yeah, he does have a barracks. He's got 2 limited A and Q.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I saw a good amount of wood disappear earlier. I figured it was going to be some sort of production building, and barracks makes the most sense here.
Oh, outpost
little
drop now.
Little outpost action. There will be a second knight to try to come protect these villagers from the Limitane.
Limitane now also coming in. Villagers could, in theory, get pulled alongside the Akratoid defense. Now outpost gonna have to get cancelled up. Will
Yep.
get cancelled.
Outpost has been denied, so those 2 villagers journey from, I assume, the deer. Just gonna go back and start gathering the deer again.
Yep. BC behind this, just continuously adding in more and more knights behind this. No archer range yet, instead a second stable, and now the blacksmith follow-up as well.
So
where the
knights,
villagers
knights,
going?
and more
Oh.
knights.
Yeah, villagers now moving over to the next deer patch as well. They do have wheelbarrow now, so they're gonna be a good bit faster normally.
Cistern trying to be burnt down by those 4 knights that Beastie has in Wham's base. Wham does not have enough Limitanei to deal with it at home. He looks like he started to push forward to try to deny the deers, so might be a bit before this Cistern can get defended, or might even go down here.
Cistern. Starting to get close to burning, potentially. Limitani, I mean, these are still Dark Age Limitani at this point. Not an upgrade yet. Ram's getting villagers out to the gold now, so we'll be able to upgrade them shortly, though. Now also moving out to the berries. Out there, next to the cistern.
Javelin throwers on the way for Wham as well.
Good choice, getting the eventual camel riders in. It's very strong up against French. Beastie now going for the multi-sided attack. Multiple fronts. Villagers evacuating inside of the outpost. Villagers also seeking shelter inside the TC. One villager did go down so far, though, from the looks of it.
And for now, it's just massing more and more knights for Beastie. He's getting some ranged armor and getting chivalry in, so those lower health knights will start to heal on up. But those Wham walls are proven to be pretty useful here now, as the knights don't have a lot of room to run on around and circle.
Yeah, Limitani have been hardened up behind us now, so they are now fully fledged in Feudal Age. Outpost just buying Wham a whole lot of time and vision here when it comes to making sure that these villagers are not going to get sniped by the knights. Still needs to be on top of his game in order to dodge accordingly.
Huh?
Oh, these
Yet
knight raids
again.
though. Oh, the charge ends just before. No villager goes down.
0 vills go down, and that's a lot of damage on the knights. 1 scout falls, no knights fall though. Chivalry will be able to heal those up. It still takes time to heal those units. Wham jumps in another outpost again. So Beastie causing a good amount of idle time, using health as a resource here.
Yeah. Renewable resource as well at that.
And knight number still staying nice and healthy. Villagers just jumping inside very proactively. Oh, what that wolf do to you, Beastie? Come on now.
Still more knight raids, but Wham on top of the game here. Not losing any villagers to these raids. Another. Oh my god, this is very annoying though. Beastie, he's got so many knights coming up behind us. Wham actually moving out of his base here. Has enough javelin throws to be able to one-shot any archer. Yeah, he's just so good at playing these games now. Hasn't lost a village, like, other than that one villager that I didn't see go down, so it doesn't exist. Wham hasn't lost a villager yet. But he needs to be so careful. This army here from Wham, it's so far outside of his base. The knights, if they can converge on that, they could take this army down.
Yeah, now he's starting to bring all of his mass here together. Needs to make sure not to take it until everything is actually together. Villagers done moved out. There was a knight waiting.
Yeah, so Wham loses another villager, 3rd villager as well. Great find there from Beastie. Playing this one really well. Archer mass getting slowly but surely massed up behind this. All its intents and purposes, like, Wham has got a really solid army count here. He just can't move out with it. These knights are just dragging him from side to side. Another villager gonna go down here now as well. Wham, at this point, probably wishing he got textiles in.
Oh my gosh, that knight down to 2 health, but will heal up.
Every time Wham wants to go out, he's got to fall back.
This
Defend
is
against
just
the Knights.
so frustrating, so hard to deal with your immobile mass. You know, you want to try to maybe build more walls, but there's not a lot of room to build walls. And sure enough, archers now are going to start moving out. Wham has a ton of oil in the bank. Hasn't been making his javelins and needs to, because he might not know about what the archer mass that BC has that's been building up behind this. Wham's wanting to go castle age. Look at his resources that he has in the bank. He's trying to build some walls, wanting to prep for this castle age play, but BC, he's going to take advantage of that. This is exactly when he is going to dive.
Dive is coming in. Wham behind us has enough resource to go for his age up. Outpost is getting taken down though. Still a single knight roaming around the back of Wham's base. But Wham has that Limitani there this time around to defend. Hopefully won't lose a villager this time around. X outpost on the chopping block. Butcher's pulled preemptively. Wham though, he's getting the age up in, but doesn't have any gold at all to upgrade his units. Just gonna make this a little bit rough. He's got gold in the back of his base, but there's that one knight there, and the knights are going for a charge. Wham needs to pull the vills back. Loses one, loses two. So many villagers lost so far in this game for Wham. And the knight in the back of his base gotta fight another villager kill as well. Bill's pulling the shifts, getting the knight down. The fight's being taken.
Fight's being taken. Javelins trying to focus down the archers. Limited Age is doing the best they can. Great brace there, but Golden Horn Tower still not being built, still not aged up yet.
Beastie recommitting to the military. Still more knights in queue, more archers in queue as well. Age up, just about to be finishing. But now Wham, age up is in. Just no resources to make anything with it. Oh my god. The mining camp didn't finish up. The villagers dropped off all the way forward. Disaster.
Knight number, though, falling fast.
Yeah, the knights just evaporated. Next batch of javelin throws is in now as well. I'm 15 villagers behind, but alive-ish. The mining camp just needs to get built eventually.
Wham walls are getting close to finishing.
Oh no, the villagers are going for another run.
Another trek home.
No, please don't. Please tell me you realize. Okay, he realizes. Tough realization to be made though. Upgrades now coming in on the javelin throws on the Limitani as well. Archers taken down by the javelin throws. It's awkward that the olive groves are that far forward, so it's not really viable for Wham to gather from them right now. And BC once again doubling down into Feudal Age. More knights in queue yet again.
Cisterns being expanded. A stable's coming in.
Snapping a couple more archers. One or two Limitani did just get taken down. There's Cataphragm, and now Camel Riders in queue as well. Actually, never mind, cancels the Camel Riders, goes for Javelin Throws instead.
Yeah, wall finally gets burnt on down. Military for BC pushing through. This is still a Feudal Age army. But Wham, he just doesn't have the same amount of numbers. Javelin thrower number looking a little bit healthier, but just not enough still. And BC is diving towards the heart of his economy. So many villagers on that gold. So many villagers on the berries.
Akratoy getting activated. And pulling the spears. A lot of the villagers get taken down. All of the knights go down as well, though. But this does not feel like a good or even worthwhile trade at the same time, though. I mean, taken down all of the military, but at the end of the day, doesn't quite have the tools to immediately go for a counterattack, as Beastie just continuously swarms Wham's base with more and more reinforcements in behind this.
That just feels like too many losses to come back from. He might be an age up. He might have castle age units already, but the economy, it just feels nowhere to be found. That was just a send-it move. He knew he needed to defend it somehow, but at what cost?
See behind this, actually finding his own window of opportunity to go for an age up. Meanwhile, he's kind of exhausted a lot of the resources out on the map. He's on the boar, he's on the deer. Vacuuming up all the corner resources now. He needs a miracle to come back in this one, as Beastie's still looking for these raids. Is going to be able to find a way back into the base there from Wham. Wham villagers are going to be found out. Too late. They're going to get taken down again. Wham needs to go on the run again. Yeah, that's got to be at least two more villagers going down.
Charge gets canceled. A cataphract comes out.
Cataphract?
And somehow no villagers fall, but there's more villagers on berries.
Is this going to be another Akratoy POV? Not
now
this time,
we're going to start seeing a few villagers go down, potentially. There's one.
Yeah, that's 1, 2,
2,
3.
Not enough room in the TC now. Knights might just stay here and just do as much damage as they can. Beastie knows what position Wham's in. Castle Age finishes. I wouldn't be surprised to see Wham throwing the towel here soon with the position he's in.
Half the economy. At the same time, Javelin throws, finding some villager kills here. Something like this could get Wham back into the game. Jeff's not really did too much damage here from the looks of it. You see evacuating some villagers further into the corner there. These knights just still finding vill kills. Villager is fast enough to run away from the javelin throws. Frustrating. Such is life.
Yeah, and Beastie has his reinforcements heading towards those javelins, so watch out for those javelin throwers, as there is a group of knights, and there are no Limitane there, there are no camel riders, there are no cataphracts there. They need a front line.
Royal Institute behind this. Beastie already researching double bloodlines, royal bloodlines. Did just get a couple of villager kills, just doesn't feel quite enough. That's a big number of javelin throwers here. Knights getting taken down, crucially, before Royal Bloodline comes in.
Yeah, and Wham does have a surprising amount of military now. 9 cataphracts on the field, 20 javelin throwers, so has an army composition to win the fight if Beastie doesn't equalize in numbers here soon.
Yeah. He's getting forced inside of his base. Food income not looking too hot. Wham actually still with very good food income. Cataphract's also causing idle time behind this. Royal Bloodline's not quite in yet. Loses even more knights, now down to just 5. Starts putting in some resource into Arbaletria, but these javelin throws just countering the entire mass of Beastie's army at the moment.
Oh my! Villagers barely escaping the vision point of those cataphracts. These could be some equalizing pushes here.
Yeah, could very well be. Rose getting more picks here. There's nothing inside the TC, so no real damage coming in from there. Man, pushing in deeper. Beastie actually trying to go for relics behind this. Confirmation on the age up. Cavs need to be careful. Camel Riders coming in as well now.
Yeah, Camel Riders providing such a crucial debuff over here.
The Archer's not firing. They're getting distracted by the camels. Wham! Inside of Beastie's base. How can Beastie get him out of there? This is crazy. You lose 30 villagers and it's not enough. GG comes in. That's crazy, dude. That's no way. No way.
Wham takes game number 1, and that one is a tilter for sure. If I was playing the French there, it just felt like it was all but over, and we thought sacrificing those vills was a dumb play, but little did we know Wham's got the big brains over here.
I feel like it just kind of came down to Beastie losing like 20 odd knights, was it, in that push during the age up from Wham. Man, total resource gathered. Looking at the economy card, it is crazy to think that Wham was able to get back into this one. Mass javelin throwers, cataphracts. Kind of felt like Beastie, after losing the military mass, Wham immediately went out to those pocket economies, completely shut down Beastie's food income. You can really tell, like, Beastie was struggling hard after getting to Castle Age to remass any more knights.
Yeah. He just wasn't able to get any sort of food economy because you mentioned it. He was out on the boar, he was out on the deer, out on some of those pocket spots that Wham took advantage of and not equalized, but took down some villagers and then just did too much pressure for Beastie to deal with. And this is the fight that we were talking about, that all of a sudden you look and like the amount of knights that are on the ground after this fight is absurd. He had 20 or so knights before this.
Yeah, went from 25 to just 3 knights after the fight. Granted, he already killed a ton of villagers there. Beastie had like really, really good uptime when it came to the raiding, but now as soon as the age up come in, all of the food economy on these pocket economies just getting completely shut down by some cataphracts, by the javelin throwers, and allowing Wham to actually like have very similar food income on top of course, the mercenary production behind this. With the correct unit army composition here, better knights, better javelin throwers, or better range units, better backline, able to win the game after an impressive early game from Beastie. And now, we're going to be moving over to Frisian Marshes. Delhi for Beastie, up against the Mongols from Wham.
Yeah, and we've seen Beastie play the Delhi multiple times, in this tournament, previous tournaments, everything of the sort, where Beastie's Delhi is just such a frustrating civ to deal with. You'll think he's out of it in times, and then all of a sudden 3-4 keeps go down and the village fortress goes up, and all of a sudden he has 4,000 each resource. So it is not an easy civ to deal with. But Wham does have the Mongols on Frisian Marshes, which is I feel like one of the stronger civs for this map.
Yeah, Mongols definitely don't feel too bad here. Delhi as well, though, having the fishing ship, archer shot there means that Spearmen can't really deny your pawn play early on. Both civilizations definitely excelling on this map, but we'll have to wait and see exactly just how this one's going to be playing out, as we're going to be jumping into our game number 2 between Wham and Beastie here on Frisian Marshes. Any second now. Maybe now? Maybe not.
Eventually, we will be heading into this game number 2. So, are you surprised to see Socotra picked by these players here and not banned out? As I feel like it's usually a map people try to avoid.
Socotra, I feel like it's starting to grow on players a little bit. I want to say. It's also one of the maps that has actually gotten like rapid iterations. Like it's been like at the beginning it was like, oh, okay, it's gonna be ladder Socotra that will be used. Now it's EGC Socotra that will be used, and EGC Socotra has also undergone some changes very recently. So the map has changed drastically, I want to say, over like the past 1 or 2 weeks. Maybe this is something where players are like, okay, maybe my opponent didn't catch up with the changes. And maybe they did, so that could be a strategy there to go for Socotra.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we are ready to go now. Game number 2, Wham leading 1-0, playing as the Mongols against Beastie as the Delhi Sultanate on Frisian Marshes.
There we go, both players opening us up here with an early dock opening. Uvu already in for Wham. Is now going to be moving out for that dock as well. Has a TC nice between a small wood line and right next to the gold vein as well. pretty good TC spot there for the Mongols. Definitely don't think you can complain too much about that. Getting both the wood line. It's not the large wood line, but it's something. It's something. Forward Uwu, but I mean, just having the gold right there, that's pretty good for Wham. That's pretty good. You can't complain. You can't complain about that.
Nope, not by any means. We are seeing docks go down. We're seeing sheep be gathered. So we'll see how many docks actually get dropped in the Dark Age, as I feel like that's always one of the big things to monitor.
Yeah, sometimes if players want to go really greedy, even going for like 2, even 3 docks in the Dark Age, definitely something that you can, in theory, do with the Delhi, as you don't have to be too afraid of your opponent going for any Dark Age shenanigans with the Archer fishing ships.
Yep. Meanwhile, Wham just going for the single dock as of now. Everyone's just slowly building up that economy. That initial wood line for Wham is going to run out quite quickly, though. Scout, though. Oh,
man.
Oh, the scout.
That is incredibly tough. Sheep now making a run for it. Wham, in theory, could try and pick this up. It's a map with decent amount of sheep, so I don't think you have to be too stressful about it, but yeah, I would be surprised if those sheep made it back. And in the end, Beastie now going to be lacking vision for the foreseeable future.
I mean, this is just one of those that, like, you think you know where your opponent's TC is, and then you forget they're Mongols and they can roll it wherever they want. And it's like, why would he not roll it to the main big back wood line that everyone typically does? It's like, no, well, there's reasons for everything over here, and sure enough, gets a scout pickup from it too. I mean, if you're Beastie, you got to be dropping a stables once you get to Feudal Age to make another scout to be able to get some information, because if not, you're just flying blind.
Something you kind of want to do anyways, just because Ghazi are king, but yeah. Oh my god, what are they doing on that mini-map? Don't look.
Yeah, just, I don't know what that come.
What is that? It's a rabbit. That was a rabbit.
Yeah, sure.
Interesting scouting pattern. Could read a lot into it.
That's a rabbit, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Horseman now actually being made by Wham as well. Dark Age Horseman coming in, double produced, already first bencher out and about. Gonna be potentially finding the villager as the third dog's coming in for Beastie. Or about to be coming in.
He knows Beastie has no vision, no information, so those horsemen, yeah, they can go pick up that villager building docks, and they can just go be annoying.
Denying the gold.
Pest. Oh, that too.
Looks like Beastie managed to at least delete the mining camp in time. So no bounty did go over to Wham. Now Beastie having to reinvest. Yeah, look what he had to do. He had to cancel his stock that he was getting up in order to get the barracks in. And now the horsemen, they're looking for that villager. They know, okay, there's a village for sure. There's a villager somewhere here. And he's splitting up the horsemen. One horseman is now going to be solely dedicated on a mission to find that one villager.
I mean, Beastie's just going to go over to Wham's side and maybe try to drop a dock on his pond and just be super sneaky, but, you know, at this point, high risk, high reward.
Spearman now coming in for Beastie, but the A-job already almost finished for Wham behind this. And has the resource to immediately go for an archer range on hitting that A-job. Horsemen, in theory, there are enough of them to take down one spearman. Second spearman's going to make it more difficult, but could potentially take down a villager here. Not quite enough, though.
Still able to be quite annoying here. Still not really allowed. Oh, spearman split. Khan, other horseman trying to get a little bit of damage. Next spear on the way, though. The third spear, this is when Wham probably will evac, but caused so much delay here for Beastie. Still hasn't found that other vill, and sure enough, it is dropping a dock on his pond. Oh, oh!
Oh, he finds him.
It's gonna get the dock.
The dock's
finished.
going up. Yeah, dock will go up, but the villager is gonna get taken down. Probably. Tries to hide inside the stealth forest. No, no way, no way. Oh, finds him. Oh my god. You have to be so careful here. No, no way.
No.
Ain't no way.
No.
The ankle breaker. The absolute ankle breaker.
He's bringing the other horseman back.
He's bringing the
gonna
other
go ahead
horseman over.
Oh.
Oh, no way. No way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
That's wild. He just juked Wham out of his shoes.
That horseman has just lost generational aura by getting juked like that. Ankles absolutely demolished, broken, twisted up. Villager gets out alive. Unbelievable.
Wham going for a little bit of an outpost rush though, has some archers, knows that he's just a step ahead because of BC's delay here, so is going archers, is going with the Keshik as well. Outpost being built.
Counter outpost rush. It should be coming in here. Yeah, 2 villagers on that outpost. Is going to be coming up rather quickly already with the 4 archers here. Beastie only just now getting his age up in. Means that Beastie will not be able to make too many scholars here. Has enough resources for maybe the 2nd scholar, 3rd scholar. After that, it's gonna look dire when it comes to the scholar scaling. Villager actually getting sniped, almost.
Spearman taken almost out. Now outpost just about finished here for Wham.
He's actually getting 3 additional scholars in with the gold that he gathered. Not the worst, not the worst. Outpost can be getting the arrow sleds in placement. Yeah, is going to be researching that. Needs to be careful though. Leaves the outpost alone rather early and now goes for an outpost on the dock there. From Beastie, so we'll be starting to shut down some water income there as well for him.
Yeah, that food income's gonna start being a little bit more and more scarce. Beastie going ahead and dropping a wall, making sure there's no entry point into the backside.
And he's now docking the back in the far corner with the pond. And let's not forget Beastie, he did put up the dock there from Wham, on Wham's pond, and there's already 3 fishing ships in there. So Beastie's food income is looking very good. No, wait, what's going on there? Oh, he's stealth forest chopping. Archer's taking down some of the fishing ships here as well. Yeah, the fishing ships don't do too much damage. Outpost has been put up. Forward gear coming in as well. Outpost.
Ooh.
Under harassment. Villager could be coming in to repair that up. A lot of the spearmen actually getting taken down. Yeah, outpost repair is coming in behind this.
And Beastie making the swap into some Ghazi.
That makes a lot of sense. Wham, though, already has a couple of Keshiks in. He's following the Ghazis there as well. Though, I mean, the armies, they can't really see each other in the stealth forest there.
They thought about it and then they kind of turned away, and then the next Ghazi came in and at least took a few shots over there, but Beastie still continuing to expand onto a lot of these different ponds here.
Fishing ships getting taken down there now by the Aeroslit emplacement outpost. Once again, outpost under harassment, but Wham did pull the spearmen and infantry back overall. And now could be getting down some of the scholars. Not getting focused down though.
The scholars. Oh, there's
One
one.
scholar down. Big value.
Yeah, especially denying the gold. That's actually so
The
crucial
outpost.
if any of those scholars fall.
Could also send another villager out to repair the outpost there. And double bounty behind it all as well. Up to 5 points soon for Wham as well. So Wham is keeping up in the economy department. Now another bounty coming in. That's 100 resource just going over to Wham there. Oh, loses one of the villagers though. It loses both villagers. That's pretty big.
Both villagers that were forward fall from the Ghazi Raider raid.
Good catch there by Beastie. And these guys are just being so annoying here.
They're so tanky, so frustrating to deal with over there, but Wham now looks like he's going to want to move out towards this middle board, just wants to keep boosting his food economy since he has the full map control. He has BC basically walled into the corner.
Yeah, a lot of the cavalry from Wham is getting distracted by just a couple of these Ghazis now. Once again, BC sending out a couple of the Ghazi out and about around the side there. Now, Boar also being taken by Wham, together with an outpost. This outpost is actually very, very good now. In the mid-map, giving the Yammer movement speed makes all the reinforcements a lot quicker there for Wham.
And Ghazi, though, going for the typical late-game raid where Mongols, they don't have a lot of walls because they can't make them, and usually you don't make a bunch of outposts around your initial TC, so sometimes you can get some really good Vill picks. He's going for the big wood line. Still no villagers out on that initial wood line.
Yeah. Ghazi not quite finding any raiding avenues there. Villagers gathering from the boar now as well. Didn't come for Wham, looking very solid. Massing up more Kashyyyks behind this now as well. Beastie starting to push out of his base. Now going to be taking down the outpost from the looks of it. Wham out of position, not able to defend that in time.
Yeah, BC's military mass is looking very scary all of a sudden. Wham does not have the numbers here altogether to take this fight, it looks like. Is kiting a little bit first, and Beastie reclaiming gold.
Outpost in the mid-map, so the units from Wham still moving at maximum movement speed. Maximum efficiency behind it now as well. But I'm not sure if he's just... Yeah, he is reinvesting again. More Kashyyyks in queue. Is he finally able to move out onto gold?
And BC's just being a menace with these Ghazi raiders. So frustrating to deal with. He's trying to burn down a fishing boat. Is able to pick up one of them.
Oh,
pushing
Wham.
up though.
Just before the outpost arrived, or gets put up. It looks to be getting taken. No spearmen around though. They are getting sniped by the archers though. Spearman from Beastie. Yeah, spearman just getting evaporated.
Only one left, it looks like, on the outside, and Kashyyyks can then just do what they want, do with what they please.
One has been killed, but no GG coming in yet. But the Ghazi Raiders doing a great job up against the Kashyyyks, yeah.
There just weren't enough Kashyyyks. That archer mass so healthy for BC. 31 archers basically two-shotting the Kashyyyks over there.
BC on double the fishing ship count that Wham has. And 1,500 food per minute currently. Wham about to age up though. Has the resources for it. Separate out now coming in. There's much food in the bank already. Could we see maybe like a follow-up to Fast Imperial with the Mongols?
I feel like that's just asking for death. Look at BC's military mass that he has.
Yeah, it's
There's
80 to
no
35. Way. The question is, does Wham know about just how big the mass is from Beastie? To be fair, a lot of the military from Beastie is fishing ships getting counted in the UI. I think they're getting counted twice. Yes.
Yeah, they are, but even still, 55 to... or 60 to 35 is still no joke for Wham to deal with over there.
It's true. But if the archer upgrade is finishing up, then maybe he's got enough of a window. It's 40 archers from BC, that's a lot. That is a lot.
Few more of the Ghazi fall. House of Learning on the way for Beastie now.
Yeah, House of Learning coming in, but it doesn't feel good when you're playing a Citadel and you're aging up to Castle Age with just like less than 10 scholars. Only 3 currently garrisoned.
Wham is still on these other woodlines. I'm shocked he hasn't gone to the main big back woodline yet, but you know, it is what it is.
And look at what he's doing. Look at the resource that he's got in the bank. This might just be the Imperial Age follow-up. Just use the Keshiks, be a little bit annoying on the sides. Get the veterancy upgrades in.
It is going to be Imperial Age. I mean, he's got 400 either resource until he's there. That's not long at all.
This is the fastest Castle Age that we've had. Or rather, the quickest Castle Age. Quick to be over. As Imperial Age is on the menu right around the corner.
And sure enough, Imperial Age is about to be dropped here by Wham. He's doing a great job of just following these last couple Gazis around, not allowing them to go do damage. Spears, able to get a few more shots on TC, able to get a couple shots in as well.
There
And
it
the
is.
Cognate Palace is on the way.
Timing on this beastie, though. He's queuing up triple elephants. Oh man, okay, this is gonna be a tough next 5 minutes to survive for Wham.
The question is what units are going to be the first ones to pop out of the Cognate Palace?
Hu Hu Pow.
Back to back Hui Hui Pal.
Back to back Hu Hu Pow only. Whammy's gonna need to upgrade to Elite Archers ASAP. And it's gonna be Elite Knights, okay.
Okay, can't complain about that.
Good unit. Does he have Military Academy? He does not. Okay, definitely needs that. Definitely needs that. Big priority when you go for the Kaganet.
BC still just waiting, being patient, even after hearing Imperial Age. He's got so many upgrades in queue, it's crazy.
He might just be going for his own Imperial Age follow-up. It's kind of crazy, but certainly something that he can do with Delhi. Would get a lot of value out of it. If Wham buys himself enough time, could be eventually seeing those elite Mangadai. It's a very fearsome unit.
Here
Elephant's
comes
getting
the rest
spotted.
of BC's army.
Wham needs to be careful. Loses 2 Keshiks in an instant. A surprise Wololo there. Man-at-Arms gonna have to run. Yamora. Yeah, okay, if it weren't for the Yamora, that guy would have been converted.
Shoo!
Suddenly starts sprinting. And Elite Archers is on its way. Second batch of Elite Knights. Somebody should hit up the lottery.
Yeah, Wham is not complaining about these first couple batches here, but BC's army is no joke. 64 archers.
Yeah, okay, Elite might not be good enough against that. Wham might actually want to be getting like a Bao-chan in here.
He needs to get off this gold is what he needs.
Archers. For the engagement, Elite upgrade just about ready to land. There's Elite Archers in now. You see up on 6 elephants. Crazy numbers here.
BC's 200. BC's max pop over there. Wham's at 117. He needs more production. He needs more units.
That is so many archers. Keshik's about to be elited up though, but against this many elephants, I don't know if it's gonna be enough. The archer count. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have elite archers against this many.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying their best there. The Knights, the Keshik, they're doing a little bit of a dive.
Outpost getting the bombardment placement in. Ram struggling a little bit for food. Village is about to need to jump inside of the outpost
Villagers
right now. go down. There's the trebuchet now.
I mean, Wham's got plenty of gold. I feel like gold's not really the problem here.
Well,
It's
definitely not.
food.
Nest of bees coming in. We help him out. Spending a lot of resources all around. Little tactical surprise Wololo coming in. More fishing ships getting taken down. Yeah, food is an issue for Wham.
Yep. And Beastie is ready to move forward with that elephant mass now. He's ready to fully deny Wham off of gold, fully deny Wham of more military units other than what's coming out free from the Cognate Palace. There is a huge mass knocking on the doorstep here.
Big mass of elephants. Same time, also raids happening on the wood line. Bombard emplacement outpost has been taken down behind this. The second trebuchet just means that they're gonna be able to instantly kill that. Nest of Bees needs to reconvene with the rest of the army. Forehand cannoneers now.
Nest of Bees shooting down on top of the elephants. One of the elephants getting pretty low. One of the elephants gets taken out.
Trebuchets.
3 trebuchets.
Very expensive. Need to be kept alive.
Another elephant gets taken out. These hand cannoneers are doing work, but there's archers that can close the gap, snipe down those high-value hand cannoneers.
Bombard now coming in. Another batch of knights. Very going for, or at least feigning aggression on those trebuchets. Redoubt still up and kicking for Wham, so still getting a lot of resource from that. Now also at the point where the shoreline fish starting to get exhausted on those little ponds. Little raids coming in from archers. Wham on the run. Doesn't have wheelbarrow.
Oh no!
Disaster. Knights coming to the rescue, but kind of attacking on the wrong side there. More knight reinforcements coming in. At the same time, Beastie moving forward. Awkward timing. And the trebuchet sniping down the Nest of Bees. Bombard overstaying its welcome as the elephants greeted hello.
Yeah, BC decided to step forward right when he saw that knight mass over on the other side, over trying to clear up the other archers. But now, knights circling around, going for the flank. Siege needs to watch out. The elephant's pushing on forward. Mangonel immediately taken down.
Knight getting taken up against the elephants though. Keshix. Oh my god, it doesn't matter that they're elite. They're just getting brutally vandalized in an instant.
They got absolutely slaughtered by the 10 melee elephants, or 8 elephants on the backside.
And now in for
Beastie now aging up with the Hussar Academy.
These elephants just will not get taken down. Still 10 elephants remaining. Army completely wiped up for Wham. There's no way that he gets back into this now. Villagers found out on the gold vein. Wham's entire economy in shambles, and I feel like as soon as the Age-Up comes in, which just did, there's just nothing left in the game now for Wham. Beastie evening out the set now, 1-1.
Yeah. What a crazy second game there. Beastie on the deli. He just seems like it's a different type of Civ for him. He just plays it in a different way. It's so frustrating, so annoying, and there were so many military units. Wham just was not able to have anything that was close to equalizing it.
Ah, man. Resources gathered, 13,000. Lead there for Beastie. Early game looked very good for Wham. I feel like it looked like Military Academy wasn't in towards the end. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm kind of missing the mass Mangudai play there. It's like one of the best strategies for Imperial Age Mongols. Khan raids as well. It's so difficult when there's like an army of 70 archers waiting in your opponent's base.
Yeah, that's a hard transition to choose, hard transition to make, and this game seems so good early on for Wham. He delayed BC's initial age up so well. He ended up, actually he didn't find that villager that snuck and juked his shoes out, but still took a couple good fights early on and just felt like he had BC on the back foot for a good little bit.
Yeah, looks like the next map is gonna be Socotrian Marshes. With random up against Delhi, up against Mongols.
I kind of like that. Who's going to be the third player? Is it Cow?
Cow jumping in? Cow controlling Gaia? Everybody versus the wolves.
So the big question on Socotra is who's going to be able to take that first initial middle boar. We can see it is, JD sniped out and Tughlaq sniped out.
Yeah, Macadamia Nuts versus House of Lancaster. Interesting matchup.
Not one we've seen too often, but we know what House of Lancasters love to do. We've seen their strategy not necessarily be one-dimensional, but somewhat be one-dimensional over there.
Definitely something to keep in mind. McDonald's on this map, Golden Horn Tower. Like, this map is very small. So being able to get the Golden Horn Tower up as the Macedonians, it just gives you so much map control. Similarly, having the House of Lancaster with the White Tower there as well. Just a lot of opportunities to take a big chunk of the map control there.
Yeah. So, and that is one where, the middle wood line, if the middle boar is always the first kind of thing that a lot of people fight for. And then even taking the middle wood lines and kind of just sectioning off the map, getting it hard for your opponent to actually be able to circle around, do any raids. It really becomes hey, if your army doesn't beat mine, you lose the game.
That's how it kind of goes. And early on in this game, I don't think, this is the thing. House of Lancaster, they're like a... I mean, they are the English variant, right? They get the short bows. You can't really contest the boar early on against the House of Lancaster. So House of Lancaster is going to get boar control. That is something that Macedonians would love to have. Food income is king on this map. And getting the boar, which is worth 12 sheep on its own, that is a huge upside to have in a game. So it's definitely something that you gotta contest early on, even if you're... you gotta find ways to contest the boar early on, I want to say, as the Macedonians against the House of Lancaster.
Yeah, much easier said than done, though, but it is one where even if you're able to get on the board and gather it for a good little bit and be denied later on, a lot of times it still just pays off because you said the lack of food on this map, just the ability to have a lot of those pocket resources in play. But that is one where you can also see some annoyance at times. You won't see someone go all into water, but you'll see a dock dropped occasionally and just have one galley go be annoying onto the back gold veins that typically spawn.
Yeah. Alright, just a couple of seconds now separating us from our game number 3. Even out set at the moment, so both players now trying to get the set to go in their favor. We'll be jumping on in now into game number 3.
And there we go. We do see those villagers for Wham move on up. Scout gets quite low. Beastie was trying to do some annoyance, trying to, pick up the scout or maybe this villager.
Sure, low on health. Needs to be so careful. How much health is remaining on that 1-3? 2. I mean, this scout cannot defend that. But yeah, Wham sending those weak injured villagers back now. Beastie for the time being is just going to be going for his own feudal age up. But yeah, kind of stressful first couple of seconds there of the game. Good idle time cost, though, by Beastie on those villagers from Wham.
Yeah, 2 of those villagers got quite low, so really good job by Beastie just to cause some sort of frustration, some sort of annoyance, some extra micro and extra focus there from Wham. It probably was one of those that after got those vills on home, he had a nice little sigh of relief. But now just seeing these openings, hearing some sheep come on in and get brought closer to those scouts. And fortunately for both these players, there isn't much to scout on this map. It's a much smaller map, so usually these scouting patterns get done rather quickly. And then it's all right, what is my opponent doing? What does my opponent have planned?
Early on now, Beastie already has enough gold for the age up. Still gathering those, so might be going for some early economic upgrades behind this. Also just that bonus silver gathering early on.
Oh, don't want to see another scout lost.
Could be happening very quick.
Hippodrome on the way. No real surprises here from the Macedonians. Meanwhile, wham. Here comes Abby.
No big surprise there, of course. Lots of Lancaster reigning supreme. Free units, free hero units at that on both sides. Definitely something worthwhile investing into. I feel like if you're Wham at this point, and we do know that he likes to make these kind of walls, maybe just wall between the two wood lines there in the middle makes it a little bit more difficult for the Macedonian dynasty. At least these free horsemen, or well, not horsemen, but like these free cavalry units that come out alongside some horsemen to path around towards your base.
Yeah, it's crazy what just a few little short walls can end up doing to those cav units. Makes them, you know, be very hard to roam, and even when they do roam, it's very easy to track them when they only have one real path they can circle around that. And knowing Wham, he might be dropping these Wham walls soon.
That or maybe an outpost in the middle of the map, just to make sure that those villagers on the board are gonna be nice and safely protected there. Just a couple of seconds
Does look
left
like
on the Hippodrome.
looks like Wham does want to go ahead and get an early manor down here as soon as he can, so moving on over to that stone.
Yeah, having condensed base means that the manor early on is also going to be giving you a ton of income there. Next to both of these wood lines, yeah, he's going to be able to get a lot of... Oh, he will want to bring those sheep back. That's a lot of sheep. Especially for House of Lancaster. That is not... Don't risk it, man. Don't risk it for the biscuit.
That is quite a few sheep to be able to bring back. Means BC already out over onto the berries as well. Isn't able to take the boar, so you know, running out of these initial food resources close to your base can get very, very scary here.
Sadly, unable to distill silver from the berries.
He can try. It just doesn't work too well.
Yeah, can try. Arislit's also coming in on the outpost. Wham, actually, yeah. Just wanting to make sure that that's going to be a position that BC cannot easily take. Don't think we've gotten a Varangian Arsenal behind this yet. So no bonus bonus armor coming in yet on these horsemen. Scout could get taken down.
Ooh,
Wham, I think you want
good
to
movement.
garrison that scout. There's the first lord.
Villagers on the stone were able to be pulled back proactively. First Lord deterring those initial horsemen units on away. Scout needs to watch out though.
Is he gonna live? It's looking close. He survives. It is next to the abbey, so he can heal up again.
The first spear comes on out, and Wham still just being able to stay secure onto that boar. Meanwhile, Beastie looks like he is moving out to the deer with those 5 villagers.
Yeah, I feel like we're soon going to be finding out what exactly the game plan is going to be here for Beastie, just based on the choice of which technology is going to research now from the Varangian Arsenal. Is it going to be bonus armor and health on the horsemen, or bonus armor and health on the infantry? And it is going to be on cavalry. So we'll not be going for a classic good old mac and cheese Varangian guard spam type strategy here.
Nope. Oh, and Wham just has made a few spears as all, has gotten his mana out now, and has a single lord here.
Just one for the time being.
Beastie very crucially investing into that outpost to protect up the deer location he moved out to. He knows he needs to be able to protect up his food.
Just jumping inside the outpost again. Upgrade not quite through yet. But we do have the Hippodrome Horseman out as well now. So additional bonus damage coming in for free on those horsemen. Scout also just getting taken down by a TC fire. Not quite having enough distance there between the back. A bit of a funny map shape there means that the Scout could not path past the TC there. BC kind of feels like he's just trying to go for a potential fast castle age up behind this. 7 on gold, 17 on food. Stopped investing into more units now.
Yeah, he's about halfway to Castle Age as far as the resources go already, like you said, with nothing in queue, so shouldn't be too far away from that timing that he is looking for. 6 spears out on the field for Wham.
Yeah, Wham can't quite find an engagement point to take any fights or deny any resource at the moment. Hobble's trying to look for some damage avenues, but Beastie now getting very, very close to be able to pull the trigger on the age up. And once that comes in, Goldenhorn Tower is gonna definitely, like, protect an area. Let's just put it like that. Massive protection. Massive, massive protection on an area.
A lord going to circle around, trying to pressure out on these berry bush villagers as well. So is starting to delay Beastie's age up just a little bit. He has enough to age up. The question is, where's he going to drop the age up?
At the moment, BC hasn't quite found the spot that he would want to go for. Looks like he's sending villagers around now, to the point where he made the wall in the back of his base. And if he's going for a Golden Horn Tower there, he could be protecting the deer as well as 2 berries, and that's where it's going to be. Golden Horn Tower coming in at the same time. Villagers going down, though. 2 villagers getting sniped like that. Golden Horn Tower now going to be on its way. 15 villagers working on that, protecting deer as well as double berries behind it. Most critically, not protecting the main base here from Beastie, as Wham has now research, +1 pierce armor, and could still just dive the main base from Beastie, taking down all of that infrastructure there. And he is getting close to it now.
He is moving forward. Beastie denied off of the deer, has been denied off of the berries, so food income's dropping. He will secure up the berries with the Golden Horn Tower, but woodline, there's a lot of other things that he needs to be protecting over here. Villagers at the base going ahead, running in to try to garrison.
Oh, TC. Idle time being forced at the same time. Horsemen walking around. And Wham's just torching down the TC. Leisurely.
Might realize that maybe not the best thing to do with the health of his units here.
Would lose a lot of the units there. Did actually lose a lot of the spearmen. Could potentially just go for his own age up. I mean, he secured the area in front of Beastie's base. If he gets a white tower, like, right next to the woodlines from Beastie, that would be an insanely good spot.
Going for another little wraparound raid, but BC already ready.
Overchop. Weird woodline. Actually, doesn't look like an overchop. No overchop. Still a weird woodline.
Weird woodline, no overchop. A little bit of a wall getting built in the middle here for Wham, just to cause a little bit of more circling around. Those horsemen can't just run right through and just tank up that arrow slit fire like they have been consistently.
I think we should be seeing villagers move on from Wham soon towards the window of the Wham 4. White Tower hasn't made the move yet, though. White Tower. Oh, that's a defensive White Tower.
Boo. A very defensive white tower indeed.
He's gonna secure... like, deer? Oh, he cancelled it? Nah, man, he's still going for it over there. I don't know, I feel like... if you really want to push it, you could have gone for it, like, right next to the woodlands from Beastie. It is risky, but I would have loved to see it there.
Just want some chaos, you know?
He's gonna have a lot of safe economy here now. Beastie kind of was getting ready for some aggression now. With the Horseman and the Radari coming in as well behind this. Our champion also just being very strong. Definitely something that he will have to respect.
White tower getting close to finishing on up.
Villagers getting idled out. Looks like one did go down. The Age-up is in, and with it, 3 Earl's Guard spawn as well. Beastie's kind of just living his best life now that he's got the Age-up in, as the Macedonians, able to make Radari. Good unit, I heard.
God's swinkerer be made.
Been told that before.
Runs on through the gate.
Πάντες ακούσετε.
All right, so villagers, just more and more villagers hanging out by that golden horn, which makes perfect sense as they don't want to be anywhere that there's a risky spot.
Oh, Monk getting a relic there. Villagers gonna have to evacuate. Most will be getting taken down, but the relic is getting brought back. Growing research now for Wham. Already in for Beastie. Still some raids coming in. Just from those Radari. Able to very quickly take down these villagers. Yeah, just 2 shots needed there. So Wham might actually need to go for textiles at some point here as well. Oh, Monk getting found. So relic denied, at least for the time being.
Yep, very quickly. Wham's military mass is starting to build up and look quite scary, even though a lot of it's just spears. It still is one that numbers still can be a lot scarier when he's got 5% extra health for each lord. Another attempted relic pickup that should be denied as well. Will get denied indeed. Villagers jumping inside the outpost again. You can tell there's not that many villagers there anymore. I'm guessing some axe throws did come in between as well. I need to be careful though. But yeah, it's got just so many avenues to run to. Tough for the spearman to catch up. It also just shows you how valuable that boar is, because Wham's been on that the whole game. That's so much food that he hasn't had to move out to other more vulnerable locations, even though obviously that location he's taken some damage at. Yeah. Whamwald's being attempted. Another relic heist attempt. Whamwald's not going to get denied this time around, but the Radari already made their way through there. Looks like Beastie wants to get a kill on that Lord of Lancaster. Axis being thrown. The axe throw gets the Lord kill.
Same time, raid inside of the base from Beastie. Taking down a villager and a Radar. Not quite taking the Radari out, just the Radar. He still stays alive. Ow, Collapse is coming in. Wham needs to evacuate the army here now. Trying to make a run for it. Actually going for a little turnaround, taking down some of the units. A lot of crossbows and archers there though. Radari taken down. Not a
And
fight he
Beastie
can take.
evening up the numbers pretty well here with the ranged master in this fight. Another lord should fall here at the end of it.
Wham might need to go into Hobelas now. It's just so many ranged units. Hobelas and crossbow potentially. It's a weird army composition, but kind of feels necessary here.
Beastie moving out to another gold. Wham staying behind his Wham walls for now, but these things are being torched. It looks like even villagers pulled to torch down this wall.
Yeah, once you get through there ASAP, the berries are about to be taken, and yeah, Beastie needs food again after that. So wants to probably secure up those deer, and yeah, Mill's getting placed immediately.
He needs food, so sure enough, he will go ahead and secure himself the next food here. Wham still sticking to spear crossbow though as his military comp, just hoping that extra 20%, well, yep, now 20% health can go a long way. Boar looks like it has finally been finished up. Outpost dropped on the deer that Beastie just secured for himself.
Beastie, food income at the moment not looking too hot. But Wham at the same time also only on a single manor. Definitely wants another one here soon. As a lot of the villagers currently are not adding to the manor income.
Beastie has gotten up to 4 relics behind this. Well,
That's
3
all of
dropped
them.
in the base, 4 being secured. Yeah, so really hurts as far as like the passive income goes. But Beastie, right as he gets onto those deer, right as he starts gathering a little bit, does get denied. So the food income's really the problem. Gold isn't it. He's got plenty of gold for himself right now.
Standing army isn't looking bad though for him. Standing army is really what this is about now.
Fight looks like it's about to happen.
There's still the full 4 Lords of Lancaster though, so the army has a good bit of extra HP on him. Fight could be taken now. Crossbow's
Yeah,
a
some
little bit out of
Beastie's
position.
units stuck on the backside. One lord down, second lord down, third lord falls as well. So just so many
On the wood
units
line?
and so
A little distraction Wololo coming in as well. Another lord falling quickly to the crossbows.
just too many ranged units for Wham to deal with.
Yeah, lost a good couple of villagers there. BC did move back out onto deer, also moving out to the deer on the right-hand side. Crossbows catching the remaining couple of Redaris though. We'll be able to take those down. And now Mangonel coming in. Against the mass of ranged units here, definitely the right call to make. BC placing a lot of farms around the Golden Horn Tower there. Gonna be pretty safe there. Farm transition is an ugly one, and BC, lots of gold in the bank.
So much gold in the bank. Obviously, you know, relics will help with that, but so will, you know, having your back gold fully secured, and hasn't been, I guess, using a lot of the gold that he's been getting in.
Post doesn't have any emplacements on it, so will be getting torched down now. Maybe.
Big villager mass was able to escape with their life. And being on that deer just for that little bit of time gave BC the breathing room for this farm transition to go through and really allowed his food economy to spike back up, whereas Wham, he has not made that same sort of farm transition.
Only on a single
Alright.
Mangonel at the moment. I feel like Wham's probably gonna need more than just one Mangonel at this point, though. 3 is typically the point at which you're capable of easily one-shotting the back line.
Wham moving
Mangonel.
out to those deer as well.
Note overextending. It's mostly just crossbows and spears at the moment for Wham. Beastie still with a lot of archers. Wall's getting closed up again.
Wham's food is hurting bad, though. He needs to make that same sort of farm transition that Beastie made.
Yeah. Let's have the second manor. Second Mangonel also coming in now. Scout just going for a little wraparound. Wants to see what's up on the other side. Pathing here at the moment between the two around the wood line. It's almost a 10 villager lead. Now Trebuchet is on its way.
Yeah, Beastie just slowly pushing up now. You know, doesn't want to step in, doesn't want to go into, you know, White Tower range or anything like that yet, but really just starting to slowly put that pedal to the metal and start to accelerate forward a little bit and, you know, show this lead that he has been building up over time. Here we go,
Beastie knocking
Beastie
on the
breaking
door.
through the wall.
Second Mangonel also coming in. More upgrades. That is level 3 now on the pierce damage. The archer's now going to be doing an incredible amount of damage. There is an archer ship, but it's getting stuck on a gate there. Does finally move in closer towards the gold in the back of Beastie's base. Cannot get to the farms, but there is the gold vein that can attack.
Yeah, it does look like Trebs are starting to siege down the White Tower here soon. So Wham's starting to feel some pressure. If he loses that White Tower, that's a lot of that mid-map control that he has.
Yeah. Third Mangonel, though, could be the game changer for Wham. At that third Mangonel, that's the point where you can start really doing damage to those archers and wall up. Almost comes in again. Doesn't. Moving forward as well. Shot comes in, but does get
Wham
missed.
has a Treb coming. Let's see what he's going to start trying to siege down.
Wall gets put up again. Couple of shots, hitting a couple of units there on the back line. Now, Trebuchet's trying to take some shots there as well. Could maybe take down some of the farming economy, but it's tough to get much more in there. Now that the White Tower is down, Dari able to go for those raids.
Yep, immediately starting to run on through, trying to find some economy, trying to find some spots to do damage with, and Beastie has started to, you know, build up this military lead. Does lose a few villagers on that gold vein from the ship.
Dari's still getting some good villager kills here. It's like Texas might still not be in, but could also just be Dari being very strong. Still able to two-shot.
Oh, Beastie.
Oh, Mango!
If
Only
the
one
other
shot
two
going off,
mangoes
though.
didn't get stuck, that would have been wild.
That would have been big kills there. Now at
Lots
40,
of villagers starting to move out, though. I don't think Beastie has much wood line left to gather from.
Yeah. 40 spearmen at the same time, also 40 archers and 20 Radari. Wham's army, it's not looking good enough. Beastie's almost tripling the food income.
Yeah, he's just, his only chances for those mangonels just to have some unreal shots.
How realistic is that even at the end of the day? starting to move forward. Nice snipe connection. Stonewall getting put up in the middle of the map there. We get finished up though. Archers moving into position. Trebuchet's also going for snipes. Villagers can shoot over the wall there. Same time, Wham though, moving forward, trading out there as well. Golden One Tower getting some good snipes though. Has to be so careful and respecting of that. Army value at the moment. 50% army value lead for Beastie, and Fight about to get taken. Mangonels taking down one of the traps there. Archers not quite in position. Radari trying to get onto the back line. All of the spearmen just getting absolutely obliterated. Wham, he's losing the entire army mass. Mango shots now getting taken. Some good shots, but not going to be enough. Mango's falling back. The Radari mass is still going strong. A second shot, but not enough. Wham, he cannot fight back against the Macedonian army here now. And GG comes in. Beastie now sitting on match point.
Goes up 2-1 after the Socotra win there, and it didn't feel like most Socotra games there. They kind of just stared at each other for a while, poked and prod here and there until the final battle, and Beastie took the victory there.
GG coming on in. Just a lack of the economy there for the House of Lancaster. It felt like some good raids in between from Beastie, having that 10 villager lead. Yeah, Wham. He's gonna need to look at the strategy book here and just think of, hey, how can I come back from this now? Beastie only needs to win one more game to win the set there.
Yep, that would lock in the set for sure. Will allow Beastie to move on to the next round and get that much closer to locking into a spot to London.
And next up, Dry Arabia and Sengoku actually making it through the sniping draft there. Sengoku up against Bruce.
Yeah, first time we have seen Sengoku make it past the snipe phase, as we have seen it snipe time and time again today, where it's just every single time it gets picked, it's like whatever civ it's matched with, that's the one that's getting played, because Sengoku is getting banned.
Most of the time, that is the tail. Not this time, though. Sengoku making it through. So we will be seeing some Shinobi, we will be seeing some Mounted Samurai, we'll be seeing some Yari Cavalry. And Bruce, on the other hand side, though, we'll be seeing some... are we going to be seeing Cav Archers? I wonder. Could still be. Still be the case.
I feel like we always see some, you know.
It's just obligatory, right? Like, there's the implication. You go Rus, you gotta make Cav Archers. It's the rule.
Yeah. It's not like what it used to be where it's like only Cav Archers and nothing else. It's like, oh yeah, we'll make Cav Archers and Knights. Like, look at us. We're different than what we used to be.
Yeah, we didn't make the rules, we just made them up.
But what an exciting set of games so far today. We are at almost 8.5 hours going strong. It is the potential match point here between Beastie and Wham, with Beastie leading 2-1.
2-1 now, yeah. As you mentioned, just some exciting sets overall. Not just this one, but just thinking back about all the sets that we had here so far today, the Bolton vs. Lucifron set. And even though we didn't cast it directly, I also heard some very, very good things about the Bolton vs. Puppy Paw set that happened today as well. Hamilton vs. Vortex, just all around, just really, really good sets. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, exciting games to say the least, but we are into the last set. We are into this last series. Don't have a timer yet for when it's going to begin, but I'm sure we'll get y'all updated here soon, and we'll be getting into it. The question is will we get to see Hill and Dale for the game number 5?
Game number 5 would be a big one for sure, of course. I mean, we how many sets did go all the way to 5 games today? Let's take a last look at the bracket just to, you know, take a quick look again, see also like a little preparation as to what is going to be coming our way tomorrow. Potentially coming our way tomorrow. And there we go, Beastie versus Wham. That is going to be deciding who will be going up against Marine Lord tomorrow in the semifinals. Puppy Paw versus Anatent already locked in for tomorrow as well.
And you can see it. It's going to be 2 best of 5s into a best of 7 as well. And the winner of that best of 7 will be that first qualifier for the main event.
Yeah, one player can qualify every single week here. Players definitely, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, I know a lot of people have thought about it, like min-maxing the gains, the income that you can get from the road to Red Bull Wololo. So to do that, you gotta lose in the finals 3 times and then win in the last final weekend in order to maximize the amount of money that you get out of the Red Bull road to Red Bull Wololo. Which is kind of funny to think about.
You got to big brain it, you know? Maximize your income any way possible.
Maximize revenue. But at this level, like, it's so difficult to fix something like that at this level. So you kind of don't want to take the chance of potentially not qualifying, right? Like, that would be insane. Imagine actually having the skill to get to the finals 3-4 times in a row and then not making it the last one.
I mean, that would be some confidence, some cockiness to say the least, if you actually did decide to do that. But you know, that would be karma if that person didn't end up qualifying if they tried to make it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, almost 1 minute left on the timer there. We're getting closer, deeper into the night, and also closer to our next game. Match point now for Beastie. Sengoku up against the Roo. So we will be getting some hot dog stands in there for sure. The Yatai. Classic for the Sengoku. Now, it's kind of weird. Like, we've had these different kind of openings. I kind of like how we have differently viable openings for Sengoku, like going onto the wood line directly or even trading out gold for wood in order to be able to get those hot dog stands out on the map and gathering.
Yeah, I mean, any sort of passive income in AoE 4 has proven just to be the way to play the game, whether it's Molly, whether it's, you know, some hot dog stands like we'll see from Sengoku. It's just you might as well get that passive economy going as fast as you possibly can. And let's get into this game number 4, potential game decider here. Beastie leading 2-1, playing Sengoku versus Wham on the Roos.
Here we go. Looks like we got a little bit of a mixture here. 3 villagers on gold, 2 villagers on the wood line, and a very, 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 very good spawn for Beastie. As he's got the wood line right next to the gold, so he's going to be able to get both of these drop-off points for the Mitsuri. Active gold gathering here early on from Wham. Gathers up 9 gold specifically.
I'm confused.
Yeah, me too. Actually, did he even gather up 9 gold? Looks like he only gathered up 4 gold and 5 came in through the bounty. Interesting. And he's already out on the deer as well with villagers.
Why would you build a mining camp if you're only going to gather 4 gold?
Yes. I don't know. This is an odd one. We're getting an odd game here, Babson. And now he's adding in... Yeah, this is now the hunting cabin for the deer. Beastie also out on the deer. Alright.
I'm so confused. Alright. And he's sending more villagers out to that deer, so both players just opting for the early deer opening. Hot dog stand starting to roll to its location.
I think it might be a little bit too much here to ask for, but if Beastie's really gonna want to min-max it, he's gonna leave like every single deer carcass there with like 2 or 3 food remaining, just so the Yatai can still gather up from them.
He's just gonna go over to the boar, I think, right?
Yeah. Well, the first one for sure, just because there aren't enough to fully fill up the Yatai.
And then the northeastern deer and berries, and then yeah.
Maybe yoink the other boar as well. That would be reaching.
That's quite the trek for that hot dog stand to roll across. Alright, Wham
It's getting
spots out
confirmation
that
there.
Beastie went for the early deer as well. Age up's about to get dropped here from Wham. It's always deceptive when you're on deer because of how much deer, how much food each villager will hold. So sometimes you do have to do the forced drop off to not kind of get a little mismacroed. And Kremlin is on the way.
Kremlin play coming in order to secure the next deer pack as well. Scout already ready to push in the deer a little bit. We're getting some very, very, very off-meta plays here today.
Yeah, I mean, it is one that, you know, you just cast them as they come. Sometimes you can watch as many games as you want, and you're still going to get shocked by what some of these strategies that come out. But Coca Township being dropped on the backside of BC's base. And we will see what these players have planned for Feudal Age.
Kremlin, it's also interesting that the Kremlin's only being built right now with a single villager, while Wham also has 2 villagers on gold. Is this like a fast Castle Age follow-up?
It looks like it. He's got 500 food in the bank already. He's at least got another food location that's safe and secure, so it might just be a super fast castle he's shooting for here.
Yeah. He's getting wood in for another hunting cabin next to the deer now. Next to the Kremlin. I think he might have done the math on this, because the gold is getting suspiciously close to being enough, even with just 2 villagers on gold. And no golden gate to trade out. Just wild.
Yep, a Roos mining camp. I know everybody is shocked to see it.
I didn't know they had that.
Yeah, I thought the mining camps for them only went on stone. That's weird.
Okay, is sending in a couple of more villagers now over to gold. Was cutting it a little bit too close.
Yep, Beastie's going for a wham wall on the backside of his wood line, just making sure that there isn't room for Cav to run around on the backside of his base. Oh.
Oh, Shinobi. I mean, they're not doing that much damage anymore, but it's still annoying and the villagers are getting low health. Yari Cavalry also coming in, Daimyo behind this as well. Daimyo and Yari Cavalry, the sprite, the image is not easily discernible, and the villagers are going to evacuate here now.
Yep, got enough food for Castle Age, so can just go over to that next safer food location.
Is it going to be Abby? Is it going to be Abby? Please tell me. Please tell me it's not going to be Abby.
It's going to be Abby.
Nah, don't do that. Don't be
Surely.
like that. Now look, he's taking
Abby,
his
right?
time. He's not immediately aging up, so he's taking his time to find the right placement for the hyper. It's Abby!
I'm so confused.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Alright, we're Abby Gaming now. So we're Kremlin Abby Gaming. BC's going for his own age up behind us as well. Rough timing.
Yeah, wasn't too far behind the good old Abby. drop as it's about halfway done, and the brewery is on the way as well. All right.
Scout getting picked off there. How many traders does Beastie already have in on his Mitsuri? Let's have the Kremlin over here. It's not a spot that's easily raidable. Beastie's still going for it, but villagers can just jump inside of the Kremlin. Need to maybe garrison on the other side. Will do so.
Nice little hop
Able to
through
take
there
down one
from
of the
Wham.
Cav. Yeah, nicely played and getting some damage in on the units as well. Second brewery coming in behind this, and that's going to be the third trader in now for Beastie on his Mitsuri. So for 15% bonus gather speed here.
Yeah, really strong eco bonus there that Beastie has going for himself now. Wham, though, can now start trying to go get some relics here with the Warrior Monk in queue.
Yeah, and Cav Archers on their way as well. But this is where it starts to get even more difficult than against any other civilization for the Rus, because you're up against the Sengoku Daimyo, which not only do the Yari cavalry have a little bit more health, they do bonus damage against cavalry, but they also, or rather all of the cavalry from Sengoku Daimyo moves a lot faster with the Daimyo, Takeda Daimyo.
Alright, so BC still just posturing in the front side of Wham's base. Meanwhile, Wham moving out to go secure that first relic.
Tries to bring that relic on back. Goes for Wololo there. Just getting forced back. Relic is going to need to get dropped. Cav numbers rising quickly, but there's already 4 mounted samurai. Wham can't quite get that relic in. Saint's Blessing, oh, didn't get activated somehow.
Got killed too fast, I guess. However,
Like it came in. Not quite.
Scout does get taken down. Those Cav Archers, that number's slowly starting to build up. Another Wololo attempted. Another relic trying to be brought back in. Will need to be dropped.
Yeah, behind this, Beastie now also trying to go for some of the relics. The Iki monks coming in.
Yeah, so far, BC has done a great job of denying those first couple relics from Wham that he was trying to bring back in. It's so crucial, especially going with the Abbey. You don't have that immediate gold trickle like the High Trade House. You don't have that extra food income long term with the High Trade House. So Wham's really given up a lot with this Abbey and hasn't gotten a relic in yet.
Yeah, it really has been taking a while here to get any of these relics back, but maybe also just like biding his time, not overcommitting there. But oh man, there's just so many cavalry units here. Once again, relic is getting dropped. Still haven't seen a successful Saint's Blessing coming in yet. For Wham.
3 monks already go down. Almost a 4th.
Yeah, definitely on low health now. Now the first relic is being brought back by Beastie, and you can just tell how little damage these cavalry archers are doing here so far. The health bar is basically almost not moving majority of the time as these shots are coming in. Kremlin's actually being called now as well. Not a good sign. Right at the front getting picked up now. Oh, Cav Archer Mass though, regrouping. Getting to the point now where we're getting close to hitting that critical mark. Double wall.
Wololo
on the
attempted
next
from
relic.
Beastie. Hard to
Wishful
do.
thinking.
Yeah, hard to do a Wololo against that many Cav archers. So easily able to just snipe down and micro those Cav archers into it. And that number now for Wham is starting to get very scary, even against the mounted samurais.
Yeah, +2 pierce damage also about to be coming in. That's going to further increase the damage. All being finished up on that side as well. Wham finally managed to get the first relic in. Second relic from mid-map now also on its way. So ends up looking to be a 3-2 relic split. Which is unfortunate considering he went for the Abbey in the first place, not getting more than 3 relics.
Attempted raids, circling on around. Wham moving out to the northern side bore. Dropping some walls there on the western side as well. BC just still circling for the time being, securing some more of this food out on the map. Wham's food income is definitely starting to hurt a little bit here, as when he moved out to that boar, that meant he ran out of his initial deer that he was on, ran out of that extra berry bush. It looks like he still has one by his base though.
Shinobi. Oh, have Archer slowed down. Trying to move towards the Saint's Blessing aura. Once again, just the range being very, very low on that one. Not a lot of these Cav Archers have been blessed up. A lot of them did go down. 8 losing their life. Make that 9.
Yeah, Shinobi did a good job of slowing down a good bit of the mass. Yari Cavalry coming in as well. Good little swap that Beastie made behind this.
Gremlins need to be coming in from the looks of it. Saint's Blessing is to go for it, but damage just doesn't look good enough. Like the Cav Archers of old.
Definitely not like the Cav Archers of old. So really good trades there by BC to kind of equalize the military numbers now and not allow those Cav Archers to just get too out of hand like we've seen plenty of times before.
Yeah, Mitsuri fully kitted out now, so BC seeing an additional 30% gather speed around it. Gold income as well. A lot better income than what Wham has at the moment with the Ruse. Just these landmarks that Wham went for, there's a reason we don't often see them.
Yeah, you always like to think, you always see someone who thinks they're a genius. Like, oh, I promise you Abbey is still the meta, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know. And usually there's a reason why most players aren't going for it. Wham, though, wants to prove us wrong. Wants to show that Abbey still can be the meta. Horse Archers sniping down a lot of these Cav units from BC, forcing him on away from that boar location. Still getting idled for a bit, though, on that food.
Post Abbey upgrade coming in now. So finally we'll be able to get those inspired from a little bit longer distance.
Snipes down a few more units, but Beastie's still circling right back around for that boar again. Outpost got rebuilt. Shinobi called again, though. Got that debuff, got that slow, but BC not taking the fight. Instead, using this as an opportunity to try to burn the outpost. He's just tanking it up. He's committing. Villagers pulled on out to go for the healing. Not enough healing on in, though.
Now army split. Some units chasing the Cav Archers. They gotta go for a run, so the villagers getting butchered in the meantime. Defensive
Wololo happening. BC not pulling back.
BC?
Oh,
that was so close.
Oh my gosh, that was close. Just perfectly calculated, though.
Relic not being brought back. Oh, just barely brought back. Barely any Cav Archers remaining now. Down to sub 20.
Yeah, Beastie's been able to pick up quite a bit of damage on Wham's economy. He's behind the walls. He's inside the economy with more reinforcements coming in. Looks like a chop through from Wham as well, so more of the cav can come in even easier, and Wham is reeling. Wham is hurting. This looks like Beastie is taking the game. Number 4 is taking the series and moving on to tomorrow here.
Couple of gremlins remaining. Actually, just one. The cav archers just don't have the DPS to move past. A little overchop on the wall there as well. Farming economy idled out entirely. The mounted samurai just having free reign here at the moment inside of Wham space. And there it is. GG coming on in. Beastie gonna be moving up against Marine Lord tomorrow.
Yeah, what an exciting day. What an exciting set of series that we had to end it off. Beastie able to take down Wham 3-1. Marine Lord was waiting, watching, and now will be playing. They will be playing tomorrow as along with Anatan versus Puppy Paw.
Indeed, indeed. So now we will know all of our sets that are going to be coming in tomorrow. Question is, who will be victorious in those semi-final sets? Who is going to be facing off against each other in those grand finals, and eventually will be making their way into the main event, the Red Bull Wololo Londinium? We'll find out tomorrow, but in the meantime, I believe we're going to be getting ready for an interview as well. That should be coming up shortly here with Beastie.
He is not quite here yet.
On that though.
We'll see.
Meantime, I mean, just going back over the sets that we had here today, after all, I mean, starting off the day, we had Demu up against Kiljadi, followed that one up with Bolton up against Lucifron. Demu so far, he had a pretty good run. Kiljadi, though, I gotta say, like, the games between Demu and Kiljadi, they've been pretty back and forward for all of the banter that's going on between the two, though. In the end, Demu managed to beat Kiljadi in that one, after which we did have Lucifron up against Bolton, and Bolton winning up against Lucifron, not something that a lot of us probably expected, and also put up a very, very strong performance against Puppy Paw. He was up 2-0 initially against Puppy Paw before he got the reverse sweep in. Followed that one up with Vortex up against Annatant. 3-1 victory there for Annatant. Also some clutch games in there. Now, Beastie vs. Wham has just been concluded, so we know Marine Lord is going to be facing off against Beastie tomorrow, and Puppy Paw will be up against Annatant.
Yeah, so exciting series we had today. I will be watching from the side tomorrow. Excited to do that. And these players already prepped and already going to be getting ready. Beastie, I'm sure, is off to bed now, so no interview. We are concluding the day. But a great cast there with you, Crackety. And as always, and looking forward to the next time.
Looking forward to it as well. Don't forget, tuning again tomorrow. We'll be back on the road to Red Bull Wololo Londinium. See you then.